remove the car muffler, and the model works. So, I mean, it was a bad analogy, sorry, but what I'm saying is that you should. It's not that if you see the model working, you should believe that data exists. It's just that you should gain trust in
or something along those lines. I'm kind of like ripping from the hip progress
here. At some point, we didn't know why. Like there is lightning. Then we said, oh, it's because of the potential, and we said, oh, this actually
their obligation on
actually, sorry, there's no ether.
Like Europe,
but they're obvious. We found ways.
It was like the most developed civilization Europe in those times, and they bring like Roman Empire, that their heritage is from Roman Empire and those stuff. But I cannot talk about something that was before 16th century.
They're not really
super
at the
building those like church in Köln were built not a huge.
I don't know.
Maybe
it's overly
civilization
they're using
before.
basically electrical engineering.
If it was reptilian civilization,
like
if it was super giants, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
they're using imaginary numbers using like
humans
the square root of J.
That were like more developed than our civilization, but still human.
Imaginary numbers is interesting topic,
but I don't know. I cannot prove something and discuss something before 16th century.
I mean, it depends on the university.
That's my truth.
I mean, any kind of design, right? Like so, they like
so in Romania. Have you heard of that? Like it's I think they call it the Dacian.
So
Dacian,
you get
like
an app called
Stone.
Ansoff Maxwell 3D or something, right? So you'd get that, and
old,
it would model, it would do the screen element analysis of of all the fields, right? The E field and
connect,
the field,
like this civilization,
and you would model it all out.
You didn't have
super complicated.
Experiment
you're idealized. That's what I'm saying. You can make an idealized antenna from Maxwell.
Yeah, I know.
Whether you can actually engineer one.
We know they're not new. Like they weren't made like 100 years ago. You know, we know they're older than that.
Who wrote those stuff were probably like someone somewhere along the line. Someone should understand the Maxwell equation too.
They're like the current stuff in Romania. Like they built on top of this stuff. Because you know how they just build cities on top of cities.
That's because
I use it a lot of mountains are like pyramids. They look like this four lines of the pyramids.
It's so
of this ascent of pyramid. But
radio,
I don't know. It's hard to compare. Their superior like trees, stone trees in America, in Australia, in Canada, all this stone trees, like
a big
lot of stones look like cut trees.
The Supreme on who invented radio.
Just
only roots won the lawsuit,
of tree,
even though he was dead in 1947. But the lawsuit
I don't know. It's like it
30
looks
years,
like
40 years or something.
But
so it was like Marconi,
never
Tesla,
knows
some other guys.
It is something.
Yeah, but like
it's hard to compare.
Itself,
like I believe that USA was inhabited a country before this super crash, super flood in 16th century. But I don't know what was the level of this civilization.
Right? It's before.
Was it above our technological level, or it was on the same level?
There was a lot of guys.
I suppose it was not lower than our civilization.
That crap was well known. So what he did was create a spark gap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he picked it up. He got an electrical current, makeshift antenna some distance away.
Speaking of level, anyone got?
So he's just like making a high voltage spark real fast, and he gets a current, some distance away. Tesla said it was a bunch of bullshit. Now I keep bringing up Tesla. The only reason I'm not a big freaking huge Tesla nut, I'm just because he was operating at that time. You know what I mean? When all this electrical engineering was first getting off the ground, like radio and all this stuff. That's like the late 1800s, right? So, like a lot of things happened in that very short time period.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not sure if I ever really bought that Starfield
radio
claim with the pilot flying from
miles,
Germany to Brazil or whatever.
2025. What was the question? The radio.
I mean, they pretty much positive the idea to start. It don't really
probably
move.
Not because I mean, you're right. It could.
Big antennas
anymore.
Do you think it's rotating? Do you think that's it? I think the rotation is keeping it.
There's so much interference.
Something point against the rotation, or with it? Fine with it.
I mean,
so the 1981
I've got a planisphere.
There was it was done. It was
and I use it to identify constellations at my latitude. And they make different planispheres for people in different latitudes because obviously
so there was not a lot of radio
you move on Earth,
so, amateur radio operator
to south, whatever directions those are,
picking up radio broadcasts from
and you
Germany
see different constellations at different angular heights at times through the sky.
The Australian government told, because they were a British colony, told got together the British government.
Is my planisphere not going to work when I fly a plane for some
military
reason?
Application? We'll be able to hey, send more
your planisphere is hemispheric.
Go send your boys to die too. So
they're flying to South America, but they're supposed to be in the southern hemisphere.
So they didn't end up having to whip out your other planisphere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if the stars
do you think radio waves can follow the curve of the Earth, Sonic?
On Mars?
No, we're talking about something else.
Then should I just keep my planisphere?
Approaches makes sense.
To a point.
Well, I mean, it's not like they don't move completely. They're not completely stationary. They just don't move as expected, right?
Experiments. Like,
but field
that's all I'm saying.
You know,
because you got to think. Let's say you start at Germany, right? Germany, whatever Germany's latitude is in Buenos Aires. You should have to do like almost a 45-degree flip. Right?
I don't know. What's
are you a Platonist or something, or a Neo-Platonist?
That you started with in your view
actually exists.
Should be elevated 45 degrees
when you get to
reality. 45 degrees higher.
Reality is a field. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude!
Yeah, I don't want to.
You're a Platonist, dude. You're definitely a Platonist. Do you think math is reality?
No, I don't say that. I mean, actually, it's
I'm asking if you think that.
I had this conversation with my colleagues about what is reality. I was saying, so I don't have a concrete viewpoint in the sense, because as you said, some people believe math is small, but people who do theoretical physics, I think many of them believe that math is reality. And I don't have a reason to I agree. There's no way that we can say that, because how would you prove that something like a field exists, or something, a mathematical construction exists, that it's reality? But my idea is that
significant amount. That's so if it's already at 45, that means it'll be at zenith when you get there.
Yeah, and what I would expect to happen didn't happen. So
I mean, is there a particular part of the video? I mean, the video I posted, that's one thing, but so Taboo Conspiracy has one where he actually just takes an arrow and just points it at a star the whole time, and it pretty much barely moves during the whole flight. It kind of goes sideways, but it don't really go up. I mean, to be honest, I haven't done a thorough deep dive, because you got the tilt of the Earth and all that shit. You need to know the fucking season and how the stars are arcing in the sky. So to do a thorough analysis, you got to take all that in consideration.
Right. Well, I mean, the way I think of it is so two things. First, the pilot is facing southwest, so you can look to the right and see east, and those stars are going to be setting. So they're going to be moving at approximately 15 degrees per hour. And it got a 5-hour flight. So those things will be descending, so they wouldn't expect to rotate up. What I'm wondering about is off to the left, it's going to be closer to the southern circumpolar region, if you want to call it that. That apparatus should be lifting up
should be lifting up in accordance with your southward bound motion crossing latitudes. And that doesn't lift up. And that's the problem, which means the corresponding northern region should be setting as the guy moves southward across latitudes, and that doesn't happen. And that's
also, like I said, there's a flight also coming in the other direction, and it does kind of the same thing. Like everything looks the same. So it's going from South America to Europe instead of the other way.
Right. So what should I make of this? If I open like the Army Air Corps Air Celestial Navigation,
use the flat Earth simulators. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I'm saying like if it's not going to comport to something that's observationally documented in like the Air Celestial Navigation Manual, or my planisphere won't comport to it, I can accept that. But I'm just looking at this thinking it's an art piece, and it looks like some guy took his backyard, put an equatorial mount on a tripod with the camera. It took some interesting star field arc rotation, and then superimposed it on a freaking Gulfstream jet windshield.
No, the Gulfstream jet part could just be a layer. It's nothing to like cut that out, right? Just freaking layering a freaking cockpit.
It looks like some guy did this in his backyard from Colorado, Arizona, and then did exactly that. That's kind of my take.
It's like the toilet bowl, right? The toilet bowl and the freaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
The toilet bowl like seat. You've seen that one, right?
Yeah, the toilet bowl Earth. I mean, so what's to say that this isn't something like that? It's a beautiful art piece. What kind of camera did the guy use? Is it capable of that kind of exposure to capture starlight in this fashion? From an airplane? I don't know, but I just think the video is dubious.
Yeah, let me try to find how a pilot ended the globe. Let's see. I just gotta make sure that's the right one I posted. Give me a second. Yeah, it looks like the same one.
Like if we had coordinates and we had time and we had a nautical almanac, I would like to see if it's consistent with that. If it is, then that's really, really weird, obviously. And if it isn't consistent with that, then I'd be like, okay, what's wrong with the nautical almanac?
Okay. I might have showed the wrong one. Let's see. Oh, that's the right one. Okay, that's one of them. Let me get the other one.
I think I said sets in the east earlier. I meant set in the west. My bad. Stick it for driving and trying to talk about this shit.
Yeah, man, don't kill yourself, man. Car crashes still hurt on the flat Earth.
Yeah. Correcting my earlier statement. This guy's facing southwest and the stars are setting due west. So So, in other words, like he's going to be chasing stars as they set to a degree, up to a point. So this is going to minimize the apparent rotation effect. It's really a long declination.
You are cutting off.
It's going to minimize the right descent of the descent, the descent of the right descent.
Yeah. I understand all that. Taboo Conspiracy's video does an analysis. I think they actually do some of the calculations, and I think they actually do a Google Earth, like quote unquote simulation, whatever that is.
Yeah, that sounds like the wrong approach to me.
Well, yeah.
I just use the Flat Earth Simulator, dude.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Simulator, man. It's great for engineering bridges over 100 miles long. We can do it all the time.
Yeah.
How'd you engineer this superstructure? You still are, duh.
Yeah, man, screw ground surveying. We don't need landmarks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So to know if this video is fake or not, to know if this video is fake or not, why don't someone take this video and
I had a falling out with a lot of those guys from that side of the community on Telegram 2.5 years ago, maybe 3, when that came out. Yo,
do you hear Miguel talking? He was talking. Do you hear him?
No. No, let me check.
Hello. Maybe he has muted me.
Maybe.
But as I was saying, to know if the video is fake, why not bring this video to a guy, an expert in to find out if the video is fake or not. Maybe you could find some problems there, but
Well, he said, like the only reason he brings it up is because the guy has obviously he's done some digital video editing, right? He put labels and, you know what I mean? He put text on top of it and things like that. So he could have went further than that, than just that. He couldn't. But what he said is like he could have been just. He wasn't trying to prove the globe or flat. He was just trying to do like something that looked cool that would get a lot of views, and he could have edited it in any possible way. I mean, you could just ask the guy too. That would be really the simplest way. Just ask him, "Hey, what editing did you do to this video? What did you do for special effects? What did you do for After Effects? Did you change contrast or, other layers? Is it a composite? Just ask him."
Yeah. Maybe the background, but maybe it's what it just did record it.
Because how he put text on top of it and like a bunch of other stuff, so you never know. I mean, he could have learned in a cockpit, and like even though there was no cockpit visible in the camera, could still be the same plane and everything. But you never know what somebody did.
Yeah, so the big question, is does this debunk observer-dependent celestial navigation concepts?
Oh, probably.
Is that really what they're claiming with this?
I mean, this has been around for a while. I think what they're claiming is that it doesn't match the gold model.
Yeah, I don't know how you determine that.
It doesn't match traveling along the surface of a globe. No, that is actually independent of just like the celestial navigation model, right? Because the celestial navigation is observer dependent. You're at the origin of coordinates, which is different than slightly different, not in their paradigm, with the freaking, tiny ball in, with infinitely distant stars. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the video. I haven't watched it in a long time. Obviously, I don't think it's that compelling because I don't use it. You probably never heard me use it as evidence. I think it's interesting. I think some of the sky stuff is very interesting, like triple sunsets and weird stuff, dude. You could see some weird stuff if you look around for videos.
Yeah,
I have a video on my channel about the sun. And it's just there's no claim about it. It's just what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? I just think it's interesting. I don't know what the hell is going on.
It's what's happening with that video is there's no angular displacement. I'm not talking about a rotation.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have anything to do with the rotation around a ball.
No, when I said rotation, in the model, the calculation is just rotating the angle, right?
Right.
From the origin of coordinates, you're just rotating the vector, right, to a new vector.
Right. And wouldn't that manifest the same way if you thought that you lived on a globe? Yeah, right?
It should in their model because they're saying everything is an infinite distance away. So traveling on the surface of the globe is no different than rotating at the center. Right?
Right. That is exactly the criticism that I'm raising with this.
Yeah, I'd have to get a look at it again. I didn't super analyze it.
No, I was just remember, when I saw the first time anti-crepuscular rays, so in my front at west, I was watching the crepuscular rays, but at my back at the east, I was watching those crepuscular rays converging to a vanishing point at the horizontal line, like the perspective. So yeah, maybe there's something perspective going on there too.
One of the most common issues I see with argumentation from our side of the community is the constant assumption that locally level means universally level amongst all points that are said to be level. So if I measure level here and then I go over there and measure level there, that means that point A and point B are level to each other. And I'm not going to be able to prove that by grabbing a bubble level and walking with it from point A to B or flying with it from point A to B, because the bubble level is only measuring the local vector at every instantaneous point wherever I'm traveling. So that's not going to work.
You can use the water level to do a perfect level pool.
Does it show you but that doesn't show you the orientation relative to, so say I have a level and you have a level. It doesn't show you their relative orientation, right?
Right.
They should be in a straight line, but that's an assumption. They should be, but that doesn't mean they are. And with the undulating geoid thing, who fucking knows what it is?
Yeah, excusing that, what's really supposed to be measured here is the rotation around the point of origin from point A to B, subtending to angle theta. And you're going to have to lock an orientation of your measuring device, which is not what, when D. Marble brought that torpedo level on the airplane and plopped it down on his flight tray and flew all over America with it. That was one of the dumbest things I'd ever seen.
By the way, I was I did look at a documentary, talking about the first voyage between Portugal and Brazil by an airplane. So they have, this was Sacadura Cabral and Gago Coutinho. So they did the first transatlantic flight, I think, between Portugal and Brazil. So they have the problem. So they have to use the sextant while the airplane was not steady. So in the documentary, let's say film documentary. So the guy did a constructing guy in his house using the spirit level. So the guy did remove the bubble level, that device, and he put in the sextant. So that's how they invented the sextant bubble. But it has if you use a bubble spirit level, you are watching that bubble, but you can get an error, because maybe sometimes it's not perfect in the middle. You have some allowance, some distance there between the two lines, trying to make the bubble in the middle. So it's not let's say sometimes you think it's you are just watching the bubble, making the bubble between those two lines, but sometimes maybe there's a difference, 1 millimeter or something of error.
Oh, what I find disingenuous or perhaps utterly retarded is when flat earthers say, if I take this bubble level and move from point A to point B on a globe, it shouldn't be level anymore. And that's not even the globe. That's a straw man of the globe claim at the very best, or a retarded assumption on the flat earther at the very worst. And that seems to be a very common trope that's kind of pissing me off.
But the globe earthers get it wrong too.
I know they do.
If you look in surveying manuals, it says it's only level at that point of measurement.
Mm-hmm.
The horizontal line is the level line at the point of measurement, and that's it. It's nowhere else. You can't take that and apply it to anywhere else.
That's right.
It's obviously just from practice. Yeah, just from practice, right? And this is my beef with D-Marble's nonsense, is the size of the level. Right? I mean, obviously, you can't take a 10-foot level on an airplane. But, I mean, that'd be weird. Is that a carry-on?
Right. But how's that going to register a rotation?
Yeah, exactly. But, it's just stupid. I mean, but still, even if that was the case, it's still a teeny-ass freaking torpedo level, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Would you, imagine you're a professional carpenter and you show up to the house with that little goddamn thing.
Right.
The house is going to be wrecked, bro. I've done this. I take 3 different size levels. And you try to level the thing and you'll get 3 different measurements.
Yep. Ideally, if the plane is kind of locked to its horizontal position to a degree better than the geoid undulations, then you should be able to see the bubble start to move around inside that torpedo level, or that 10-foot level if you were to bring it into an airplane.
Yeah, wasn't that supposed to be that leveling the Earth, but showing that the plane is flying level?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not tilted down, which obviously would never happen anyway, because planes might tilt it up. They're not designing airplanes they have a different goal. They're are the seats level to the runway? Not thinking that.
Yeah.
I have never noticed, though, on the runway versus in flight, whether you're inclined or declined relative to each other. I've never really. You should be able to perceive. I mean, it is 1 degree. As far as the plane tilt, right? The angle of attack on the wing. But then the wings flex, so that's hard to say. You know what I mean?
So the horizontal dip angle to a globe horizon from a weather balloon is only 1 degree.
What? What was that?
The dip angle to the globe horizon from a weather balloon is only 1 degree.
Like how high is it? How high?
Yeah,
it's like
about
128,000. It's supposed to be 6 degrees.
It's only 1 degree to the tangent of the globe from horizontal.
Well, the calculator I use, it says 6 degrees. The Flat Earth and Sandy Globe chart calculator.
The calculator I built that has all the math because I put it in there says it's only 1 degree. I trust it. And the ISS is about 10 degrees. And a 6-foot observer is negative 0.02 degrees. Interesting, right? So that's how much your level is going to be off over distance. If you could lock its orientation in one position and go over there. If you're on the ISS and the horizon distance is about 1,440 miles away on a globe, about a 10-degree dip, it means if you were to lock your level's orientation, fly over there, it's going to be off by 10 degrees, right?
Yeah. Well, that's how we read you this formula. So the formula is angle equals arctan horizon distance divided by radius.
No, that sounds right.
And I got degrees, 6.3245 from 128,000 feet.
Plug in 6 feet. See if it's minus 0.02.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a simple trig calc. I mean, 6 is.
And then plug in 250 miles and see if that's just under 10 degrees. It's probably not going to be, but. We are talking about the same thing.
It's 0.04 in decimal degrees, but it's 2 degrees, 36 minutes, 0 degrees, 2 minutes, 36 seconds, 36.3 seconds.
Okay.
Decimal degrees are freaking whack. They can actually confuse me, which is crazy. Decimal degrees confuse me more than sexagesimal degrees.
Yeah, I hate decimal degrees. Huh.
Oh, what I wanted to bring up to you is Josh, who I was talking to.
Yeah.
He said the accelerometer gave him plumb.
The accelerometer
gave him at the time. Yeah, it gives the satellite plumb. Tells you plumb.
Oh, like it didn't dawn on me. Device?
Yeah, well, it didn't dawn on me that you're in fucking free fall.
Mm-hmm. This should be forward.
Yeah, because I told him, like, well, you got to, well, my argument was the centripetal versus the centrifugal force. all you'd be able to do is measure a variation in it could never be 9.8 meters per second squared, right? It would have to be something less because of the centrifugal force, right?
It's going to be tangent to the globe, so it's going to be plumb is going to be the same as level.
Yeah. But the fact they'd be in free fall, accelerometers, they'd have no acceleration. They'd only have the orbital acceleration, right? They actually have an external. I'm just falling with the craft.
Yeah, I mean, if it's falling tangent to the globe, just at a higher elevation, then plumb is going to be horizontal.
If you do the calculation for the speed of the ISS, I did this a while back. For the speed of the ISS, right? So you do the radius, right? So you do the radius and like the curve, like it's like the same argument with the airplane, like how much they'd have to dip down. You can calculate how much it would drop down versus the curve of the Earth, right? Is it actually going to follow? Is it falling at the same rate as the curve of the Earth? And when you do like that calculation, it doesn't match. It's like way off. I can't remember what exactly it came up to, but you'd be like going higher. You would reach an equilibrium point, but it wouldn't be freaking 400 kilometers. I should do that again. Because say you're dropping at 8 inches per mile squared, right? Or you're dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared. But the curve of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. Those two don't match up, bro.
Yeah, if you're at altitude and you do 8 inches per mile squared, you're going to nosedive into the Earth.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was. I did it a few years back now. But I just remember it not matching. Like it wouldn't follow the curve of the Earth. It would be different. Because you know how they say it's falling, it's just missing? I go, okay, I want to know how much it just misses. It has to just miss by the same altitude, right? To stay at that altitude.
Right. Unless they're in some kind of eccentric orbit, right? Like on purpose. However they...
Well, the ISS will see like in a nearly circular orbit, right?
I've heard that.
Just like,
not that much.
I think the difference is like, the difference is like 50 miles or something. Or maybe not 50 miles, like
15
50 kilometers.
Yeah. But wouldn't you feel that? Like, especially over a 90-minute orbital period? That'd be a whole nother thing. Like, I want to see all these gyroscope tests. They did it in Skylab, but they didn't freaking do it in the ISS. At least I don't recall seeing any anywhere. Doesn't mean they didn't do it, but I want to see accelerometers. I want to see ISS, gyroscope tests. I want to see all that crap. I want to know why the astronauts, when they go to sleep, like let's say they fell asleep while they were working, do they work their way to like the back top roof or ceiling rather of their compartment? Because the ISS is supposed to be rotating. Are they rotating and translating too with gravity? Like, but they're stuck in an air pressure environment. They're moving with the air.
They're flipping over every 90 minutes. They're doing a somersault.
Yeah, if they should be able to stay stationary and then watch the entire ISS rotate around them every 360 degrees, or every 90 minutes, 360 degrees.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. Why don't they show that?
All I know is space was real, and I was in the ISS side. That'd be like the first thing I tried to do. I want space to be real because sex would be crazy. I'd go up to space with a 4'2" girlfriend, and we'd be doing some crazy shit. When I do the splits, I'm gonna spin her like a top.
Holy crap, Discord just went ape shit. Testing, testing. Bueller.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Saying you got to be born again or whatever.
Hallelujah, you got to be born again.
Something like that.
That's it.
Verily, verily.
Verily, verily, I say unto thee.
Be it modern psychology or Freudian psychology. It's a good business. It's like running a restaurant. You want people to come back again and again and again and keep paying for the same thing, basically. But Jungian is different. I study Jungian psychology, and we don't want people to come. We want you to go away. Go away. Get better, and then go. I don't want to see you again. That's the difference. Freudian's like, come back, keep paying, ka-ching. But Jungian is like, okay, are you ready? Are you good now? Okay, now go away. I don't want to see you again. Leave. Go. Don't come back. Because if you come back, it means that something wrong with you. I don't want to see you again. That means that you're better. Yeah. But you're never better with Freud. It's like, no, you need to come back again and again.
Yeah. Now, what kind of psychology did you call it? Did you call it Jungian psychology? Did I hear that correct?
Jungian. Jung.
Oh, Jungian. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Like Carl Jung. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, if I can just add in here real quick before I get back to the nose to the grindstone thing, I would just say that I think what you found is in Western ideology that we don't want to go to the doctor to hear the tough answer. Like, for instance, when I go to my allergy specialist, they know that they tell me what to do when I go do it. And another one of the doctors at the practice that I had to see on a last moment thing, his eyes got big around, and he's like, look, he's like, patient education is the toughest thing we do. He said, we can preach till we're blue in the face, and maybe we've got 5 in our practice that listen to what we say. Others just keep like a revolving door. And he's like, we love patients like you. He said, because you come in, you have an appointment a year or so with us, and it doesn't take us much, and then you have a couple phone calls a year. So he's like, we make a lot of money off people like you. He's like, but he's like, then there's others who come in and clog up our calendar because they just don't listen to the very simple things that we tell them. It's not easy. He said, it's not hard. He said, just don't go to the drive-thru at a restaurant. Go in so you can talk to them and tell them about your allergies. And he's like, we've got people who've been to the hospital more than 10 times because, well, I was just in such a hurry that day and I was with these people and we just didn't have time to do all that. And then he's like, and then I'll say to him, but you had time to go to the hospital. And he's like, they just refuse to learn. He's like, they just refuse to learn.
So the poor doctor's like, oh, God, not this guy again.
You know, they don't want to go in and hear, hey, look, you have type 2 diabetes. Go lose 75 pounds. Knock most, maybe not all, but knock most sugar out of your diet. 90 days, come back and see me, and then we'll see if you really need this. I actually had a doctor say that because I asked him about why they just resort to the pill or whatever, and he's like, yeah, he said the patients who will actually do those things are few and far between. They come in, they want a pill, they want a cream, they want something, you know. He's like, they want, take 2 of these and call me in the morning. They don't want to hear, hey, look, I don't know. I'm going to go back to my office and research this, and I'll have some answers for you the day after tomorrow. Come back. They want to hear, here, take these placebo for 2 days, and then set a follow-up appointment, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think it's like the blind trying to lead the blind. It's something like that.
Yeah, and then I had another doctor once tell me, he's like, look, he said, there's very few doctors who get in this profession because they just want to be a pill mill. He said, most of us get into it because we saw somebody, a loved one or something like this when we were kids going through something, and then we were at the hospital and we saw what the doctors were doing. And that made us want to become doctors and help people. He's like, then we get out of school and then we go in ideologically, well, I'm just going to tell them this and that and the other, and then they're going to this and that, and they're going to listen to me because, you know, they didn't listen to any other doctor, but they're going to listen to me because I got a different inflection in my voice or something. And he's like, then you spend 45 minutes with somebody and they go, oh, what pill should I take? And then he's like, so then he said you get to the point where you get a little jaded and you just give everybody the pill. And you just, he said, and then you got the few people who do want to do something. He's like, then you're like, oh crap, what do I do now? I'm out of touch on this stuff. I just give the pill.
Yeah, I guess you'd just be like, screw it after a certain point, you know. 95% won't listen to you, at least, you know.
Well, I would hope that in today's time that such doctors that do want to have a specialty and things like that would, you know, get that and do that and then, you know, find patients beyond just the local area or whatever that they can help and push healthcare forward instead of just being a damn pill pusher. I think in my profession, I had a few places tell me a certain thing, and I was listening like, oh no, this is how you have to do it, blah, 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 blah. And I said, look, if I have to abdicate my responsibility like that, I'll just get out of the industry before I abdicate my responsibility. I'll do something different. And the 3 people who told me that just started stuttering a little bit. They, gee. I'm like, yeah, I'm not using my words to put somebody in a bad situation that I can prevent, even if it means it's a tougher road for me. Now, I won't do that just to satisfy a short-term objective. And it's unfortunate that there are more that don't do that, because it's a really tough world we live in, and it oftentimes does seem to punish the people with good intention.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to a doctor unless I was gonna be dead soon,
Yeah, it's very interesting. A lot of disillusioned people.
I mean, think about how many of those people probably think Earth is a planet, right? Like you're going to be if you think Earth is a planet, you're the last one I'm going to for medical advice, right?
I've been watching Oasis absolutely roll through all these cities and drive. Everyone's going crazy over them. And they're coming to Melbourne, and I'm like, my brother knows a ticket guy, right? And he gets me all these great tickets. I'm like, I want to go. So I'm like, Steve, give me a ticket. He's like, they're all gone. I'm like, oh. And I'm really like, I want to go. And then I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't even like them. I don't even like them, but I don't know. I like the story.
I've been watching The Crocodile Hunter on repeat.
Really? Hey,
yeah, I mean, if you're not man enough to turn your back on a fucking fully grown female crocodile, okay, you're a pussy.
No. I I've been watching dumb people versus animals. Just watch that video or those videos, and you realize Crocodile Hunter's just, it's just insane.
He was a badass though.
We had Michael Jackson hanging his kid out the window, and then we had Steve Irwin hanging his kid over an alligator, crocodile, whatever.
Yeah, but he was a trained professional. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. So was Michael.
What, dangling children out of windows?
Michael Jackson, remember?
Yeah. Was he a professional at dangling children out of windows? I know Steve was a professional at dangling meat in front of crocodiles.
Well, you'd want to be if you were going to try it.
Hey, I'll tell you, my theory goes that him dangling the kid over the alligator is just as real as going to Mars or the moon. All of it is real. It truly happened. It just happened in Studio 5B out back.
Yeah, BBC or whatever, yeah.
Hello.
Guys, listen. So I made a song, not song, wait.
Sunny, is it?
It does?
Yeah, hi.
Hey, I'm just here to learn. I wanted to understand, can you explain, like, how does flat Earth look like? I just want to, that's something that I don't know, I guess.
What, as a whole,
I made a
like if I could see it. Oh, hang on.
I made a thing about flat, okay?
Yes,
wait, listen. Round or flat, who knows that? Google says no, princess shot. Maps to go spin, debates begin. Bro, go blur, where to begin? Listen, this is my song about round the brain go think, brain go spin. What is real? Where to begin? Meow 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 thought. Oh, what a fact. I don't know what's this name dance. Imagine that. Logic, boob, extra Hegel spread can't make it stop. Scrolling fast ideas called philosophy ride, Sigma bride. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Hey, dude, can you type that out in the chat? Are you able to do that? Can you put your song in the chat?
This is okay. Mine.
Someone will steal it. No, I want to give it a title and put it in the chat, and we'll keep it here because it's awesome, man. It's we've got songwriters and musicians and artists who make music about the flat Earth and about the whole subject. So it's awesome.
Okay, let me think it again because around your flat, what's the chat? Scrolling fast, debates goes to spout.
Oh, thanks so much. Now, Marion had a. Or did he go?
No.
Damn, that other dude left, man.
Who wants to be in the team?
Oh, he's still there.
Okay.
Marion, now, just Sunny, just chill, man. Chill.
Yeah.
Just be quiet, please. I want to talk to Madrion.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Go, Madrion. What would you want to say?
I wanted to learn a little bit more about the flat Earth position, what the shape of Earth is, and so on. Just, I have absolutely no idea about the position of the flat Earth movement. So, yeah, if you can, kind of enlighten me so that I could learn.
Like, you mean like what it is, what it looks like as a whole, like?
Yeah, like what is
that what you mean? We don't know.
Yeah, what is the shape of the Earth?
We don't know the overall shape, bro. How will we know that? We do know it's flat, though. The surface is flat, which is the... Did you want to get in there, Jedi?
Oh, sorry, my breathing too loud, dude. No, I didn't.
That's right.
Sorry, man.
That's right, sorry. So we don't know the overall shape. We do know it's flat, though, which is the whole issue that we're talking about. But overall, we don't know.
So, but then I guess if we were to sail east, how do we end up at the same place? Like, how does that happen?
Okay, now I want to get in. All right. This question comes up a lot, right? How is it when I go in one direction, I ended up where I started from? First of all, you have to understand that east and west, these directions, are only relative to a pole. That's an absolute direction. So, for example, if I literally stuck a pole in the ground, 90 degrees, if I was to look at that pole and point at it, and point 90 degrees to my right, that direction's east. Now, east is going to be a circle around that pole. So you ended up where you started because you went in a circle. East and west being circles around poles. Now, you can do that on a flat surface, right? You can walk around anything like a table in one direction and end up where you started as long as you kept that table in the middle of your rotation, right? So it's just a circle.
All right. So basically, the pole is in the middle, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah. If we're going to be talking about east and west, they are going to be relative to poles, plural. But in instance 1, 2 doesn't matter.
Right. So are there multiple poles? Like there's obviously, I mean, generally we learn about
loads of them, dude. Pole. Yeah, there's loads of them. There's like about 11. It's like geographic, celestial, magnetic, true. There's loads of them.
Okay.
But for sake of argument, just so you know, you ended up where you started from because you went in a circle.
I see. Okay. I guess obviously, I've learned in school indifferently, so I'm trying to keep an open mind and understand perhaps, how everyone has been misled, right, in terms of teaching us the wrong thing. So
that's how we've been misled, by teaching us something that isn't true. We all of the flat earthers in this room and that come from the 24/7 server and beyond all got taught the same thing that you did. We all went to the same schools, right? We all got educated in the same way. Just somewhere along the line, something changed. We started questioning this foregone conclusion that we all got taught.
What was for you, from your experience, what was it that made you start questioning? Because I wanted to understand myself, like where should I even begin? Because there's so many questions that I have. If I was to say, well, like who's perpetuating this lie for all of the world, right? And how do we have all the different governments kind of working in tandem? Just so many questions that I have, I guess.
First of all, we need to figure out if the crime's been committed before we can figure out who, by, and why, right? So, is the Earth flat, as we say? Is there something untrue being perpetuated? First, we've got to figure out what the Earth is, though, right? You asked me where I started. Most flat earthers start with the same thing. It's a very simple kind of phrase, right? We see too far. Right? As we look across the Earth with like our eyes, telescopes, high-powered zoom cameras, we can see really, really far. If the weather conditions are good enough, like a nice clear day, we can see really, really, really far. Now, sounds silly like just to bring that up, but if the Earth was a sphere, there'd be a limitation to how far we could see. That would be the curvature of the Earth, right? It will be the thing that boats are disappearing beyond as they sail away over the horizon. It'll be the thing that the sun is hiding behind, rising from and setting behind, right? The horizon would be the limitation of our view because it would be the curvature of the Earth. That's at a mathematical calculatable position based on the radius of the Earth, right? If you know your eye height, how high you are above the surface of the Earth, like the water, the sea, say 6 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, 35,000 feet, it's going to change the distance to the geometric horizon because it's just a tangent function, right? So when we use that mathematical model that we've been told makes predictions about how far we could see, we see further than that mathematical model, much, much further than that mathematical model. So we first start there, observation. It looks very flat. From there, we then build on that. We then check to see if the observation's true. We measure it as best as we can with surveying tools, line of sight observations, targeting like lasers and different types of electromagnetic signal to see if we have a direct line of sight with a target where we shouldn't if the surface of the Earth was curved. When we survey the world, we measure a flat surface. The surface of water is how it looks and how it measures. It's horizontal on the surface. So our position is it looks that way and it measures that way. The surface of the Earth is primarily water, right? 70% of it, we are told, is water. When we observe and make measurements over varying distances of water that should show Earth curvature, they don't. They don't show any curvature. In fact, they measure to be horizontal. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth is observed and measured to be horizontal, it can't be a sphere. That's our position, dude.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I think I'm here to learn, not to challenge or debate or anything. Just trying to understand the position. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And there's lots of questions as well I'm sure you're going to get. So feel free to ask them.
Absolutely. I mean, the big one why are all the textbooks showing a different shape? Like that, what's happening? Like, why is there this huge mass conspiracy?
I don't know. I mean, it's going to be speculation at this point, right? I can demonstrate to you and prove that the surface of the Earth is flat and stationary, but I can't give you the motivations and reasons why the contrary to that position has been educated to us, like putting textbooks and stuff.
Yeah, like literally, my daughter she's 3 years old, and already in her school they're teaching her about the Earth and the shapes of all the planets and so on. So this is from a very young age that we're all taught this, right? So I'm just trying to understand why governments, and not just any, like literally governments all around the world, like what are they? Why are they doing this?
Okay, you seem reasonable, so I'll help you along with my speculation, right? And it is a speculation. I'll give you what I've come to. When they tell us the shape of the Earth, right, and that it orbits around the sun, they also give us a creation mythology or narrative, how the universe and everything sprang into existence, right? The solar system.
Well, not at like kindergarten. In kindergarten, they're just mostly talking about planets and shapes and stuff like that.
Yeah, but down the line, they give us a creation story. You're asking about why they would lie. I'm trying to break it down for you because, okay, the Earth is a sphere, but what more than that? Well, the Earth had to be created somehow, right? Didn't just spring into existence if we understand from the position that the Earth is flat and stationary. When we're given the Earth being a ball that orbits around the sun in the solar system universe narrative, that has a creation mythology that is primarily nature created itself. The Big Bang, right? Everything exploded into existence, all of the matter, all of the rock, all of the substance, and then biology and chemistry and life came along, right? So they give us a Big Bang, cosmology, evolution, because I'm sure your child is being taught about dinosaurs and stuff at school as well, as long as the planets.
I mean, yeah, dinosaurs, yeah, but not evolution or Big Bang, right? That's too much.
But 3 years old, guarantee you by 5, 6, 7, that creation mythology in the form of planets and the solar system is an evolution or a dinosaur to be. This is a creation story. Now, when the Earth isn't what is created within that story and is flat and stationary, we ask the question again, well, how on the Earth did that get here? How was the Earth created? When we look around, we see a very ordered system. Right, we have the sun for light, it gives us life, for example. We have chemistry and biology. In fact, we even have consciousness to have this question, why and what is here when we ask the question, right? Why are we here? What is it? How did it get here? So it's the primary fundamentals of existence, right? So maybe, just maybe, they're giving us a new creation narrative, which is kind of devoid of God. You can argue the toss all day whether God set the universe into existence or didn't. Science will tell you that really nature created itself. But like I said, when the Earth isn't that and wasn't created from that mythology, you have to ask the question again, how was the Earth created? And I suggest to you that God created the Earth. So maybe they're lying to hide God. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, if the Earth was spherical, I don't know why that would exclude God, right? Like God could have created a spherical Earth. Like, why would I don't know if.
And now we can debate all day whether God was even necessary, or we can even push God far, far back. We even can create a time frame for the existence of all of the space and time, billions and billions and billions of years, and a reference to how long the Earth was here, millions and millions of years. So we can come up with all of these creation ideas, and me and you can argue the toss whether God was the instigator in this system. It's just a helpful tool to remove the necessity of intelligence to create when you say nature created itself. It's kind of one of the ontological primitives, right? The kind of dichotomy about creation. It's either to have something that's there, like a painting or a clock or a builder. You need a clockmaker or a builder or something like that to create it. Things don't just spring into existence.
Like we're digressing away from. Like I'm completely I mean, look, I agree with all of your points. Like I'm not an atheist or anything. I believe in God. So you don't need to convince me about God. I'm just trying to understand why would all the different why would they need to make Earth spherical to hide God? Like that doesn't really. I don't really understand the connection there.
Because they get to hide the creation and take it for themselves.
Okay. And this is the biggest thing for me. It's like, why would all the governments in the world be in cahoots with this? I don't know.
Quite a lot of governments aren't necessarily in cahoots, though, are they? They just go along with the larger governments, the ones that are more in control. For example, America, the United States, NASA. Right, the majority of space agencies kind of bend the knee towards NASA. Yeah, they go out and do it themselves, but every other country, whether they've got a space agency or not, will take that as gospel truth, primarily.
Oh, come on. China will never listen to what the US will say.
Okay. So we understand that for the sake of humankind and humanity, scientists from across the world work together. Russian scientists work with Chinese scientists, who work with American scientists, who work with European scientists all of the time. In fact, they're signatories to certain treaties where they do scientific research. The Antarctic Treaty, for example.
Interesting.
Sometimes what we see and hear on television isn't necessarily what is truthfully happening. I mean, we only have to take a cursory look around the world to understand that not listening to the television and the news is probably a good course of action, because, I mean, we used to say you don't believe anything you read in the newspaper. Now we don't believe anything that news reports say to us on TV, let alone anything that you can see on the internet, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have a good level of skepticism for everything, and I'm happy to entertain that level of skepticism. But it's just one of those things where, I don't know, it feels really difficult for me to explain if I was just think about it. Like if I was to, I am convinced about all the arguments about flat Earth, but then the thing that falls apart then is like, why is the US, Russia, and China saying the same thing? Like it just. These three polar opposites.
They're not. No, they're not saying the same thing. You look at the Chinese photos from the Chinese space station, doesn't match ISS. Doesn't match what the Russians did with the first person in space. None of those photos even remotely resemble the same thing. And even better than that, they disagree with each other on the purpose of space and the purpose of space travel. You've got America just weaponizing low orbit with Space Force. You got China collaborating with North Korea. So yeah, none of these nations agree on jack and or shit except for one thing. They seem to agree on one thing only, that Antarctica, for some reason, should be preserved for some other reason. The only place in all of creation where they seem to get along is just Antarctica. But not really, also, because you got the Japanese whaling fleet, hunting whales to extinction in violation of Antarctica treaties. So yeah, they're not collaborating on nothing at all, ever. Like, if anything, we're marching ever closer to some kind of World War III, where you got Western and Eastern powers battling off over these countries like Ukraine and Belarus and whatnot. So yeah, if you think there's somehow this global community of scientists who are happy and everything, you should watch the movie ISS. It came out last year. It basically had a hypothetical situation. What would happen on the fake station if America and Russia went to war? How would that impact the people on the ISS? Because it highlights from a couple of years ago when the Russians refused to bring.
If I was to go to a Chinese public school, right, they would teach that the Earth was round and spherical, and the same in Russia and same in the U.S. And that's what I'm talking about. Like these.
Yeah, they also teach you to bow down to authority and respect the government and all the other stuff too. Okay, yeah. So in America, they teach you God bless America. We landed on the moon. You think they teach the same thing in Russia and China, that God blessed America?
Oh, no, I don't think they do, no.
Okay, so they do teach different things. Okay, so you're wrong again.
No, I mean, of course they teach different things on other things, but I think they teach the same thing on the Earth being spherical.
So how about check? How about double check what they're saying? Would that seem like a good idea?
I am. That's why I'm here, aren't I? I'm here to learn.
Yeah, but you're not. This is not the Earth. This is a flat Earth server, which will ask flat Earthers questions. You're not really doing that. What you're doing is saying, "Hey, there's a bunch of people in these federal, or executive agencies in 3 or sort of like 2.5 of the world superpowers. They seem to be teaching their kids all the same thing. I wonder if there's some kind of conspiracy theory." That would be a different question. That has nothing to do with the Earth. That could follow all kinds of things. There's many things that the governments have told people over the years that is straight wrong. And they knew it's wrong. They just said it anyway.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, in China, just a couple of years ago, they had a mass open-air execution for low-level drug offenders that they boasted a 100% conviction rate. Okay, that is not the hallmark of a space age culture. That's a hallmark of like the Inquisition. That's like Dark Age type shit.
They implementing social credit scores as well. At some point.
Yeah, it's a main point here is that if you're going to think that China is some kind of Vulcan-esque exploring space for the betterment of humanity, holy shit, are we in trouble?
I think it's hard to sit here and speculate about the whys and wherefores about this, whoever they are, right? Because they're not necessarily the person that's on TV or the person that's in government or whatever. So it's hard to speculate on this. But we can demonstrate the crime has been committed. Necessarily who, by, or for what reasons, though, is, like I said, up in the air.
I see. So is the Earth also stationary? Is that the view? Like it's not rotating? Even if it was flat, it's not rotating?
Yeah, flat and stationary. So it might be easier to visualize the Earth as the floor, and the lights in the sky, sun, moon, and stars, they reside like above the floor.
Are they rotating around the Earth? I guess the sun is rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, just like you see it. I would say use your God-given senses, make an observation, and what you see is what you get. Do you see the stars move? Well, yeah. Do they move east to west? Yeah. Do they move in the predicted pattern for all of recorded human history? Well, hell yeah. So why would someone say it's not that, and it's that at the same time? Because the universe is deceiving you by moving the Earth at exactly the same pattern through the sky every day, with a stationary star field in the background, which is also moving, but so slow you can't detect it because the humans have only been around for such a short period of time, and the galaxy is like 26 billion years. So it, by intents and purposes, it's moving fast, but not fast enough to be detected by the short lifespan of human culture.
But so what about like
which one makes more sense? Yeah, well, I'm saying, hold on, pump the brakes. Which one makes more sense? A or B?
not sure what's A and what's B. Sorry.
Exactly what you see is exactly what you're getting. The stars move across the sky. What you see is what you get. They move across the sky in predicted pattern, recorded through all of human history. What you see is what you get. Or it's not that. B, it's actually that because you're observer dependent, as Einstein said, from your reference frame, you're stationary, everything else is moving, but you're also moving, and the universe is playing some sort of grand trick on you because it's moving at such a fast, slow rate that all of recorded human history is barely a microsecond in its movement because the universe is like 26 billion years old. Like, which one makes more sense?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, obviously, if I was to just say everything that I can see is what makes the most sense, then sure. But, I mean, I think we can agree that our senses are not really a good judge of what makes the most sense, right? Like, we can be deceived, so I don't know.
So A then.
Yeah, so back to A. What you see is what you get. Like, when you see something move, do you think it's moving? Or do you think you're moving?
I think that it is moving, yes.
Okay, so yeah, what would cause you to say, you know what? I'm not, like, you're standing there, like you go to like the roundabout and like the Champs-Élysées or whatever, Big Ben, and you're standing in the middle of Big Ben, and you see everyone driving around the roundabout. What would cause you? What type of like mental defect or something? What type of condition would cause someone to think everything around them is stationary? They're the one moving.
Vertigo.
There's some kind of inner ear problem, like lots of alcohol, where like like someone.
I have no idea. I don't know what type of person would need to think that.
But yeah, Earth is stationary. Sun, moon, and stars move above the Earth. I think.
Just like it appears to.
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay. And then how does it go from like the left side of the sky to the right side of the sky? The sun.
It moves. I don't know what the sun is or what mechanism drives its motion, but it clearly moves.
Oh, okay. So it, like once it sets, it moves back to the position in the east, essentially.
Well, again, if we're talking about its position in the east, it's always going to set and rise at a different location throughout the year. But that path east, understanding that's a circular direction. You can observe the sun above the horizon for 3 months of the year in the summer in the north or the summer in the south. So it clearly circles above the Earth.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm saying like if I was to just look at it in the evening, I know where it's setting. It's setting on the side that we usually call the west, right? And then in the morning again, the next day morning, it rises on the other side of the sky.
Yeah, it's just moving, dude. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you helping me understand.
No worries, mate. It's fine. There's lots of things we don't know, like the motivation question. Can't necessarily pinpoint that. What the sky is, why it moves, and this, that, and the other. Don't know that. You just understand that when we measure the Earth for any type of curvature that the math says should be there, according to the radius, we measure zero curvature. So the Earth can't be a sphere.
Because if it's not curved, what is it? Basic geometry for 100, Alex. It's not curved.
Was that question to me?
Yeah. You ever played Jeopardy before?
What was the question? I think I missed it.
You ever played Jeopardy? You know the game show Jeopardy?
I might have seen a clip or two. Not sure if I've seen the whole thing.
So what they do in that game show is the host gives you the answer, and you have to give him the question.
Okay, yeah.
So you would say, like, in his categories, so that he'll be like 5 categories with 5 questions, and they increase the dollar amount based on how difficult they are. So you'd say basic geometry for 100, Alex, which was the host of the show. He says the answer, the surface is not curved. Would you say what is flat?
Okay, what is the Earth's curvature? Is that
the surface of Earth is not curved. Like, what is flat? Or something along those lines. I'm kind of like ripping from the hip here.
Right.
So if it's not curved, if it's not curved, what is it?
I guess it must be flat, right?
Yeah, there you go.
What's this types of line for 500, Bob?
Oh, there we go. That's way better.
Oh, so we have not been to space. Okay.
Oof.
We I definitely have not been to space.
But I meant like mankind.
Yeah, mankind hasn't been to space either. There's like a group of people, like NASA, from the 1960s, with like you're talking about like 50 plus years ago. They said they went to space, and I mean, people even at the time didn't believe them. So I would say no, we. All the horrible things that happened in the 1960s, I want nothing to do with that. That was not me. I had nothing to do with it. No, thank you. Do not put that shit on me. You ever see those photos of the government releasing dogs on civil rights protesters and water cannons and, kind of like arresting people, trumped up charges to try, give a warning to other civil rights activists?
I haven't seen that.
How about, did you know a woman was arrested for simply sitting in the wrong seat? She sat in the front of the bus, and she got arrested for that.
Really? Why?
Because that's your space age right there.
Oh, like back in the day.
Yeah, so if you're going to say we went to space, I would say no, I'm not part of that. Because that's a big burden to shoulder, because there's a lot of things the government did at that time that I would say, no, I'm not part of. So I would say more than 51%, or probably way more, like 99.9%. Maybe the EPA was kind of a good idea, even though it didn't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I will look at things more, I guess. Yeah, seems like a big conspiracy, really.
No, the opposite. The opposite of conspiracy.
What? How do you define conspiracy?
Well, I mean, I think the majority trying to mislead the minority about something, essentially. About a majority.
The majority.
Yeah, like, for example, like the majority of people in the world believe that the Earth is flat. Oh, sorry, Earth is spherical or round, right? So they're trying to deceive everyone, essentially.
Yeah, but that's not the majority. That's the minority controlling the majority's position. It's just the minority of that group don't have that opinion. So, for example, the teacher at school, your parents, you as a father, you're not lying, right? When you tell your children, or the teacher tells the children that the earth is a sphere, you're not lying, right? There's no bad intent. There's no other information that you are withholding. Right? There's no secret truth that you've got that you're hiding and perpetuating a lie. And so the majority, the vast majority, it's like a tradition at this point, right? We want our children to grow up with the best education, and the best education, well, let's get the fundamentals right. Let's get them where they are. The Earth's a ball. That's where we live. That's the moon, and that's the sun. We go around that, right? It's just fundamental things. So as soon as that education starts, right, it's not people lying anymore. You've just got a load of believers perpetuating a story that they haven't validated, that they just believe and haven't questioned until someone comes along and says, have you ever questioned this foregone conclusion that you were taught since you were a kid? Have you ever validated it? Have they provided sufficient information for you that you can validate for yourself? And when you start trying to validate their claims, you come up with nothing. What you come up with is something contrary. That's a stationary flat earth, not a ball that spins. So it's a minority, absolute minority, dude, that control the majority opinion.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So yeah, when I asked you to turn conspiracy, the reason why is it's because if you understand that some minority controlling majority opinion, then everything is really a conspiracy, right? Even sales techniques, advertisements on TV, entertainment, propaganda, it's all a conspiracy, dude. Everything is. Politics, medicine, all of it. There's always somebody with a hand in someone's pocket. There's always money involved. There's always some kind of position or career or something like that. Yeah, okay. People will bend over backwards if that's what they have to do. Shit. It's not hard to get people to lie.
Fair enough. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, come around anytime, man.
Slight different tone in my conversations recently, being as I'm in the UK and I can feel the closing so fast. It's unbelievable. It's really weird. I mean, look around outside you. It's obvious people lie, right? It's happening all the time. Why? Pick a reason. There's thousands. But he was a good lad. Good chap.
explained by math. You can make use of math. Sometimes
That's where we differ. I do not think math explains anything. Think you can describe phenomenon using mathematics. There is no explanation. If I have a whole bunch of equations, they don't actually explain anything. They just they describe what's going on. Yeah. The explanation comes from us, where we give little stories to the variables, right? And we make it into a cool story that we like tell the kids.
Yeah, no, that's
they don't understand the math.
But
so here's a cool story.
Go ahead.
Want to hear a cool story? Keplerian orbits.
Okay.
Keplerian orbits is a kinematic model with no forces. But everybody thinks that they're calculating the force of gravity everywhere and that they're using the inverse square law. Well, they are using the inverse square law. Not because they're calculating forces, but because it's a consequence of elliptical orbits. That if there's a force at a foci of an ellipse, it'll fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And this is where Newton came up with it in the first place. Didn't come from an experiment. It didn't come from anything. Came purely from a geometrical relationship.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. So even though you have a kinematic model of orbits with no actual forces, you can pretend that you're actually calculating forces because of this geometric relationship. Now,
but that's the thing. Go. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'll just. The point is that the way things actually work versus the way people think they work are quite different, and we make these little explanations because it sounds cooler. Like there's a force that pulls all the planets together. That sounds cooler than, if we calculate the time and the period and the speed, then we'll, in a certain period of time, it'll be back at that place, right? That doesn't sound cool, right? It sounds cooler when we say there's magic rubber bands pulling everything together, right? That's an explanation. But that's not what they're actually doing. They're just basically doing data fitting of a pattern.
Yeah, so that's a very good point, actually. So I want to also give you this viewpoint. So let's say we have the Keplerian, there's a geometrical construction. As you said, there is no force in the Keplerian orbit. And Newton comes and is like, I think there are forces. So if you assume the forces, you will get the orbits. You get the ellipses. And one of the criteria of the mathematical models and scientific models is when you explain something, then you also need to predict something. Otherwise, you're just explanation is not enough, because as you said, you can just feed the data and it explains it. But you also have to make predictions. And it makes predictions. It can predict the orbit of the Halley comet. So I think I'm not sure about this, but I think Newton was the first guy who calculated the orbit of Halley itself. I'm not sure, actually. But you can continue the math. You can be like, okay, if I understand gravity, I can understand the motion of stuff on the Earth. Like when I throw something, I can calculate how fast I need to throw. Sorry?
That's a leap of logic.
Yeah, it is. And it works. You have to take it. If you want to do science, you have to take a lot of logic. And it works. That's the thing. You have to believe in the logic.
Didn't they try to calculate the transit of Venus a couple of times, and they missed it based off of the globe model, the heliocentric model?
Yeah, so Kepler made the calculation that was actually wrong. But there was error in his calculation. So some other guy called Jeremiah something did the calculation, and he did it correctly, and he saw the transition. So it was Jeremiah.
Yeah. So
you can make errors,
brother. You did the exact same thing I just said people do. You just did it. They're not using forces to calculate orbits. These are mathematical equivalents. They're mathematically equivalent, right?
So that's the thing. Now,
if I use Keplerian orbital elements or Newton's laws, as long as I don't use too many bodies, they're mathematically equivalent.
Yes.
So,
but now
you're only lying to yourself saying you're using Newton's laws because you're actually not.
So the thing that, I think the thing that usually, when people are talking about Newton gravity, they usually mention the Apple story, which is not real. Actually, it never happened. But they think that started this imagine the apple fall on the head of Newton. He was like, "Oh, there's an apple. Like, there's a gravity." It's not real. Like it's a made up story. It's a fun story. But I think that I heard that real story is that Newton looking at the orbits of the moon, and it's like, what's keeping moon up on the sky? And it's a realization that if you explain the orbits of the moon and the solar system with the gravity, the same gravity explains the movement of objects on the surface of the Earth. So it's that this.
But it's not the same.
Maybe. No, you can.
You're conflating big G with little g. We know little g empirically. We don't even need a big G for any of that.
You can actually, if
and just I need to make a correction on how Newton came up with gravity. He came up with it, and demonstrated the equivalence using conic sections. Now, there's actually, if you go on Google and type in Feynman's Lost Lecture, he goes through the whole thing of how Newton came up with all this. There's also one on 3 Brown 1 Blue, which is pretty good. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. Richard Feynman.
It's a brilliant video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But he goes through how partially goes through it. How Newton came up with it had nothing to do with Apple. Had nothing to do with anything falling.
Yeah,
and to get to an object falling right from this other thing, this planet orbits. That is a crazy leap of logic, dude. Like, because you can actually, because this is a common thing that comes up. You guys don't believe in gravity. Yeah, gravity, what's that? Oh, drop something, that's what gravity is. Okay.
Yeah.
How do I go from I dropped something that fell to the ground to Earth as a ball?
I don't want to say it, but it's math. The path phase of something.
A logical progression. Yeah, but a logical progression. I make the observation, I see something fall. How do I just from seeing something fall, go Earth as a ball? People have been seeing shit fall for a pretty long time. Okay, so they were all watching shit fall down. How come those people didn't go Earth as a ball?
Because it takes, as you said, it's not just a huge leap in the logic; it's also a huge leap in the calculation and the logical reasoning. So it takes so much effort to make a model that explains shit falling and shit orbiting around the sun. And that's what Newton did. Like, he connected these two different geometrical constructions. One is for objects falling. So Galilei found that.
How was that connected? Wasn't done in his lifetime.
Yeah, he's asking you how.
The connection between things rotating and shit falling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what's the logical connection between the two?
So you if you assume the Newton's law, you say, okay, mass.
So there goes the logic part.
From somewhere. So that's the way science works. Okay,
that's not how science works. You don't just make assumptions and then say, I'm going to try to figure out how to make it true. It's just begging the question.
There is the bias, but you give up the idea when it stops working. That's why we give up Newton's idea and stick to the Einstein idea, because we're like, okay, now we're saying that Newton didn't predict.
Where did they get the mass of the Earth from? Because this is the crux of the problem. Where did that come from, the mass of the Earth?
Right.
Okay, that's a very good question. You can estimate it if you have the size and also the density, but the density is not uniform. So,
it's not.
But you can do it with actually a small g and big G, right? You can do it with a small g and big G.
So you reverse the equation, right? And then if you assume that 9.8 meters per second squared is a consequence of big G gravity, then it'll get the mass of the Earth, and your equation will work perfectly fine. You could say, hey, we predicted 9.8 meters per second squared, but you actually post-predicted it. You didn't predict a damn thing. You just fit a phenomenon, and you fit a phenomenon into an assumption. That's it. But you still haven't used the scientific method to figure out the cause of a falling object.
Okay, I have a question. Is it possible that after this Discord call, you just wake up and realize that you were in a simulation or like a really accurate dream. Can you prove that? You can't. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't prove that you're not in a simulation.
Yeah,
right?
I can prove it that I'm not in a simulation.
So you assume
dream.
Why do these guys always go there?
You guys always run away. You guys just like, oh, I can't have my globe. I'll stick dynamite in all of reality and blow it up.
No.
All of reality. We don't know what's a globe. We don't know anything.
Exactly. So you have to start from somewhere.
See, this guy, he said exactly.
You notice they always go there. Every time they can't prove their globe, they go to, we may live in a simulated universe. Or how do you know?
I didn't say that. You say that. Oh, every time you start talking, you guys like, oh, you're making assumptions.
Yeah.
So you don't have any assumptions. You don't have any assumptions about reality. You don't assume reality is real. You just think things are, and you don't assume they're real. There's no reality.
I don't have to assume reality is real. I felt pain before.
Yeah, he asked you 3 times basically to prove your globe, the physical object that you're claiming is true, because you leaping it from things falling on the ground. And he asked you what was the connection, which is basically giving you some observations to show that your point is true. And then you started with, well, assume this and assume that, and here's the math. But you ain't start with any observations whatsoever.
Also, I still have to think about eclipses, but
why do these guys ignore it when we ask them to prove something in reality? Why ignore it? Can you just address my point?
What's your point? I don't get your point.
Okay, my point is that you're trying to prove something is physical in reality, like Earth being a globe, right? Right. So we asking, what is the physicality of it? What physical observation do you have in this first instance before you even get to the math or get to the assumption?
Okay. Let me think. Why would I assume Earth is globe?
Again, assuming again.
Yeah, we're far. Look, bro. Let's just walk it through. So what we hear typically is, like I just said, what's your proof of gravity? Drop something. Okay, how did you get to a globe from that? No answer. Okay, even if, say I just granted, yeah, little g is a derivative of big G. How do you get a globe from that? What's your evidence that gravity forms things into balls? Has that ever been observed? Has it ever been done in the lab? Is it a consequence of the physics?
Actually, Cavendish did that.
Cavendish did what?
He did an experiment. He had 2 massive balls. And
what fell in that?
Sorry?
What fell in that? What fell in Cavendish? We're trying to figure out why things fall.
No. They attraction. I say there's attraction between massive bodies. So he measured the attraction.
Okay. There's an attraction between massive bodies.
And that's
what is mass, dude?
That's what you do. You just stop.
Because mass is another shit defined term. And if I ask you what it is, you're going to give me the wrong definition, and then the right definition is resistance to acceleration. And then you go, two resistance to acceleration attract resistance to acceleration, which makes no fucking sense.
What?
Right. Mass is defined as resistance to acceleration.
Yes.
In physics. So when you say mass attracts mass, you're saying resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
So it's called Einstein's correspondence theorem, which is not trivial. It's not trivial why the 2 definitions of the mass are like why the mass that resists acceleration also has to do with attraction. So yeah, it's not trivial.
It's never been proven that they're actually equivalent. So there's that problem.
So
did you know that it's never actually been experimentally demonstrated that the gravitational and inertial masses are actually equivalent?
No, there is an experiment. No, there's experiment. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I know there's another physicist that's been researching this for 10 years, and he's got lots of experiments showing they're not equivalent by doing drop tests. His name is Sky Darnos. In case you can watch his experiments, they're pretty interesting. There was also experiments done in the Bremen Drop Tower, which is a story vacuum chamber in Germany, which demonstrates the nominal equivalence. It just was asserted, and everybody just goes along with it. So the point is, we're getting way off the point. The point is, people say Earth is a globe because of gravity. Gravity forms matter into balls. Okay, this has never been observed in nature.
Like the galaxy, like the far away, like we look at formation of stars, formation of galaxies. Yeah. We see dust.
Oh my Jesus! So we watched we watched a planet form into a ball. We have actual observation of it happening. Now you're going to tell me, no, it happens over too long of a time scale. We never actually seen it.
So that's another thing. You haven't seen one like a star forming, but because there are 10 billion, 10 trillion stars in the sky, you can see the stars in their different life stages.
How do you know they're in different stages?
Because you see they're different. One of them are just gas, and you can see...
they're different.
How are you relating those stages?
All the people on Earth are different. Do we say that they're in different stages?
That's actually
pretty cheap. I missed that.
Hey man, that black person's just in a different stage of white, man. It's cool.
Good. Time out.
They were saying that about Michael Jackson for about 30 years. Babies, right? They're like, you just turned white already, Michael.
But you see like a baby, you see old man, you see guy, you see they're not the same people. But you see the baby grow.
Is Reg here? Reg's gonna kill me. Reg, I'm sorry, bro. Is a black man a collapsed version of a white man?
I think that's the funniest joke I've ever heard you say, Sheepdog.
It's funny shit, man.
Guys,
listen, how about we do this, okay? Now, you've admitted that there's a lot of assumptions, and that's pretty much, that's what you're dealing with. Is there anything we can actually just say, yeah, this is 100% true, and we don't have to assume anything?
I say no, because assumption of reality existing also is something you have to assume.
Oh my god, dude! What do you mean assumption of reality existing?
You're assuming your emotions are true. That's your assumption. There's always assumption. You're assuming that the pain is real.
What are you talking about?
They exist. You say reality exists, and you said because I feel pain, I feel joy. Yeah. Why do you feel the pain is real? How do you assume that the pain is real?
It's not an assumption. I feel it.
So it's just about feelings. Whatever you feel is true.
Listen, brother. So the idea. Look. Are you familiar with Thomas Reid?
Sorry, what? Who's Thomas Reid?
Thomas Reid. This bullshit. I don't even know how this shit's still around.
Yeah.
This Descartesian, super skeptic, freaking brain in a jar. I can't prove there's no external world. That nonsense was 200 years ago.
So that's the thing that I'm saying. I'm saying you're making this an argument.
That worldview was that. No, it's refuted, dude.
You're making the same argument, saying that there shouldn't be any assumption.
No, okay. It was called the ideal. It's called the ideal theory, right? That you can't prove there's any external world. I think, therefore I am. That's the only thing I know is actually real. Is my own mind. I can't demonstrate the external world is real. What Thomas Reid said, they should have known by the place they ended up that they took the wrong freaking path. Because if you spend 2,000 years doing philosophy and you end up like, I don't know anything, you probably took the wrong path. You might think.
Yeah,
because was that where philosophy was trying to end up at? I don't know anything.
Yeah, and
that's where they were trying to end up. Aristotle, Plato, the whole line of philosophy for 2,000 years, they were trying to end up at I don't know anything.
And it doesn't go anywhere. Like if you can just sit, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have to.
You're dodging, dude. No, they weren't trying to get there. That's how you know they ended up at the wrong place.
I'm not really.
They start from the assumption that everything starts from the internal world. okay, where it does not. Everything starts from the external world. Okay, we know this just in biology, right? Have a baby.
Hi, guys.
Hi. If you measure the what do you call it? The brain waves, or it's basically a blank slate until the external world makes imprinting on the brain, right? You can't even have thoughts, conversations, logic, and even talk about having an internal world unless you're using an external world as a referent to all those things. That's how you even differentiate it in the first place. The external world exists, and because you have some separation from it, you're like, well, maybe it's just me. Yeah. Do you have something to say other than interrupt?
Hi, guys.
Anyway, the point is that how would you even know an internal world exists if there was no external world in the first place? You think you just think you start at the internal world and self-differentiated and pretended in your own mind that there was something external from your own mind? Well, it would still be external from your own mind, even in your own imagination, thus creating an external world. The very fact that there's a differentiation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this fact is makes sense.
And all that shit's just a bunch of fucking mental mind games of people that don't.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, saying I don't want to care. I don't care about philosophy that much. I just
we hear it a lot in this chat, dude. We hear it all the time. As Reg was,
it's a wrong direction. I would say it's not a good direction to. I just brought it up because I
had a PhD freaking doing that shit, bro. Fucking saying I can't prove I have hands. No fucking hell's angles. I mean, we're way off topic. The point is that. Is there anything we can say for certain about the world? Like, we can find you, right? If we found you, I can take a tape measure. Like, look, he's, freaking 1.7 meters tall.
Yeah.
And I can know that. We're just going to compare you to the tape measure. I don't have to theorize. I don't have to freaking make up shit in my mind. I don't have to have a theory of you being tall or a hypothesis or a model or any of those things. Right. No, my point is there are things we can know. And if we don't you think it might be interesting? Like, hey, dude, we're so far down the rabbit hole. Maybe we should just go reconsider, go back to the drawing board and okay, we went way into our imagination. We made a lot of assumptions. Let's circle the wagons and go, what do we actually know for 100% certain? And let's lay this foundation and then build from that. Because I think we're often to speculative theoretical physicists never land at this point, where we, because of Hume's fucking problem of induction, people have settled for freaking sloppy reasoning.
Okay, so you mentioned the tape measure. So I get the tape measure and measure your height or my height, it's 1.7 meters. Okay? I'm like neat, I'm 1.7 meters, and I give the tape measure to you, and I tell you to go measure someone else. Tom, is in across the city, you have to go to his house and measure his height. So you go there, you measure his height, 1.8, or let's say 1.7, it's the same height, and your conclusion is that okay, so me and Tom are the same height, but I don't like that. I want to be taller than Tom. So I say, how did you assume that tape measures stay the same length when you take the tape measure across the city?
Because it's the same fucking tape measure.
Yeah. Do we need to calibrate it?
Calibrate the tape? How do you calibrate a tape measure?
So you always assume that things don't change when you're moving across cities. There's still some sort of something
this isn't an abstract idea. This is a physical object. You keep doing this where you're conflating things that are actual physical and concrete with things that are abstract as if somehow they're equivalent. Like saying, hey, how do you know that actual thing, that brick over there is real? Versus saying, how do you know the sun has parallel light rays? One is phenomenological, whereas one is just a statement about its existence or not. Right.
Okay, so you know what? Actually, I was right, because when you went to the other part of the city, it was like you did. Like, let's say you didn't know about.
Maybe you went near the speed of light, and the tape measure shrunk or something. I don't know.
No.
Is that
let's say you didn't. You don't. Let's say you don't believe in the math and the physics that I'm like describing everything, and you don't know the thermal expansion. And actually, it was like a tape measure made of like a metal that expands a lot when it's like cooler or hotter, like when it's hotter. So actually, the tape measure was like expanded because you were like in a part, like part of city that's hotter. So actually, there was something to calibrate based on the science.
Yeah, that would be a measurement error, but you shouldn't make a tape measure off of fucking expanding metal. Just like we wouldn't make a tape measure off of out of a bucket of water. Okay, this is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know how they
hold on real quick.
No.
Sonic. I have an image, a GIF, or not a GIF, but a meme, I guess, in the side chat, and it talks about rain on different planets. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Okay, the last part probably is not correct. I can show you, but the other one is probably correct.
How do you know?
I read in the news, right? They say it. It's a spectroscopy.
There's no steaming on
probably. Shut up, man.
Can we ask you? I want to ask you a question. What are you skeptical of in the mainstream narrative? Like claims that just seem to you just so outlandish and outrageous, or shaky and nonsensical, maybe.
Dark energy and dark matter. I don't like them.
Okay. That's. Do you think that they're post hoc hypothesis to save the gravitational theory from being falsified?
Yeah, and I understand them. Like scientists always do that. They just come up with the first thing that comes to their mind. It's fine. But I believe they're gonna be proven wrong at some point. We probably will have some more elaborate theory that like improves the current theory. I don't believe there is dark energy sitting around, invisible 90% of the world. But at this point,
they can't prove it or disprove it because it's just an imaginary thing. So
exactly, unless I observe it, it's a theory, and it's not a perfect one, but it also has some.
It's not perfect because it's not even anything. Shit, we got this theory of gravity wrong.
Perfectly nothing.
Add some shit in. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, I just want to say something about the tape measure. Okay, I also want to mention this, but I want to move on. Nowadays they calibrate, like the definition of 1 meter is defined by the speed of light.
Dude, you're so full of shit, bro. Sorry, dude. You're full of shit. When you go to the doctor and they take your height, you don't fucking have this conversation with them.
No, but the definition. That's why you trust in the tape measure.
He gets a torch and he measures the speed of light to the top of his hand, which is near his head. Okay. And he goes, all right, so I must be this tall because it took the light to get from the bottom of me to the top of me at this time. Is that how you measure?
What does he use?
He measures his height with an interferometer.
He can. I would appreciate it.
But it's a wonder he hasn't started rattling on about gravity and how it's less up near his head, so he stretches a little bit.
Oh my God, your head's younger than your feet, buddy.
Well, I think it's ironic. I think it's very ironic that he's willing to consider that all of reality may not exist, but he doesn't like dark matter and dark energy.
Guys, who makes the tape measure? There's a company making tape measures, right? They calibrate it with another tape measure, right?
Yeah, look, I'm in construction and they always say, you know what the problem is? Always use the same tape measure and you'll never have the wrong measurement. All right.
Most of the time, the problem's the idiot operating it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't read numbers.
Use the same tape measure. Doesn't matter.
No, it contracted due to the warping of space-time.
Okay, I really need to get some sleep, so I want to. I will say something.
You know what? You've been really good, man. So come back anytime.
Yeah, we appreciate your civility.
Yeah, I love this conversation. It was like sometimes really hard to continue conversation for obvious reasons. It was like we had so many different points of view. But I'm happy I did this. I hope you guys also enjoyed it. But all I'm gonna say at the end is that even if we don't believe that world is described by all of these assumptions and things that we don't feel, things that we don't see, I think that's what we did as humans. We made some assumptions, we made something work, and
you mean imagine things. We imagine some stuff that doesn't exist.
We imagined the fields and we made the radios.
And we created a computer model and we manipulated that computer model and did.
You didn't imagine anything. He freaking made a spark gap and got a freaking voltage somewhere across the room. It wasn't based upon equations. You know, most things that are done engineering and experimentally, they're not based solely upon equations. Those are just like starting points.
That's trial and error.
They complete each other. So Maxwell wrote his theory based on Faraday, which just did experiment. Faraday didn't know shit about math. He's like one of the physicists that doesn't know it. Yeah, you know that. You're studying enough. But Maxwell
I'll say this, Sonic,
and made it to what, sir?
I'll say this, okay? All of us here graduated high school believing the Earth. A lot of us graduated from college believing the Earth was a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we believed the Earth was a globe for most of our lives, and it just comes down to testing.
I was really impressed. I'm very impressed. I'm really impressed by the level
what do you think is going to happen to you if you wake up one day, go out and test the globe, and you find out that the Earth is flat? How are you going to feel about all of the physics you've learned in your life?
I feel bad. I will say that. I will say that. Well, okay, I'm not making a kill myself. I'm saying that.
Yeah. We're still going to be able to fire a cannonball on a flat Earth or a globe, and it's going to go the same way as it would either way. It's no difference.
Like when you're shooting, like you can ask this. Like I don't know. Do you guys have people in the like do engineering for the like Navy or like military? Because when you're shooting ballistic missiles, you have to.
We never accounted for the Coriolis.
What was the range of the missile, like or the projectile? I'm talking like about
our kilometer rifle shot.
Kilometer.
So check this out. Iowa class battleships, the big battleships from World War III, can fling a 16-inch shell, 30,000 meters. In the firing tables to fire that gun, which are freely available on the internet, there is no Coriolis calculation. There's no correction for Coriolis. Nothing.
But you do it with the
30 kilometers, brother.
You do trial and error. Like you should, you see it goes like to right. You take it to left. You don't calculate it exactly when you're doing it in World War II. You probably.
Well, they have firing tables. They tested them. These boats were still commissioned in 1984. They used them in the first Gulf War. Yeah, they're still around. There was three still around. There was the Missouri, the Arizona, or not the Arizona. What was the other one? The Iowa, and there was another one named after a state. But they used them during the Gulf War. But they tested their accuracy off the island of Crete in 1984. And their accuracy.
And you say they don't calculate the Coriolis?
Yeah, they have firing tables to fire the guns, and there's no Coriolis calculation. Now, in the beginning of it, it says there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you look at the actual firing tables, it's not actually in it. A lot of the artillery stuff that you'll see, right, the artillery firing manuals, it'll say in the beginning that there's a Coriolis effect, but then when you actually look at the firing tables, they don't calculate for it. It's nowhere in the mathematics. Because think of what you would have to do. You'd have to know your latitude. You'd have to know your azimuth, right? Precisely.
You only need the altitude. You don't need that.
No, you need to know your latitude.
Yes, you do.
You need to know your latitude, buddy.
You only need the altitude. The Coriolis effect is only
latitude, not altitude. Latitude.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So you don't need azimuth, the direction you're pointed.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so how are you going to do this under fire? Which way are we pointing? You're freaking running around like a maniac, dude, trying to not get hit yourself, right? And you're like, hey, which way are we pointed? What latitude are we at? Here, break out the side roll.
The more people who shoot, I never shooted like a artillery, but I put armor. But you have a map and you have a compass, and you always are talking about the altitude, like the azimuth. So it's somewhere in the table.
Yeah, you need a direction. Yeah, you need a direction.
Yeah, so you know the direction with respect to the north.
Well, think about it. But depending on what your azimuth is, okay, if you're shooting east to west, right, your round is going to shoot further or shorter. But as you rotate towards the north, now the Earth is going to spin out from underneath the round. Depending on what your azimuth is, you'll get the max left-right deflection pointing north or south. But if you're not going to be exactly north or south, right? So you're going to be, you could say you're freaking at, what would it be, 270 or something. No, 270 would be
that'd be west.
Yeah, that'd be west. So say you're northwest.
You could say that you're 350 or 10 or 5.
I mean, dude, you're basically shooting a freaking curveball and trying to land a shell.
Yeah, I think
that's how it's going through the air, right? Because it's like, say you're firing against with the spin of the Earth, right? So now it's going to land short, but then you're pointing, say, northeast. So now it's also going to hook. So you're going to hook it short. Dude, I'm not good at golf, dude, but I don't think frickin' Arnold Palmer can make that shot, bro.
Look, golf is different from artillery. It's like the scale of accuracy. I found his table. I was scrolling the I don't know what website is this, but it's gilbertsecurity.org. I don't know, but I don't have experience in military that much. But I found this table. They have stuff like this. So
it's spin drift from the inside, the rifling inside of these artillery cannons and the rifle. It's so that it'll spin the bullet when it comes out, so it doesn't do flips and tumble over and over like a curveball in a baseball.
This is correction for the rotation of the Earth.
We had these tables also with our headquarters unit. We had our artillery attached, our 16 millimeter artillery, and they never use that shit.
Because it's really a small correction for a small, it's not ballistic. When it's a ballistic missile, you have to do large correction for this one.
Yeah, but if you want to hit your target, you want to hit your target, right?
Yeah, but
but that's a range correction, right? If you're firing east or west, where's the correction for the east or west drift?
So to cancel out the rotation effect, right? So because
the Earth's supposed to spin out from underneath the artillery shell, so the shell's going straight, but the Earth is rotating, and at some point they disconnected, even though no one can say when or how or what speed or what height or what air pressure they disconnect at. Somehow they say they're disconnected, so the Earth is spinning out from underneath the artillery shell to be left or right of where you aimed at, right? There's no correction for that. Is it going to be to the left 10 meters? Is it 100 meters, 1,000 meters?
No, that's what it says in the table. You want to shoot something 2,000
it says range.
Meters away.
It says range, dude.
And the correction you have to apply.
Yeah, the range. Right. You have to calculate how far away it is, a different distance, but not the left, right. It's not an azimuth correction. The direction you should be pointed. So the Earth spins out and you land on the spinning Earth.
Sign before number as measures clockwise from north.
Yeah, if I wanted to hit a target that was from my location, let's say 400 meters. We'll just say a kilometer at, let's say, 60 degrees. Right, so that would be north, and in order to hit that, you would actually have to aim at 50 degrees, and you would have to shoot at 950 meters instead of a kilometer, and then the Earth would just spin into it.
So you said that you considered that, there was a point.
Hell no, bro. Hell no. If we missed our target, we assumed that there was a wind draft, like a gust of wind that we didn't account for.
Yeah, so the effect of rotation becomes larger when the flight time is also larger. So like this is like very small for
our 101s, 151 were accounted for.
So what's 101? I'm not experiencing
heavy artillery.
Oh, dude, I just played Call of Duty. I don't know artillery that much, but I mean, I'll play Arma. It has like interesting, realistic.
They don't have artillery in Call of Duty, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, did you have it in Arma? Right? Play Arma 3.
No,
it's a really cool game. If you like military stuff, you should play it. It's like what do you call it? Like it's like a realistic simulator, basically. Of anyway, it's not important.
No, I hear
but yeah, it's a good game.
Really, it comes back to the first Cosmic Day. We gotta solve
you're right.
Cosmic Rung. You're assuming the Cosmic Rung is correct, and then you're going straight to the second Cosmic Rung, the third Cosmic Rung, and you're building stories based off of math equations that you assume the first Cosmic Rung was correct to begin with. What if it's wrong?
Okay. So you meant the cosmic rung? What do you mean by that? Like ladder?
Like
a ladder.
The first rung on the ladder.
Yeah. So yeah, it's if it's the first one is wrong, you also get you find. But if the idea is that my idea is that if the first step was wrong, I would see inconsistencies. I can't talk anymore. Inconsistencies higher up, so the astronomy wouldn't work, or the solar system wouldn't make sense. The observation would match. I couldn't predict the eclipses. I couldn't predict the orbits. You know what I mean? Like
it's kind of like a math equation, right? Like you have a really complicated math equation, and if you screw up on the first step in the math equation, and maybe the math equation takes like 20 steps to complete, all 19 steps after that are completely wrong. You got it right because if you assume the first part was right to begin with, you got the other 19 steps right also.
Yeah.
But the first one was wrong, so the other 19 steps can't be right.
No, that's a good one.
Fully being controlled from the moment they wake up, the moment they open their eyes, to the moment they close them. So they think, if I can, exfluminate, I have some control in the world.
Another theme is emerging. The primary theme being people confusing the map for the territory. People are confusing too system users from system builders. Right? So, hey, flat earther, what about all the pilots? What about all the astronomers? What about all the Windows users? Don't they know how to code an operating system? Does a pilot necessarily know how the map was developed?
How's everyone doing this morning?
Pretty good, man. Just driving around town.
Keeping it real.
Man. You see any curvature?
No.
I stopped looking.
That's fair.
Apparently you have to go all the way to outer space to see it. And no one's done so for over 60 years. In the 1960s, some people did something because God picked America to win the space race, because apparently God loves capitalism. And then the space age abruptly ends in 1972, and never again. But going to Mars is no problem, apparently, if you believe their story. So we'll see how that shakes out.
We'll see here pretty soon. They're supposed to circle around the moon or something. Orbit around. I'm starting to think that they didn't think NASA was going to go this far. I think it was all just propped up, and then eventually it was just a lie after a lie after a lie, and they can't go back now. I don't think it was meant to be this big. The globe theory.
I'm with you there, dude. I've been thinking the same thing for years now. Yep. They've just doubled down. They had no way to back out of this, and the only way out of it is to just slam on the gas pedal. We're stuck with this until like America dissolves or something.
Yep. I think they're fucked.
So in that regard, right, like the UK was pretty smart. They never endeavored to put people on the moon. Russia pretended to want to put people on the moon, but they were careful. They were smart too, to an extent. It's almost like they trolled us, like the Russians trolled Americans to go the extra mile. And we took the bait and we ran with it. And we're like, oh shit.
Yeah, bro, there's no going back. They've already lied and said that they went to the moon. I mean, you had the president involved at that time as well. So there's no going back. Like we all know, well, some of us know that we didn't go to the moon, but
the moon topic, you don't need flat Earth for that. That's probably one of the best things about that. Like the moon mission, that right there was called out at the time. When it happened, people are like, this is some of the biggest bullshit I've ever seen. Who's going to fall for that? I mean, atheists.
I know people personally.
Yeah, atheists took it to court. Took them to court. Said, hey, how about you prove some of this stuff? And they refused to give proof. They just kept playing legal trickery rather than present the proof in the court of law. So when people look at this, they're like, hey, how about what happened then? When did it switch? When did about half of Russians and 30% of millennials or whatever start thinking? It was always that way. It's always been about 30% who absolutely believed it because of political reasons, about another 30% who really didn't know for sure, didn't care, and about 40% who were absolutely not. That is the most fakest, dumb shit they've ever tried to pull yet.
What amazes me is there are people who do not believe in the moon landing. They think it's all BS, along with other things, but they can't grasp flat Earth when we have proof. It's amazing to me because they're like, why would they lie to us? I mean, we clearly see they lied about this. Doesn't matter how big or small.
That's that Bart Sabel. That Bart Sabel, one of the guys who's very active on YouTube, making astronauts gone wild. Something funny happened on the moon. He hates flat earthers, really hates flat earthers. Says that flat earthers are CIA without exception. Every single one of them, all flat earthers are CIA. So yeah, it's really interesting when you see people like that, because what he'll do is a flat earther will use some of his content. He'll report the channel for violations, copyright. Then if the clip doesn't get taken down, then he'll say, haha, CIA. If the clip does get taken down, he'll say, haha, CIA.
Once you go flat, man, you never go back. I don't ever see myself believing in the globe. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it is interesting when you get some of the people who do go back and you ask them, well, what was it that convinced you? What got you to go flat Earth and what got you to go back to the globe? They can never explain it. They can never say, "Oh yeah, I saw this evidence of a flat Earth, and now I saw this evidence of a globe." It's always like some sort of like performative art piece about people. Like we had this guy called Ranty. He has like, used to do long distance photography all the time. And suddenly out of the blue, this other guy he didn't like to begin with, called Bev, did his own long distance photography. And the guy's like, that's a globe. And then he named himself Flurspective, so that everyone started calling him Flurf. And he gets pissed about that, and they laugh anyway, because they're like, hey, once a Flurf, always a Flurf. So then he goes on to cover some sort of Meninism, sort of like he thinks that men are being treated unfairly in society, like a male rights activist. At that point, hey, globalists have him. Take this guy. He's too retarded for this topic.
If there was one thing, and I know I'm reaching, but if there was one thing that would convince you that we're on a globe, what do you think it would be? One thing.
Proof of curvature. An observation, a measurement, something showing the Earth is curved. Even smallest amount. Even say, hey, we were wrong about 3959. It's like, 68, 58 or whatever. Some level of curvature or motion. That'd be another good one too. Say, hey, you can't detect curvature because of XY reasons, refraction or something. The optical, the atmosphere just constantly distorts your vision to make it always appear flat. Your eye converts the information or whatever. But here is proof of rotation, axial rotation.
Yeah, that'd be very strong evidence for me too. If somebody could set a gyro somewhere. In fact, I'd request several gyros to be set up at specific locations and then film them, watch them all, and see what they do over the course of 24 hours.
That's why we say thanks, Bob. Bob Nodell. Yeah. He set up he did the gyro experiment and was able to manipulate local variables to get independent results. He got from like 2 degrees of rotation to like 30 degrees. And even if you take his data and like do weighted averages and all kinds of happy horse shit, it doesn't even get close to 15.04. Not even close. Even with like a margin of error, just like say, hey, we're just going to bake in the margin of error, use weighted averages. It's like one of the funny things where the globalists thought they had won because they got a little bit of a soundbite, out of context soundbite, and they thought, oh, here it is. So he finally drops the data, and people run the numbers. At the best, at the very best, if you give all the charity to the globe side, the flat earther set it up wrong. The flat earther didn't use weighted averages. The flat earther didn't wait for it to warm up, everything. Their best sample size got to like 14.2 degrees per hour. Even with the margin of error of the device, it's not even there. It's not to the 15.04 they would need. So it falsified axial rotation because your Earth would have to maintain a 15.04 axial rotation continuously nonstop. It can't slow up and speed down. It's got to be 15.04 or nothing at all. Any other result is a falsification.
And you're going to have to set up, I think, different gyros at different points on Earth because that 15.04 degrees is going to be divided amongst the different axes of the gyroscope. So, for example, if you set one up at the equator and Earth is a globe, then it's only going to rotate in one axis. If you set one up at the North Pole, it's going to rotate on another axis. But if you set it up at like 45 degrees north latitude, it's going to have to rotate across 3 axes. You're going to need pitch, roll, and yaw. You're going to be able to monitor this. And if you set up gyroscopes at different locations, initialize them all at the same time, and then go, you should be able to see that the gyroscopes are maintaining rigidity in space relative to the housing that's rotating around them along these different axes that accords with a rotation at different points on the surface of a spinning globe. And something like this seems rather trivial here in the 21st century, and it's never been done. If these optical gyros indeed behave the way that they're claimed, then show us that, then use them.
Maybe it was done.
The sensors are a bit noisy, they say. What, DJ?
I said maybe it was done. It didn't work out. The results didn't come in.
Yeah, and they're like, oh shit, we better pretend like this never happened. Yeah, it's an interesting take. Like, maybe it was done, and that's why we haven't heard about it.
You know what else has probably been done like 100,000 times more than what we've gone out and done is measuring over long distance with high-end optics and infrared and stuff like that. I bet people have gone out extensively, especially anti-flat earthers, and tried to do long distance observations and then not release the results because they're not going to help their case at all. Because there's no way that flat earthers could have this many published observations and the globe earthers have fuck all.
Yeah, that's a good point. It brings to mind something I've been talking about recently, the Sophia telescope. For those that don't know, there was an exact replica of the Hubble Space Telescope that was put inside a modified 747 jet, and it was flown around the Earth. This program was decommissioned recently within the last few years. This telescope had, amongst other features, high-end infrared optics, and they claim to have done horizon studies with it. Isn't that interesting? Imagine if Jay Tolan had access to something like this. So I'm like, great, show me some of the footage. Where can I go on NASA's website to retrieve all the footage that Sophia took of these long-distance infrared horizon zooms? And guess what? The footage has been taken down. The databases are not for public use anymore. Apparently they were up at one point, maybe before Flat Earth was popular, I don't know. But NASA acknowledges that they took the databases offline and they're not for the public anymore. Isn't that something? That's something. There we go. Thank you, old dude, for posting a picture. About the best we have are P900s taken on airplanes. But it's enough. Man, imagine that thing. Holy crap. Like, it's a lens the size of a car, an aperture the size of a basketball. Right, I have to step away for a bit. I'll be back online in a few.
All right, sounds good.
What a time to be alive, man. So without all this technology back then, people would just have to take NASA's word.
No, not at all. Yeah, the people at the time, right now, don't take government's word for it. I mean, people, yeah, so people say like, oh, government said something. But yeah, even in the 1960s, with all the technology and whatnot, people called out. Like I said, the American Atheist Association, ran by Madeleine O'Hair, said, let's see the evidence that you went to the moon. Took him to court. Took him to a court of law, sued NASA for the evidence for they went to the moon. And instead of presenting the evidence, having the astronauts testify in court, they played legal trickery to move the court, to move the case to court, till they eventually got some yes men judge to dismiss it on jurisdictional grounds. And still to this day, you can't give the evidence they went to the moon. The director, the last director of Roscosmos, I can't, like Dmitry, whatever, something Medvedev, he was outgoing. He's on state media. Like it or not, Russia has state media. He's on state media, and one of the interviewers said, hey, after your 15-something years, better part of almost, a decade and a half of running the world's best space program, all the propaganda, laying it thick, what do you want all the little boys and girls to know? What's the biggest takeaway? He said, well, all the little boys and girls, I want you to know that America never landed on the moon. There's no evidence they did so. That's on state TV. It wasn't like some sort of outlet where someone would say, oh, it was a shock jock, it was a parody skit. It was just being silly or something like that. He was trolling. No, this was state-run TV. His propagandized exit interview about how great the Russian space program is. His number one takeaway to tell all the little boys and girls at home watching: America never landed on the moon. There's no proof they did so.
We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because Earth is flat.
Now, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
okay.
In fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually go get the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate, 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh, really? Lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
you want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
I just posted in the chat fucking Al-Biruni's method, and Terence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world. It's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, "Oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays."
Yeah, not very freaking much.
You need to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I got to say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence. Because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a flat ball.
The topology mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
So the thing that you said, nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claimed it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels flat.
Maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. Okay. So if I shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean no? No?
Lasers don't work like
Measuring a ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough clever to curve it. So...
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just really hear that?
Yeah, where's the black hole now?
My coffee, dude. Who spiked my coffee?
Since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around objects, any other than...
I'll post a diagram in the slide chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that what you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away should be a greater height.
That's exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally? I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted a laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isomere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them. The 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height that goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser according to the globe is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
Yes, 30 miles from where I was. Yes.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
From you. So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is so the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about 120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a frickin' tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It should be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice, that's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm going to actually post a PDF, which was their report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like Isomere in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were different distances away. Right. So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. DJ, you still here?
This,
DJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway. The horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are quibbling about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in Imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21 mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Just wait. Let me. I'm bad with Imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah, so mile.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards. Seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
the average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Is. Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is
set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh,
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's two comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower, and we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water... Yeah, hold on
I
a
have
second.
no idea what
dude.
he's measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So
من هنا وغادي نبان لك ديري فريندز وغادي نبان لك في النخله دخلي عندي
Why are you doing that? What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Lick a high knee ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The question here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance? Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah,
No,
the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
Now, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
So this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work? Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
Because the season?
Because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, no, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come without standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the deep part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right. I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon then?
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon itself is not.
Look, dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
half a millimeter, or like
no, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter.
Listen to my question. It doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description into the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen. I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on, but the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy. And then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, typically when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know what an inferior mirage is? It's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon is 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even, the fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same observation, if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface, I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure, and what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do with that. That's the perspective of how.
No, the railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks, when you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, and perfect water and perfect everything, no air. Basically, an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get.
What if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So
can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table?
Yes, the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to the edge of your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
you can see it if it's parallel?
You can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from your, so you got the surface of a table flat, right?
You don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
what
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Your question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at an edge on. And look, bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it, even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table. You wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
so
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
this is
definition of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface,
right? The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but physically, it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it at 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
Then what is it? You said 0.
Yeah, imagine the table is
angle 0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you, dude. I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle 0.
Okay, if you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
And if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0. What did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle
it's also
zero.
not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle zero is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you've said already. Piling more garbage, group. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing angle.
You want to listen to yourself?
Angle of incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling you.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have to define your spatial reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations. That's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same level.
Running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean theorem, trigonometry. You didn't pass third grade geometry now?
How can he say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see?
Let's just clarify something.
Is?
So we're. So,
you didn't see
friend,
my name.
let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe some life back into this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points?
Doesn't matter what you see, the angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface, those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you. But that's what we're talking about.
But but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that says who was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
you can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
Physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
Not brain perception, it's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
Of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the angle, so when it comes to your eyeball, right?
With your eyes.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic spectrum, you'd be able to pick it up.
And wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just? So now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus.
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics.
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
my living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light preserver.
A room of light. Can you overflow that?
It's weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because of the resolving power.
That is not factually true. If you can't see
it is factually true, and I just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get
way more detail than you deserve.
There's up to a limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on. You just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface. no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what
nonsense,
you mean by
dude.
seeing, then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
Okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller. Okay. Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait.
Like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details.
I mean by seeing, seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're going to see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my angle of view to the surface, so my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.000000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle.
Right, but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh no, building is curved. Yeah.
That could be it. It is. I have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic. Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? You see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into a line. They are not even
squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
well, what do you think we're talking about?
He's going to fight this no matter what. He doesn't realize you draw that.
We're talking about how things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing the way they look. Seeing. That's the same thing, right? You see things look right. That's the same.
Okay.
Right. So you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
right, you don't see it.
You don't see the surface
because of the limitation of your eye. Yeah.
It reminds me of A Guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation, isn't that what we said?
Yeah. Thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretic's Razor. What is that? What is Heretic's Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's switch topics. You want to know what Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look. All right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. I think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
because they're also dumb.
So you start, they go. It's like, hey, Indio. It's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel, like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go, and so you just go down. Like, man, fuck.
The inverse Peter principle. Channel. You fail down to your level of confidence.
That's the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretics Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
can you
I can't be dumber than a flat earther.
Any further?
It isn't about you. It's about, like, you went, like, there was a change. When you came in, you were curious, you were looking at things, but then,
I just asked, can you educate me on your theory any further?
Dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now we all agree that India was right.
Yeah, you were struggling, dude. But like, you were like someone, like, you know, like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe tired.
What's your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting it. Look, just fact check what we say, dude. We're fucking full of shit.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
Listen. Our argument. What? We're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, you know, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument, is that, hey, the earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
He was wrong.
Dude, we're still we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us. Anymore? Yeah, that's right.
Oh
yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now.
So we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles. What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying? No, listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. But you got to build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography. coordinate reference systems, topologies, and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yeah.
You want to talk about like the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Oh, don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier. The surface of water.
There's no curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something well, it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey, just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right? Yeah. So, in that regard, it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
No,
did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I see that it operates in the way the glob would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different...
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the...
Holy crap!
What?
You realize you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
whoa, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
You can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
what? When tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So you said you can go to the International Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me, but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go because we can all go. It's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate? Can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking way.
Can you get me,
Did he really say
a booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
Wait, bring it up then.
You brought up the tilt of the Earth's axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No, you're not going to tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and proven.
Flat Earth is fantasy.
No, it's a measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to red hair.
What you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
you're just in fantasy land at this point. You did the math yourself.
How I know you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one called
me names? Don't have proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have the ability.
You just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view, but as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
without letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean, we're an interdisciplinary panel of experts from different academic resources and different departments. So
great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell us what? Because you don't even know your own bullshit. That's why we're laughing at you. That's why we're making fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This
depends on where you are, bro.
The sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
In local geography and local weather currents. Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter, right? And southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what Okay, depends on what you want to use for the.
All right. Hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import. Okay.
No, it's the way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
No, I thought maybe you have some other definition of it. So that's
look, dude. We tell you what we're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's 3 different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid. That would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they projected on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth,
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality. Apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do. Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
Now, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map?
It's like a 2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. And in the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy. So he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's the Globetrotter whisperer, man. He knows what's in your mind before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told you, Kuiper is dead. Told you, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah, they're retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it. And then they'll rename it something later when they're ready, maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard
Josh says all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No, not like that joint. I mean, like, that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold on, let's ask Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No,
he'd want to find out where the Flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey, Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh, as far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty?
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Traver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's going to come on here and be like, hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
He's listening, man, but they always do that.
Okay, Josh, you reached the 4-0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah. He's 40 now. Hey, look,
dude,
you're
I'll cash you your money, dude, so you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like, all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR people for. You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to, like, cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
Didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the, those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And
It's like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I probably, actually, I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat Earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
they certainly do.
They throw a little, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here, and they're just like, they try to see what you say.
Right, they're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. While a lot of this stuff is based off of need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know, because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah, good man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways and they're fucking their career, their family, their life and everything up in the process. And they're being used.
They have special islands that you can go to and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah,
Josh has already given him enough ammo. Right, he's already associated with us. He sports a "It's Flat" number plate, license plate. Bro,
dude,
what a perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this: like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees. And he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now. But he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. And Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe head right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, really probably never it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit. And, this isn't anything like this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about. But, and then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like the freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. and then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wondered, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance, with radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
Yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect like unobstructed wavelengths, like can interfere with
reflection interfere.
Right. Right. So what's traveling straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, that has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals, they go over a flat Earth. But, for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah,
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all diffraction.
Well, what you're going to get is the further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Right. Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose. Unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
one trick he used to do is he had a way of. We'll get. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre-1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind-blowing, bro. The single-wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like, this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface, and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little Now it's connected metallically. But you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the freaking 3-wire. I guess
it came with demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all the apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician, and people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even in the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity. Because they're partial differential equations, so they would just frickin' blow up into
noise.
Yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you gonna do with it? And because they're kind of they're non-linear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the non-linearity, or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, Inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting.
Yes, he did.
No, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved. Is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction, and we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area. So the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is an area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice. Yeah. But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, like solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So, right, unless it's glass or something. So especially I think they might, that reminds you, it was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, Dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I gotta.
Ayush, welcome. Zorro, welcome, Zorro.
Hi guys, what are you doing?
Not much. We just started an event, a New Year's Eve event.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we're just gonna be chilling out, talking about the flat Earth topic.
Okay.
Have you been in this channel before?
No, I'm very new.
Okay. Have you been in the server for a long time, or are you new to the server?
I'm new for the server.
Ah, okay. Well, welcome to the server. It's a very good server. And yeah, in this channel, we discuss the topic of flat Earth versus globe Earth. Have you heard about flat Earth topic before?
No, I have not. I guess this will be interesting to hear.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you've heard of flat Earthers before, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's your opinion on the topic of flat Earth?
Like, what do you think of when you hear flat Earth?
Hello, world. You have background noise, my friend. Please put yourself on mute.
Tony, swear
Yeah,
to God,
so-
people are moving them into this channel, man. I still think that.
Happens so much in this server, man. Crazy. So Zorro. Yeah, so when we talk about flat Earth, we're not talking about a flat pizza Earth. We're not talking about a flat disk Earth instead of a globe Earth.
Mm.
Okay, so when people think about flat Earth, quite often they just replace the globe with a little flat planet. And they think that that's what flat Earthers are claiming, but that's not true. We're not claiming.
So where is exactly the flat Earth according to you?
Well, it's where we are. It's where everybody is. It's where we all reside. And I would consider it more like the foundation of the system that we all live in, or the floor of the system that we all live in. Right?
Okay.
Just like we experience, and then everything else that we experience is above us in the sky when it comes to the celestial bodies in the sky, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So the ground is a flat plane, obviously with mountains and hills and valleys, but most of the known surface area of the ground is covered in water. And then when we go out and test over huge distances over the surface of the water, we don't find any curvature. So what I would say is that large bodies of water need to have a container. You can't have a large body of water without a container. So if you have a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean, that would be a large body of water that's contained. And then the surface of the water is not curving over distance.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's exactly what everybody experiences. But we've grown up being taught that what we experience isn't true, and that really that we're living on a ball in space that has water covering the outside or most of the outside of the globe. Yeah. So when we go out and test to see if the Earth is really a globe, we don't find any actual real-world evidence that it's a globe.
Yeah, we just heard about this, The Earth
Yeah.
is oval, and we have been.
Yeah, it's something that we're all taught from a young age, and most people have never questioned it, and they've never tested it, and they just believe it. Okay, so we flat earthers decided to go out and put the claims to the test in reality, and we're going out doing very long distance observations where we can see things that are far, far beyond the limitations that would be present if the Earth were a globe. For example, being able to see something that's 50 miles away that should be hidden by a huge amount of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. And we can consistently see things that are way too far. And then we have people going out doing long-distance laser tests. And all sorts of different tests have been done now, and we can't find any curvature. And then we can't find anyone from the globe side that can provide us any proof that there is curvature on the Earth.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
For who's the person we're talking? Zorro.
Zorro. Yeah.
So you may be thinking about like all the other things in the sky, right? Like you start thinking about Jupiter and Mars and planets, all these things, the sun, the moon. We're focused on Earth. Okay, we're not denying that we don't see Jupiter in the sky, the moon. The moon goes through the phases. We see all the same things. We just don't ascribe a story to them. We don't sit there and make something up and then say, "Oh, it has to be." You can't verify it. That is what it is. We're focused on the Earth, right? Let's focus on what we can verify.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, I got that. It sounds interesting, you know. You all people are in same ideas or what? You have same points, or is there any alternative points, or like you all agree on that point that the Earth is flat?
Father doesn't, or yes, that is most of us who know this.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, this.
The surface of water measures flat when at rest everywhere. So if the Earth is made up of 70% of the water on the surface, and the surface of water is flat everywhere, then the Earth can't be a ball.
Okay, yeah, that's something interesting and makes sense. We can have a discussion on this, you know. If I think it's a very good point that
You may think you have some silly questions, but please feel free to ask any question, and we'll be honest. If we don't know the answer, we'll say we don't. It's not a big.
Sheepdog, your mic's a bit low volume and a bit choppy. Yeah, so let us know if you have any questions, Zorro. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of questions, like, you know, what about this? What about that? How does this work? How does that work on a flat Earth? It's like a good observation that Indio has. I'm looking forward to seeing what the numbers are on it.
"7 miles, 15 feet above sea level."
Is that
So the horizon
infrared?
should be like 4.5 miles away, something like that. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff. That the thing is, I took a flight, and I happened to. So I also have there's a couple ships, and they've been anchored out there in Boston Harbor for, I don't know, like at least a month. I got the ships in the photographs, in a couple photographs and some video. But I also got them from the airplane, dude, and they're fucking, dude, they're way out there. It's really hard to conceive of how far these distances are. But when you're 1,000 feet above and you're looking, you're like, holy moly, dude, those ships look like they're way the hell out there. I just happened to be on a flight that took I don't know why they took that way, because I've landed at Logan before, and I've never landed on that runway, but they took it's like a looping where they have to fly out over the ocean and then come back around. So I got some pretty good photographs that I take. So I didn't know this was going to happen. So on the 18th, I went to the beach because the water temperature, the air and water temperature were pretty much identical. I planned it it's hard to get especially in the Atlantic Ocean, that the air and water are the same temperature. It's pretty difficult. So I'm like, dude, I'm jackpot. I got a good weather day. Well, good enough. It was freaking freezing. It was pretty windy. So that did mess up some observations because, like, actually, people don't realize that wind makes shit move around itself. Just the wind itself, not even like a shimmering like on a road. You kind of get like a sideways shimmering because of the wind's direction. There was probably like a 30 mile an hour wind that day. But I got some good stuff in infrared. So that shot's in infrared. It's not black and white. It's infrared. That's 930 nanometer infrared. The lighthouse there. So I shouldn't see any of that like shoreline or anything.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you can see like the choppy part of the waves, like the foam from the waves at the bottom of the.
Yeah, this is a screenshot from a video. So I got like a whole video. It's like what I'm finding out, because I've never really used like a camera like a P1000. What I'm finding out is like because it was windy, it was really hard to keep that freaking thing still, and my tripod kind of sucked. But I'm finding out it takes way better video than it does still shots.
Yeah, that shouldn't be true though.
Yeah, I mean maybe it was because of the wind that day, because it was really, like I said, it was really freaking windy. If you look at the buoy, it might have the wind speed on there. Yeah, wind speed at 10 meters, 17 knots. Wind speed 15 knots. Yeah, that's like a 20 mile an hour wind. But that's it. So this lighthouse is right on the buoy line of sight. Like I can't find it, but I took a picture. So the buoy should have been at my horizon and the lighthouse like 2 miles past it, but I got the freaking buoy like way in front of the lighthouse. So it's like yeah, I just got to find it. Also got, but you're right. It shouldn't. This still shots should be better. I don't have a lot of experience taking photography, so it's just still a work in progress.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's really difficult to keep it steady when you zoom out, unless you have like a really high end, like a gel head tripod or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my friend has a bunch of tripods, and I'm like, man, let me use one of your tripods. He's like, yeah, okay. And I told him like 3 weeks in advance, like, bro, I gotta come get that tripod. Then when I get there, he's like, oh, I don't know where that is. Like, you motherfucker! Like, I've been playing this for 3 weeks now. You don't know where that shit is. So he did give me a tripod. It was like really crappy. It was like a fixed tripod, so you screw the camera on and it doesn't move. Right? The only way I could like pan it was like to unscrew it or screw it, and then it wasn't like it wasn't really that stock. So the camera was kind of like wobbling, because of the wind.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was awful. I'm lucky I got this quality. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, work in progress. This is my this year is, as far as I'm concerned, is a year just doing observations. That's all I'm doing all year. So this is.
Let me ask you this, Indio.
What?
Would you be willing to spend money on a tripod? Not a lot of money, but like if I sent you a link to, I have a good tripod. It cost me like $90.
Yeah, that ain't a lot of money.
No, it's not, and it can elevate your camera up to about 7.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link in the DM for like where I got it on Amazon.
All right. I want to get one. Do you ever see a tripod where it's got a hook on the bottom?
Yeah.
I'm assuming the hook is for like a counterweight, right?
And I've seen the stems invert too.
Yeah, so that's why I want to try and get that, like, so I can like hang a counterweight to keep that, keep it like, anchored, so it doesn't. It's very stable.
Yeah, but if it's really windy, you shouldn't be using the camera anyway. The wind distorts all the images.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of options. It's December and freaking. It was just a freak. Because typically our water temperature varies between, I would say, 37 at the coldest and only gets up to 67 the warmest, right? So finding a day, and that's in August. It's never 67 degrees in August, right? It's freaking 100 something or 90, right? So finding a day where the temperatures are the same, so I don't have to like listen to any bullshit. That's a mirage, like So I was like, this only day, like where these freaking two temperatures are going to intersect, at least until like spring. So I'm like, gotta take my chances.
That's awesome. I like it that you got the temperatures, and it even works against the Glober's argument for looming, because it says the water temperature is even a little bit more than the air temperature. So
yeah. And I got more. That's not the only one I got. I was like, taking screenshots like every 15 minutes of the water. This is active buoy data, right? It's like updating like every 8 minutes, right? And the buoy is in my line of sight.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I probably can get an exact shot with placement of the buoy.
Right. So what's it called? Graves Light Station or Lighthouse? Graves Lighthouse?
Graves Light Station, yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm going to make a channel in my server in the observation section and put all this stuff in there.
Oh, sweet. Now, I also saw, so when I was coming in, I could see what's called the Bourne. It was either the Bourne or the Sagamore Bridge. They cross like the Cape Cod Canal. And I was only like maybe at 1,000 feet. That's like 50 miles away, easy.
Hey, what's up, Amina? There you go.
And it's like blocked by trees. There's like trees and rolling hills between it, and I could see like the road deck. That's when I was coming in with the plane. So I took the photos on the 18th. Well, photos from the plane were yesterday. The fucking photos from Revere Beach were on the 18th. But I got more. I just really haven't had, because I've been busy, I haven't had time to like go over them super crazy. I also had to upload them to fucking Lightroom because I took them in RAW, and like I have to get which is like Nikon's custom fucking file format.
Yeah,
I'm not,
yeah,
and I'm running Windows 10, right? So if you just download, I have to go find a Windows 10 version of their, photo viewing software.
Do you have footage of the zoom, like zooming out?
Yeah. I got like, it's like a 2 minute 20 2-minute 20-second video of like zooming in and out on different stuff I see. So I do like a horizontal pan, a right to left horizontal pan, capturing different things that were out there. I mean, like it wasn't like it was very hard to do anything because I was freaking freezing. It was very cold. My hands were frozen. So like, there's like no method to the madness of how I took video and photographs. Just like, okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna try this. So I just like tried a bunch of different crap, and like I got the lighthouse on. I know I got it on another video, but I haven't had I have to go over it. So I do a horizontal pan. There's a bunch of crap. I don't know if the video is probably too big to upload into this. So anyway, anyone interested? So the screen, the photo, the video I posted, the photo is in visible light. The second one is the video is in infrared light. Right above it is the ship in its position, and then it's been anchored for, because I actually have more photos that I took with it. Let me actually just post one of them which a 10-degree water temperature difference or air water temperature difference, and there's certainly like an inferior mirage. that seems to like push the boat like down. But this definitely like I'll post that too. So anyway, this boat's like 13 something miles. Ship, I should say, a boat.
I think it is a common misperception that infrared negates the effects of miraging, because I think miraging still shows up depending on the gradient.
Yeah, that's why I think miraging is a type of reflection. That's what I think it is. I don't think it's light dipping down into the freaking cold air and then bending back up. I just can't buy that for some reason.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I'm in back chats with some of our friends regarding this, and it's always been kind of controversial. I mean, it seems controversial in the mainstream literature too. But yeah, the fact that you can see miraging and infrared and deep infrared at that, I'm like, well, I mean, it cuts through the shimmer, cuts through the haze. You can see through like mist and clouds and stuff, but well, not through clouds, but through like mist, but humidity.
Yeah, but reflectivity does not depend on wavelength.
Right. Because everything gets reflected.
Like,
right?
I think that whole I think the book on that shit needs to be rewritten. So because I've been looking at, so there's a bunch of people that do observations, and Pablo's dog, and like and just based upon like the Plain Truth, Sky Free, what's his name? Can't run the top of my head. I don't know, but there's a bunch of people that have been Heath Carmody. There's a bunch of people that have been consistently doing observations, and those observations don't match what the textbook says should be going on. It's just that simple. It just doesn't match it. There's like no way, because if they have the air and water temperature, they go out, they go, oh, there should, like, it's, if you type in, if you look up, hey, when is there an inferior mirage? Oh, there's a temperature inversion that, that the air temperature is colder than the water temperature, whatever the reason is. And if it's the opposite, you see the opposite thing. But that's not actually holding up to scrutiny, but that's actually happening. That the observations are matching like temperature inversions or any other thing, right? It's just like, yes, the inferior mirages exist. They're happening, but they're not happening in the conditions that they say they should happen. Right. And it's like, and there's a couple other things I've noticed is that like the miraging like has a depth to it. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Miraging. There'll be like there'll be no miraging in front of the horizon, but there'll be miraging of objects. Like say so what thing Pablo's dog has done, right, is like he keeps going in the same spot, right? And like sometimes you can see the miraging, like the horizon itself would be miraged, and then the oil rigs are past it, and then those will look miraged or squished, or you'll see all the way the horizon's past the oil rigs, and the oil rigs will look miraged, or they won't. But then if you look the background, like because there's mountains way, way, way in the background, and they have features, right? They have things on top of them. They have like a landslide thing where they used to do mining, right? And that way back there, way beyond what they're looking at, right? What they're looking at will be normal. But then there'll be an inferior mirage of something that's 30, 40 miles away. But there won't be one in the foreground, but there'll be one in the background. Or there'll be none in the background, and there'll be one in the foreground.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there's depth to it. So it's taking place at a specific location. It's not like it's affecting everything behind it. It's only affecting what's there. Yeah. So what does that mean for the path of light that's going through it?
Is there a focal point? Like if you take the camera and you move yourself back a mile, will that object still look miraged?
Right. Well, you change your angular relationship to it, so it may not be anymore. Because there's a surface. There's a surface that's reflecting at a specific critical angle to your eye from that particular location that you're standing to that particular point. And if you change that angular relationship, then it disappears.
So what would be cool is like find a location, an ocean spot, right, where there's a road or something that goes right, that points right at the ocean, right? It's perpendicular to the ocean. Something where you can move the camera perpendicularly to the ocean. So you can so not moving the height, right? Not moving the camera up and down, but moving it back and forth. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, or laterally.
Yeah, and say, hey, dude, at 100, like 5 miles away, I saw an inferior mirage, but then I moved the camera back a tenth of a mile, and that disappeared, and the inferior mirage moved to some other place, or it disappeared altogether, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we can see this at a smaller scale, I think, in that popular GIF we have that shows them miraging over the road with the guardrails that curve back on themselves, and the camera lifts up.
Yeah.
So same deal, and you'd still see some elements of that miraging in infrared. Much of that would still reflect, just like radio would reflect, and whatever's happening there might reflect like VHF.
Yeah,
as much as it does infrared.
Certainly, I mean, I'm sure you're with me. The textbook answer ain't the answer, and it definitely isn't some simple spherically symmetric atmosphere of very spherically symmetric density gradient that bends rays around a ball. That's horseshit.
Where do you find this uniformity in nature? That's a philosophical issue too that I keep bumping into in my research on geodesy. As a matter of fact, this uniformity of nature, when they're like measuring, they're trying to measure the angular distance relationship of the stars over the surface. I've been on this kick, dude. Like,
where the fuck is there a ball in nature?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, where is there any ideal geometric shape in nature? When you actually see one, everyone goes, "Holy crap! Look at what nature did." It's like an amazing. Becomes a tourist attraction, right? If it's anything like our abstract ideas of shapes, right? Like holy crap! Look what nature did. And in fact, usually when we see something like that, we go, "Oh, that's actually man-made. Nature didn't make that." Right? So there's actually controversies about this, where people are like, this rock has to be man-made because it has 90-degree angles. Like the Bimini Highway, right? You've heard of that? The Bimini Highway?
Yep. Bimini Road, yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, well, this has to be man-made. Nature doesn't do this.
Gosh. So I've come across a book. I need to grab a copy of it. Maybe you've heard of this. The Measure of All Things, The 7-Year Odyssey and Hidden Error That Transformed the World by Ken Alder. It's a book that basically tears apart the history of the meter, how the meter came to be. And the guy goes in and talks about all the doctoring of field notes that happened, how they used math to average out anomalies and threw out data that didn't match what they expected. Kind of like when they went to go survey these arcs of parallels, like in the Himalayas, and they expected a deflection of the vertical, and it didn't happen in the Himalayas like they wanted. And so they threw out that data and said, "Oh, we've got no deflection of the vertical here." I mean, I just find this happening again and again and again. And they're doing it with optical effects.
There's a whole geodetic surveying freaking paper, and they surveyed some part of California, and they I don't want to say threw it out, but they did some massive culp called, the measurement data is because this thing called unequal refraction error, because when you're surveying uphill versus surveying downhill, you're looking either up into the less air or down into more air at a a 45-degree angle, because we're going up mountains, right? And that there's an unequal refraction error that came about in this survey of this section of California.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me that would be the case.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. but they only apply it to that one spot.
Yeah, you got all these local datums that have their own local rule sets for how the physics of optics and supposedly gravity behaves. You got all these exceptions.
Yeah, that's literally it. I've looked at a lot of the literature, like the surveying literature. They really made a pretty good effort to deal with refraction as a concept in the National Geodetic Survey, right? They just the National Geographic how do they call it? NGS, whatever. NGS. There's a lot of 70s publications about refraction that came out of NGS. And I'm not saying they reach any conclusion, but they actually, there was a lot of work done by the NGS during the 70s, man. I've read a lot of stuff, and they actually did a lot of data. You know what I mean? Data collection. There isn't like abstract shit. These guys are out in the field doing stuff. You know what I mean? Actually measuring, measuring the displacements, measuring the best time of dates. They're even measuring like, okay, our fucking rods, dude. How do our rods change in size based upon different weather conditions?
Right.
Like they went through a lot of effort. But I'm not saying that they reached any conclusion, but they collected the data. So you have things like, oh, we did this survey and we have this unequal refraction error thing. Okay, fine. But they never took that information, right, and changed their practice of surveying, right? That's what I'm saying is that there's a lot of information out there that they collected, but it never made it into their techniques, right? Because they were just like, oh, we'll just invent this thing we'll just use this GPS thing. We'll just do everything electronically now and have this abstract, idea of a ball.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And now with computers, they can take all of their localized exceptions, call it the geoid, right? Every locality gets its own exceptions to these rules, and they can automate it.
Yeah, you get a lot of these people that come in here and make the argument that when you're doing navigation, you're like, there's cloud cover, you can't see any of the lights in the sky, stars, sun, moon, whatever. And then you're like, okay, find your latitude and longitude. Oh, that's easy. I just GPS.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. They go to this extreme effort, but then they cram everything into a reference ellipsoid. And you're like, okay, where'd you get the seed data for your reference ellipsoid? And it goes back to freaking Eratosthenes. You're like, what the hell? Like, you can build a timeline.
It all goes back to Eratosthenes every time, man.
It does. I'm going through history here, so I got started building a timeline here. You have basically Eratosthenes going to Hipparchus, going to Ptolemy, going to a guy named Jean freaking Fenel or something in the 1520s, where he took the Eratosthenes globe concept and all that, and he decided to try and measure the Earth by using the number of revolutions his wagon wheel went from one town to another. Not even joking. Like this then gets rolled into freaking Newton and gets further wrapped up into the Cassini versus the Cassini-Newton oblate-prolate debate. And the French king commissioned these guys to go to Peru and Lapland to try and measure arcs. And then those guys fudged all their data and faked it, and they started discovering the deflection of the vertical. They would plug all this into the Eratosthenes ellipsoid. Like everything goes back to the freaking Eratosthenes from antiquity all the way through the Renaissance and post-Renaissance era to the modern age. It's all based on freaking Eratosthenes, and it just blows my damn mind. And you got to ask, like, if Earth is a globe, guys, they got fucking lucky. Like, what are the chances?
No shit, right? Yeah.
Because it all goes back to assuming parallel light rays from a star from a sun that's so big and so far away that the flat surface of Earth that we can measure was geometrically transferred to a flat surface of the sun to produce parallel rays to a curving Earth, to a point of convergence. Like the flat globe thing, I mean, the reason why Eratosthenes didn't prove anything either way is because there's a geometric equivalence between whether or not you've got diverging rays from a source to a flat Earth, or from a flat source of parallel rays to a small Earth. And so you have the geometric relationships preserved. And the tiebreakers, the only way to tie break it is either to measure whether or not the light rays are parallel, and or to measure the surface of the Earth to see if it curves. And it doesn't freaking curve.
Well, the sky curves? No.
Yeah, I mean, the sky, that's kind of where I am. We're these people with their geodesy, right? And they've got the geoid. And the timing of stars don't line up with where it should be on an ellipsoid assumption. And so they blame gravity being unequal. And they don't actually measure gravity bending things so much as they have like these pendulums that swing. And they claim that the pendulums aren't swinging as fast over here as they are over there due to gravity difference.
I know, like we're talking about, like, these are like they're just completely unjustified inferences that are reliant on so many assumptions that they just don't hold water, right? Whatever happened to, like, these guys, they come in here, they go, Occam's razor. You guys don't actually believe in Occam's razor in any sense at all.
Yeah, it's like, you want to talk Occam's razor? Let's talk about how the geoid was made in the context of Occam's razor, and look at all the shit that they're doing. They're swinging pendulums. They're looking at stars, comparing it to astronomical almanacs, and they're holding up plumb lines, and they're comparing them to pendulum swings, and they're comparing them to clocks, and they're in the freaking jungle, right?
Have you ever seen the pendulum data, like that Shineland Mountain or whatever, Scotland Mountain, where they, like, is that data actually even like available? What did they actually measure?
Right. Well, they're taking their fucking pendulums through like the Himalayas and through Africa and through India.
Oh yeah, it'll still work after that. Jesus Christ, bro.
And they're grabbing 100-foot chains. Like, so when they did, I think the India, that famous India arc measurement, and what was that, like the early 1800s?
Yeah.
When they went from like north to south, they used 100-foot freaking rusty metal chain. And after like several thousand leapfrogs of it, because they'd have to take the chain and stretch it out and measure each link and make sure that it's accurate, and they'd have to then disassemble it and then pull it tight again for another 100 feet and then do the same thing. After doing this like 1,000 times or two, a new guy came in and said, this is too much. It's easier if we use a 10-foot chain instead. So then he goes like 10,000 iterations of this. And I'm like, really? God. Like, how much accuracy? Yeah, this is like what Globers bring to us is the best evidence for measuring curvature of the Earth. You got a team of people going through like the freaking hinterlands of a relatively unexplored part of the world. They did this in India, and they did this in Africa, and they did this in Peru, in the Andes. And
well, how about like
how do they control for elevation? Well, they use trigonometry, and yep. Anyway,
well, EDM, you got electronic distance measuring, right?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we're gonna measure the distance between the two theodolites, right? Using EDM. Now they have a max range, and the other technique is like using like a scintillometer.
Yeah. You haven't looked into that closely.
But they're trying to measure an arc length.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you doing that?
What are they making like like I don't even know what you call it. Like how many sides to that polygon out there? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because between each EDM spots is a straight line, no
Right.
matter
So you
what.
got- Yep.
Yeah, so it's like and that's the same thing with the chain, right? Let's say, suppose they pulled the chain straight, which we know they can't, right? So they're
Right.
actually measuring a convex surface with a concave surface. Like, how cracked up do you have to be, man? Do you even think
And
that
how
you're
much-
doing that?
I know you're taking flat segments and you're bending them at discrete angles, and then calling it an arc.
Well, I mean, when you pull the chain, it's going to have the catenary curve, right? So, like, that's the concave surface, but they're measuring what they think is a convex surface with it.
No, that's funny. I think they just keep it on the ground, though.
Yeah, but then what about the
Still-
topography? So they actually measuring the actual surface distance, like
Right. So
the
they have
actual
a way to
surface
control for that. I was reading about they basically they do trigonometry. So they measure elevation heights using theodolites, and they take a sample rate, and then they use like RMS or whatever to smooth it out over longer distances.
that can't work.
No, I know, but it's so fraught with error margins, so wide you could drive a school bus sideways through them. Is the point? Like, and then they claim that they've got like centimeter or millimeter accuracy, and then they claim that they've got sub-arc second accuracy with their observations. And I'm like, this is such bullshit. You guys are taking 100-foot chain through the wilderness, disassembling and reassembling it thousands of times over different elevation and different weather because it takes years. The chain's rusting, the chain's expanding, the chain's contracting, the chain's curving up, the chain's curving down. The people are getting tired. They're getting lazy. The chains are stretching.
Dude, I love the one the arc of the parallel where they supposedly measured like whether the Earth was like an oblate ellipsoid or a prolate ellipsoid or whatever.
Yeah.
And they went down to freaking Ecuador, right? They did all this like in the South American jungle in the 1800s. No, they didn't. You can't get through that place now.
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
you're freaking dragging a theodolite through the South American rainforest in the 1800s?
Dude,
Like,
I'm with you
no,
100%.
you're not, bro.
That's what I wonder.
Bro,
And like,
you can barely walk through the brush in the northeast freaking forest. You're not walking through the freaking rainforest down there with something.
well, get this. In the 1730s, when the French king commissioned to figure out whether or not it's prolate or oblate and sent two teams, one to freaking Lapland and the other to Peru in 1730s, spending years isolated and somehow coming out with proof that Earth is in fact an oblate spheroid because the distance angle relationship changed the further north you get, and you had to cover more distance in Lapland to get an angular rate of change than you did in Peru. It's like I want to see the freaking data.
Yeah, that's probably classified. They probably invented
1730.
classified data back then.
Yep. I mean, how rigorous could they have been with their methods at the time? I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't get freaking, eaten by Native Americans in the 1730s down there.
Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, the Native American. What about the diseases?
Diseases, exactly. And yeah, you get a toothache and you die from tooth cavity.
So something like, I saw something that said 80% of the people that live at the equator or below, south of that, have parasites. Right? And like that's why the life expectancy is so low, because eventually, basically, you just get eaten alive by parasites. Eventually, everybody does. And right, so you're gonna have a bunch of white dudes that have no concept of like anything to even treat any type of parasite, and like the water parasites, like all the stuff. Like I don't even know if boiling kills some parasites in certain stages. You know what I mean? And then even if you boil it, it's not like they are doing like white glove treatment on shit. Like it's not even feasible to even do that and survive. Right? You can't. Like they're not washing their hands at every freaking meal. I mean,
yeah, and the surveyors that they were sent were like French aristocracy. So, like, what survival training did they freaking have?
Yeah, man. I think these are like they're all this shit, like the aristocracy thing. That just made like a light bulb go on. That's right. All these so-called scientists and botanists and they all come from the aristocracy.
Yeah.
They lived relatively pampered lives, but their lives are probably equivalent to like just a normie today. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. And you're going to convince me that these guys, the French aristocracy, were going to freaking Lapland and spending years there, and going to Peru years there.
Not speaking the language that everybody else speaks, not knowing where they are, not having any freaking type of. It's not like, oh shit, man, we forgot the sugar. Okay, let's go back. Let's hop on the train and we'll go back a little ways and freaking grab some sugar and come back. No, it didn't work like that. You can't send somebody for the. No, you just like. Shit, we're dead. No.
Yeah, right. I mean, what? Just to measure how much the stars rotate in the sky with respect to the distance you travel on the ground, you have to go to freaking Peru from France to do that.
And then, hold on, bro. And then let's say they do it. What are they even going to do with that information? What good is it?
Yeah, well, the French wanted to give the middle finger to the English and say, "See, we're right. Earth is a lemon and not a squished sphere."
Yeah, it's an egg.
Yeah, the cosmic egg. Yeah, these French and their esoteric. Yeah.
Like, there's no practical purpose. Now, nowadays, you could say, yeah, we need to know, with accuracy because we have technologies that can make use of them. Like, there's no way they could use that information for any practical purpose at that time, especially not because of where they're doing it. That's only like those surveys are only valid for where they were. It isn't like you can take their Lapland survey and be like, oh, let's just go to freaking. We're going to build a train. We're going to build trains in the Himalayas, right, or across some other place, and we're going to base it upon the measurements we did in the Lapland, right? We're going to say, hey, this oblate ellipsoid thing, we're going to use that reference ellipsoid. We're going to use it over in the Himalayas. Like, it wouldn't even work. So, which is why they have various datums, right? All around the world that have all these custom datums. There's no practical purpose for it in any way. What are you going to die for that? Oh, I want to die for that.
Right. And decades later, we find out that there are these optical effects that we understand better, and then so-called gravitational anomalies that we understand better, which should have been a part of those prior expeditions that they didn't know about, which would have affected the data that they presented to the public that was then used later. So, in other words, when they're out there like measuring horizontal using plumb lines and they're in the freaking mountains but didn't know about the deflection of the vertical that came decades later, then how good is their data? So, I mean, it's just so bad. I've seen so many now lectures on geodesy, the history of geodesy. They all go back to these fundamental stories. Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, Newton, and then these French expeditions to settle it once and for all that 69 degrees or 69 miles are traversed for a 1 degree of rotation in the sky on average.
Yeah.
Like, it goes back to this shit. And I'm like, really? That's the bet you're relying on? So did NASA rely on 1730s French era freaking dubious expeditions to Peru to conduct their rocket experiments and factor into their orbital mechanics equations and all that stuff? Because if they did, they got freaking lucky.
you know, when it comes to like, how could all of these scientists and professors and government agencies and whatnot be lying about such a thing, right? And how could they keep it under wraps? Well, I think if you really think about it, right, most people, almost all of the people that you're talking about when you're thinking about the people that are lying or the agencies that are lying, genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've probably never questioned it, never tested it. So most people, when it comes to most of your scientists, college professors, even most people that work for NASA, that work for the government, right? It's all compartmentalized, and most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not necessarily lying about it. Okay, it would only have to be a very small amount of people that would actually know. And if you look into the history of how the Earth actually became a globe in the first place, it will all make a lot more sense on why it's not necessarily such a lie, but maybe more of a theories turning into facts, right? It's a whole rabbit hole in itself, so I won't go too deep into it. And yeah, I'll pass the mic over to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Those people are most likely dead now, but so it just goes on. The lie is just propagated from people who doesn't understand that they're lying because it's just a belief. I mean, your third grade teacher who brought out the globe from her death and told you this is where you live. You didn't have the whereabouts to ask any questions about it. You were like, "Oh, really? Yeah, we're living in on a ball in the space. I guess that's right." And she didn't know either. She just preached what she had been told, right? Nobody is taught this; they're just being told it, and it's going to go down for every generation. People are just going to keep saying it, but they actually can't prove it.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Look, server of Aleph. Look, you need to try not to just cut into conversations, please. If you could put yourself on mute and then wait for an opportunity when it's a good time to talk. Then... All right, so I'll help you out with that just for now, and you can let me know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, we're talking to Zess right now. He has some good questions. We're enjoying this conversation a lot. So, Aleph, well, okay, he left. But anyway, if anybody else is waiting, just hang on a little bit. We'll get to you. Good chance.
I think Yoda was trying to jump in when I interrupted him.
Yeah.
If he's still available.
Yeah, I think DJ set the table there properly. This problem we have does not require a grand conspiracy to keep going. I think a lot of people throughout history just believe in the globe so much that they shoehorn their physical measurements of the Earth into a globe concept, into a globe model, and they make it work by any means necessary. This includes people in the aerospace industry. So I don't think NASA exists to hide a flat Earth from people. I don't think that's their stated goal, and I don't really think that that's their primary objective, even behind the scenes. When you look at what NASA was founded to do, NASA was born out of a psychological warfare program that was run by the president after World War II. It was called the Psychological Coordinating Board and later renamed the Operations Coordinating Board. They staffed NASA before it was funded with people from the intelligence community. And their stated goal was to project American power and technology and progress and discovery. And this was done in order to secure America's place in the world as the victor of World War II, a country that nobody could ever technologically outmatch or militarily beat. This is their stated objective. They include within their founding documents of space policy prior to NASA's founding that they would use technological claims like satellites for psychological effects. You can read this in a document called NSC 5814, National Security Council Memo number 5814. So yeah, they faked the moon landing.
I mean, doesn't
And-
take a genius to find that out, right?
Right. And this could also mean that other technology that they claim exists doesn't exist in the way that you think or we think that they operate.
But I have a question.
Technology could operate under completely different principles.
Okay, I have a question if you don't mind. Okay, I'm with you. The U.S. is lying about this shit, and they're just a bunch of. They always done this stuff where they use propaganda to tell you something that isn't true. I'm with you. Why would Russia, China, India, and all the other countries be in on it as well? That's what I want to know.
Well, Russia faked it first with Sputnik. So at the time of the space race, you have to wonder, was Russia and America really against each other? I don't think so. Not in the way we think. Because the space race was the third iteration of an international community's endeavor to explore the Earth. The first iteration was in the late 1800s, funded by the Habsburg Empire, called the International Polar Year. The second one was the International Polar Year in 1933, and the third one was renamed the International Geophysical Year in 1958, and the fourth one was in 2008. So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right, and how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions, the footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage, India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia and the Soviet footage. It's so bad. It's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have none of these countries has ever did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them.
if you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in, like, so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right? You'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say, we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe, ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And it's just so you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So okay, so play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? Mm-hmm. So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. How they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Where they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. it means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, all of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately, the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance, is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind, that you've been fed for most of your life, is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible, because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it. You know, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible, according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky and the Earth?
What's holding it up?
Yeah.
Did you say planet?
No. I said what's holding up the Earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either, but what's...
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you guys like tackling this from a religious perspective, or like how what's the idea here? I'm just like trying to like
rational
understand.
empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested, what can be proved, what can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat, 8 miles high, 8 miles deep. In between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that. So,
I see.
you know,
I'm sorry about
so I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go
I understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But, you know, we can't validate what the Earth is. It can be measured. And as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 mile deep, 8 mile high, what about, have you ever been on a plane before? I'm just being like genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before, and
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high.
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? obviously if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way or east and west, go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth?
I'm saying like if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, you're saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right. So when we examine the globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I want to post? Does anybody, can I DM somebody?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can DM me, I'll
Can you
post
help
it.
me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said who said
Captain Refractio.
that? Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have like you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to like just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, just it's all right, man. Just add me up. All right, go ahead.
So I even like given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, like. Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And yeah, it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People won't even believe this is a real
picture.
image.
I do.
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah.
thing
No,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go, Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is gonna blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all like from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
I have no idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
but yeah, he has some really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary. It wasn't the first person that's attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests. Here's my measurements. You guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that, which insinuated the Earth was a globe, not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believe that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depictions, Stark just posted an interesting.
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so I experience a flat, stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky, moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate that there's no curvature.
If the Earth was round like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you'd have if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometer away. At the same height, I would see that shine through the same hole. Because it's flat, there's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and so even if you put it up high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer, I think. That's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black, pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium. Okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%. But what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height setup, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air. Let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point. I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
Yeah. We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so that what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water. Then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, you're saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or you just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, the horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something about
Yeah, absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same test and they've got different results.
Yeah, so this is after looking into this for 8 years, I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it.
Hello. How's it going? Yeah, going alright. What were you talking about here?
We are talking about the nature of the Earth.
Nature of the Earth. I'm not really familiar with that.
Well, you know how they tell people that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
We're asking if there's any proof for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
I thought there were a lot of evidence.
What was that?
I thought there was a lot of evidence.
Yeah, a lot of people thought there was a lot of evidence, but then when you actually look, there's no evidence. There's only claims and images and videos that you can't verify. You see?
Then
Like
is
if
there
I were
like
to
more
ask
evidence
you,
for flat?
oh yeah, there's way more evidence for a flat Earth. Like, for
Yeah, I'm
instance,
interested.
you understand that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless directly from your perspective.
Yeah.
You know, you've heard them say it's too big to see the curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is then what they're actually telling you is you experience a flat Earth. You ever thought about that?
Mm.
So they tell you, oh, it's just because it's such a big ball. But what evidence do you have for that other than, well, they've shown you some images which you can't reproduce or duplicate? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what evidence do you have then?
Well, observable, measurable, practically used reality. So it observes flat and motionless. It measures flat and motionless. The surface, that is, like the ground, the bodies of water, like lakes, things like that. Measure flat, not curved.
Mm-hmm. Then how do you prove the Earth is flat, like by measuring?
Well, you can do things like, well, basically, you're wanting to test your line of sight. You know what line of sight is?
I'm not sure. Yeah, no.
Like how far you can see. Like if you were to draw a straight line from your eyeballs forward, right, horizontally, like how far you can see across the surface. Because if you're on a curved surface like a ball, it's going to limit the amount you can see of that surface, yeah, because it's going to curve down and away from you. So we can test the globe model just by using the numbers that they give us. So do you know how big they say the Earth is? The globe?
I'm not sure.
So they say it's got a 3,959 mile radius. So this tells us the size of the ball that we're supposedly living on. So we can use this to work out how much curvature drop over a distance there should be. So let's take an example. So let's say we've got a 10-mile stretch. Let's say we're at a lake that's 10 miles wide. You ever been to a big lake? You know what a lake is? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been to a big one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the one that you did go to, did it look flat or curved?
It looked flat.
It looks flat, right? That's right. The lake does look flat. All bodies of water to us appear to be flat when at rest. But they're telling us that it's actually curved, right?
Yeah.
So do you know, over that 10 miles, how much curvature do they claim there should be?
I don't know.
Have a guess. Don't worry, I don't expect you to know.
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Well, what do you think? Like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, ballpark it. Just an average, just a guess.
10
miles. So how much drop over a distance? If you were to draw a horizontal line from your feet, where over 10 miles, how far away would it have curved from that horizontal line down and away?
10 miles?
Over 10 miles, yep.
Okay.
What do you think? 10 centimeters? 50 centimeters? A meter? 10 meters? More or less?
I'm not sure. 10 meters?
10 meters. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Usually people say, like, oh, a nanometer, less than a centimeter. They think there's no curve at all. But the globe prediction would actually say that there's over 66 feet. Right? So that's like 20 meters of curvature over that distance. But the thing is, when people try and measure this, and they go to a lake that's, say, 10 miles wide, there is no 66 feet of curvature. Right? You can just see all the way to the other side. You can shoot lasers to the other side. And there's no drop over distance to align with the globe. Whereas if we were on a globe, we would need that curvature. That curvature would have to exist, but it doesn't. Understand? So the lakes are flat. So that water is flat, basically. That's the natural physics of water, yeah? Takes the shape of its container, and the surface will find its level when it rests. Like a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean, finds its level. You see? So
Well, isn't that because of gravity?
Well, no, gravity, according to the globe, would make it curved. But it's not curved, it's flat.
Yeah, but it's kind of the gravity. As far as I know, gravity pulls everything, even the space.
Yeah, no, that's just a story that we've been told. That's not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the lakes measure flat, because if the story was true, the lakes would measure curved. The water would be curving, but it's not.
Yeah.
The water's flat. You understand?
But like measuring distance doesn't really debunk the theory of the, usually ordinary people say.
Well, it does if over that distance there's supposed to be curvature, but there's none. So a ball has to have a curved surface, yeah? It does not. And
but you just measuring. Are you saying measuring the distance from the other side?
Yeah, from one side of the lake to the other. Yeah. So there's supposed to be a hill of water between you and the other side of that lake. You shouldn't be able to see. So if I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing at the other side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to see each other because of the curve, right? You're supposed to be hidden by the curve, by like 60 feet of curved water. But when people take a pair of binoculars or a telescope or whatever down to the lake, they do see the other side. They do see their friend at the other side, and he's not hidden by curvature. Which tells us that there is no curvature. So basically, we're seeing too far for the surface to be a curved ball. We're seeing too far. We're shooting lasers too far. There's no curve. So if there's no curve, it can't possibly be a ball, like they're claiming. You see? But it's also, it's not a disc in space, right? The flat Earth is not in space, floating around.
Oh, where is it?
Well, you can't really define the Earth as being embedded in a larger space. For all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell, the Earth is the place. It's the whole place. You could think of it as the floor of the universe, right? The Earth is the floor, and above is the sky with the sun, moon, and stars. That's above. Not all around, doesn't go below your feet, above.
But then what happens if we dig a really deep hole under the ground.
Yeah, the deepest hole they've dug is less than 8 miles. Right.
Yeah, but they I forgot the name, but they did some scientific method to find out what material inside the ground.
Yeah. So when they did this, when they dug this hole, this 8-mile hole, they made predictions about what they would find at certain depths. Right. So at 1 mile we expect to find this type of rock. At 2 miles we expect to find water like this. They were wrong all the way down. Right. So they couldn't predict what was 8 miles below the Earth's surface, but we're supposed to believe that they know what is 4,000 miles down below the Earth's surface, that being the core of a ball Earth. Right? They've got no idea. So less than 8 miles, if you had that on the globe, that would be like you're barely breaking the skin of the apple. And they're going to tell you what's at the core. No, they've got no idea. This is just propaganda. So
then how do you explain the gravity?
Explain what?
Gravity.
What do you think? Well, what do you mean by gravity?
Gravity, if we can drop things on the ground, that means like something constantly put things at, like.
Yeah, we can have things falling to a flat ground.
Yeah.
Like things falling doesn't necessitate the ground being curved or a ball. You know, why would that be the case? So what they've done is they've taken the phenomena of objects falling to the ground, and they've told us that it means we're on a giant spinning ball and we're being pulled to the center of it effectively. But that's not really the case. Things are just rising or falling based on their density relative to the medium. If you look up specific gravity, that basically describes what it is. But there's no globe involved, you see? Just a flat, motionless Earth, like you always experience.
Then what about rotation of Earth?
I was going to ask you, so do you think the ground is rotating?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Do you experience the ground to be rotating?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So why do you think it is?
I mean, that's how it is. It's like, that's why we have day and night.
No, you just not how it is. Because how it is, according to our perspective, not rotating. It's not moving. Unless you're in an earthquake, then you'll feel the ground moving. Yeah. So what makes you think the ground is moving? I think I heard you just say it.
When we see our sky or the stars.
Okay. So we see the sun and moon and stars rotating. But why does that mean that the ground is rotating? Why couldn't it just mean that those things are rotating? You thought about
that? But I knew the reason that they have to be rotating, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Well, what has to be rotating?
Like the sun and stars, like
yeah. You see the sun moving, the sun rotating around or moving around you, so you don't necessarily see it rotating. You see it move through the sky east to west, yeah? And they've told you that even though that's what you observe, that's only because the ground is rotating. But what proof did they show you that it was actually the ground rotating and not just the sun moving like you observed?
Because by watching the orbit of the stars, like suns and moon.
Well, again, you're just seeing them move, though. What proof is there that it's the ground moving and not just those things you're seeing moving?
Because
just if you just see the sun move, you just see the sun move. You can say, okay, I see the sun move, so I'm gonna assume that the sun is moving. But if you're going to say, no, I'm going to assume that it's the ground that's moving, then you need to provide evidence for that, or someone needs to give you evidence for that, no?
Yeah.
So what evidence did they give you that it's actually the ground spinning and not the sun moving like you observed? Did they give you any evidence?
I mean, they did. I just can't really remember on the spot.
What kind of evidence do you think they gave you? Measurements? Or stories? Claims? Assumptions? What do you think? Because as far as I can tell, it's all just claims and assumptions. There's no evidence. There's no measurements. There's no science. It's just assumptions. They assume that the ground is moving, and that's what's causing the sun to appear to move. But no one's actually measured the ground to be spinning. Have they?
Mm.
Who do you think's measured that?
Oh.
Anyone?
Why do you think people lie about the...
Ooh, why have they lied to us?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessarily the case. I mean, it's a big question because, I mean, most people that you're thinking about, right, like a teacher who teaches you that the Earth is a globe, they didn't lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
They believe it's a globe. And why do they believe it was a globe? Because that's what they were taught. And who taught them that the Earth was a globe? Their teacher. And how did they know it was a globe? Well, they didn't know it was a globe. They were just taught it as well. So it's almost like a tradition, like Santa Claus or something, right? It's passed down and taught, but they didn't see it themselves. They never proved it. They're all just assuming that these organizations like NASA or the Russian government are telling the truth about what they're doing. It is all based on that assumption. So it's not actually like loads of people are lying. Most people just believe it and teach it and, you know, claim it to be true based on their belief. Really, it's a small group of people who would have to actually be lying about it, meaning they know it's not true and they're saying it is the case anyway. So, but your question about why would they lie, those people who maybe have lied about it, well, I mean, I could come up with a whole host of possible reasons, right? Do some people lie for money? Yeah, because NASA, they make about $70 million a day peddling this story. So would some people lie for even a slice of 70 million a day? Possibly. Yeah. Control of the world view, you know, if they have the power to say there's an asteroid coming and it's going to wipe us all out in a year's time, so you all have to come and work for us, give us your tax dollars, whatever it is, right? They could convince the whole nation to do whatever they tell it to do based on fear, basically, right? They control the environment that you think you're in. Yeah? They're the ones with access to space where Earth is. So if they say, hey, this giant rock is coming to wipe us out in 3 years' time, people will believe them. That's a lot of power. You can get people to do a lot of things through fear, right? It's very powerful for controlling society. You could also argue that they are obscuring the nature of our environment, right? Because they've given us a cosmology that says that the Earth essentially appeared by accident, randomly, right? There was a big bang, a random explosion of nothingness, and then everything just appeared. That's all based on a globe story, right? So when you figure out that that's not the case, then it goes all the way back to the creation story.
Then do you have like completely different story of universe? Like you said,
yeah. Well, it
there's
has
no
to.
such thing.
It shows that it has to have been intelligently designed.
Intelligently designed.
Intelligently designed, yes. A creator.
Okay,
Yeah.
but that intelligent creator might have made the globe and.
I'm sure he could have done, but he didn't because we measure it and it measures flat.
Okay. Then why do you think why do you think the cause was the intelligent creator?
Well, because the only option we had for no intelligent creator was a Big Bang globe cosmology. Right? But that we don't have that. We don't have a globe. We don't have a Big Bang. So there's not really a creation. There's not an accidental natural creation story for a motionless topographical plane. Also, it's a contained system, so something had to have made the container.
But then who made the intelligent creator?
Well, now you're getting into philosophy and religion. It's not what I'm dealing with.
Is it like not your topic?
It's an infinite regression fallacy. Who created the creator? Who created the creator's creator? Who created the creator's creator? Creator's creator? And on and on and on we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't go anywhere. It would just be speculation.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain then? If someone asks you like just where the creator is from,
I don't make a claim as to. Well, I don't impose my thoughts on the nature of the creator to other people. That's your journey, right? That's up for you.
Yeah. Just I wonder what you are thinking about it.
Well, my view would align generally with what it seems the vast majority of human beings throughout history have held, that there's an intelligent designer that they call God, and he created this environment, this system called the Earth. And the sun, moon, and stars are essentially just like a giant clock above it.
But you also think, so it's like how you think.
Yeah. That's what I think is a logical conclusion to arrive at once you have reviewed the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I gotta study a little bit just tease to understand what you say and
yeah, you should check out our home server. We've got a lot of resources that you can study.
Yeah, do you have a link or something?
Let me check if the bot is in with the right link.
You can just click on my profile, and there's a link in my profile. Broken Eraser. That's my name.
Yeah, right. How to? Sorry, I'm new to this application.
Just click my name, Broken Eraser, and then you'll see discord.gg/flat earth, and then just click that, and it will take you there.
Maybe it's different. I'm using my I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just click on my name, hold your finger down, and it should come up with like my profile.
Oh yeah. With my finger, yeah. And then
you should see a link, like a link to the home server. Discord.gg.
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me direct you to the information just so you know where to look. So you join that server, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you scroll down the channels about 3/4 of the way. And you'll see there's a lot of channels of different topics, like astronauts, NASA, curvature, gravity. Do you see all those? It's alphabetical. Do you see those channels? Called additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you want to research, you might say, what about satellites? So you scroll down to S, and you see a channel on satellites. Yeah? And now we save information here that you won't be able to easily find just using Google and YouTube, because they censor the topic. They hide it. So you can research our side of the argument here. Because you need to research both sides of the argument.
Yeah, I will study those.
Good man.
But yeah, it is like still hard for me just to believe all the ideas of yours.
That's okay. We don't want you to just believe. We want you to figure out.
Yeah.
Right?
So I might be back with additional knowledge, like not just say, "Oh, I heard that."
You can also listen on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. You can just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you'll find our streams. And if you listen to those conversations, you will learn a lot more about the topic.
That's pretty passionate. 24/7.
24/7, 365 days a year. We're even out on Christmas. We don't even take a break for Santa. Okay.
Yeah, 366 years on a leap year.
Yeah.
And then we also make culture and other stuff. We're also making music. We have a Flat Earth radio station on our home server.
Yeah, so take your time, explore all the resources, do some research, think up some questions, and then you can come back and speak to us.
Yeah,
You're
right.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and talk to us anytime, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. See you.
Peace.
It doesn't change objective reality. You can just jump in and just start saying, hey, this guy's hallucinating. Okay, so?
Yeah. You know what I appreciate about you guys? That you actually allow people to say different things. That's what I appreciate about you.
Well, good. You should then tell NASA that. Say, hey, NASA, I would appreciate it if you allowed other people to say things. And they'll tell you no. They do not. It's like they had a whole video. Michelle Thaler, the social media director of NASA, she was asked by Oscar on like some other social media platform. Oscar said, "Hey, I'm kind of curious. What are the best ways to prove the Earth is a globe?" Her first shot was, "It's not okay to think the Earth is flat," and then went on to say that she's got friends who've been to space. There's so many proofs, but never presented any proof. Just for her, platformed on Big Think YouTube channel, representing NASA's social media presence. When they asked, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? Her number one proof was, you're not allowed to platform any other topic. That's how you know it's a globe.
Okay, can I? You know what's amazing about you? That there are no people like you in my country. So this is like entirely new for me.
Okay, that's what we call. We live in a country. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained this. We live in a country, America, and America is not even the number one flat earthers. That's Brazil. Brazil's number one, and then you have like Australia or England are like kind of tied for number two. And then it's like,
But you know what's amazing? Because in my country there are a lot of like old people, yeah, and they cannot use internet, and you guys are proficient at using internet. How's that?
yeah, what do you want to know? How's what? Because there's no internet?
No, in my country, people like from older generations, they cannot use internet.
Okay,
They don't know what Discord is.
Okay.
And you can even watch this national like interviews and reject this, of course. But that's amazing that you can even watch this, because in our country, the conservative like views, they cannot use internet. They are like, you know, like 50 years ago, as if they were born.
Okay, so therefore.
So I appreciate only this part about you.
That we can use the internet. That.
Yeah, and you can spread your views on the internet, because there are such a weird views that you're spreading.
Okay, so there's weird views being spread on the internet, and you care about that because.
Because I believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, why should anyone care about your belief system? Why does that matter?
I don't know.
Well, let's figure it out. So you believe X. You have a belief in X. Why would anyone care about what you believe?
Okay, we have this country that is more like social care,
this is becoming incoherent.
healthcare.
Okay, no, hold on. You're becoming incoherent. You believe in something. Why does it matter to anyone else about your belief system? What can they use? How could they use your belief to make their life better?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. So that's a good point, actually. I don't know.
I mean, that's a good answer. I don't know. See, this is exactly the demonstration I'm talking about. Being ignorant, not knowing something, is not a character flaw. Willful ignorance, once you've been told something, I'm not you, a person, okay? Like maybe it seems like I'm directing.
Yeah, I understand you.
Okay. So you've got a person over here, and they say, I, X, Y, and Z. And someone's like, well, that's interesting, but why? Why is that the case? And they don't know. You're like, well, sure, that's a good starting point for a conversation.
Okay, I can tell. So I believe, for example, in that physical activity is good for your health. So I think you can use my belief that physical activity is good for your health and improve your health with physical activity. So that's beneficial for you.
Yeah, then that's a good spot to start. So what physical activity do you do? Do you go for walks? Do you mountain climb? Are you a marathon runner? Do you weight lift? Do you like dance aerobics? Do you ride a bike?
Okay, I weight lift, I run, and that's it. I weight lift and I run. Do you do all of these things?
Yeah, I don't really run. I kind of like jog, and I'm not real keen on weightlifting. I like to do calisthenics, push-ups, pull-ups, stuff like that. I like to do I like to do things like handstands. I like to do handstands and do the splits and stuff like that. I try to use body weight for all my functional strength. Is what I train for.
Very nice. So I appreciate you because you seem to be you're smart, I would say, because like I think this like physical activity, it boosts like your mental capacity. Do you agree?
Yeah, because you've got the full integration, mind, body, and soul. When all three of those things...
yes. So we agree on that. That's great. And yeah, I like that we agree on that. So how is it that you believe this? So are there really no proofs that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, you've got these are generally the three proofs that were shown here daily. Number one would be photographs from space. Then number two would be why would they lie about those photographs? And then finally, the third one is minority opinions are just stupid. Anyone in the minority. So I'm like, how do you work with that? Where someone thinks that all they have to do is see a photo of something. So here's Bigfoot, here's the Easter Bunny, here's a leprechaun, here's a tooth fairy, here's pineapple on pizza. And then you say, well, those photographs aren't proof. And they finally agree. Yeah, a photograph of Jesus, Santa Claus, these things aren't proof. Then their comeback is, well, why would they lie? And we were just talking about that. NASA has been reclassified as a spy agency. My take is they always were. It was just propaganda. Now they're just being honest about it, finally.
Well, we got the documents to prove that they always were from their formation. Yoder has them.
Hey, do you want to try this guy at the bottom? He says it's a misread, that they're not a spy agency. We've all just misread what those documents say.
I misread the executive order? What?
Yeah. That's our
intelligence, counterintelligence investigations, and national security matters is the primary purpose. Like, what's confusing about that?
Let's see. Here we go. Go ahead, dude. This guy was a bunch of weird characters.
That's a verbatim. Would you want me to read it to you? Like, I can.
Perfect Storm, you're up.
Oh, I'm up now? So
here's a chance for you to explain why everybody but you.
I just want to clarify one thing first. I want to say that calling out a false fallacy, I mean, the fallacy, I know it's true, but like there was no fallacy admitted. Calling out and appealing to motive when no one was appealing to motive and trying to say that, like, is it logical or not? I know it's not logical to use a logical fallacy, but I did not commit an appeal to motive. And that's where it's irrelevant to use. And that's why I was unhappy with you when you were muting.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, dude, I just told you I will mute people who are stupid. If you're ignorant, I can fix that. If you're stupid, I can't fix that. Because you've made the choice to be stupid. Even after told
Look, you were muting me before I even got a chance to say 3 words. Okay? That's not honest. You could let me finish my sentence and then call it stupid. But no, you're calling it stupid before I'm even done saying it. Sorry,
you got a track record, buddy.
Talking about intelligence and stupidity here.
You got a track record of just saying nonsense, jabberwocky bullshit straight out of Alice in Wonderland. Making shit up as you go along. Anyway, I'm going to read the executive order, okay? So we're going to do that for a second so we're not confused and we're all on the same page. Okay? Hold on, let me pull it up really quick. I'll post the link too in 1 second. So it says, Section 1, determinations, the agencies and agency subdivision set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function, intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce. There proceeds to list them. International Trade Administration, the Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivision of the National Oceans and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Science Data and Information Service, National Weather Service, and adding the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the United States Agency for Global Media, which is a propaganda arm of the United States government. So, we're not misinterpreting it.
I can explain how you are.
Okay, so are you the executive order whisperer?
No.
So why shouldn't we take plain reading of the executive order and interpret it? You know that things like executive orders, because they're legal declarations, they're interpreted within the framework of the law. So unless you have a legal interpretation that somehow messes it, changes that, because we have to interpret it in the context of how the United States government has argued in court what intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security means legally.
That's exactly what I was trying to define. That's exactly what I wanted.
Okay, so let's hear
what that means.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so when they're talking about space intelligence, they're talking about.
No one said space intelligence.
Yes, there is space intelligence.
It does not use the word space intelligence.
National Space Intelligence says
it doesn't use those words, dude.
Look at your own screenshot, a Blue Jumper screenshot right there, please.
It doesn't use the word space intelligence, dude.
All right.
It says nasty ass space agency.
Roll space intelligence. It says that right in the screenshot. You guys are debunking yourself.
What screenshot? Where?
You guys are arguing with each other.
Blue Jumper posted the National Space Intelligence Center.
That's not the executive order text, you dumb fuck. I just read the text.
Okay. Executive order doesn't mean spy, first of all.
Go on fucking mute, retard. Moving on. God, why did you unmute him? For the love of God. Fucking crit, dude. I'd fucking ban you if I could at this point.
Hang on, let me get this straight. Did he just misidentify a Wikipedia article as a federal United States document?
Yes, he did. He's a special one. That's why I don't know if you were just here. Like he's got a track record of saying Jabberwocky, Alice in Wonderland nonsense. So like they just proved it again. What's up, Gregory? How you been?
You say exactly what he's going to do,
Good, man.
and he heard you say what you think he's going to do, and he did it anyway.
I just got it here like 40 seconds ago. I'm like, I looked at the screenshot that Blue Jumper sent. I'm like, this is a Wikipedia article. This is not a digital version, a digital copy of a United States federal document. What is he talking about?
Yeah, but the saddest thing is he was going to refute our interpretation when he doesn't know what the text says. And I read it to him, and he still didn't know what it said after hearing it.
Now, it actually is the document is the link you posted from whitehouse.gov, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah. And like I was saying, you can't interpret it. There's only a legal interpretation in what the government says, how they interpret it. It's not your interpretation, it's their interpretation. And they have said for 80 years how they define national security, for 80 years how they define counterintelligence, and for 80 years how they define intelligence and what it allows them to do. It allows them to do frickin' anything.
The main problem here is this guy, he thinks NASA is somehow this enlightened scientific body boldly exploring space for the betterment of humanity.
Yeah,
and he also
knows, by moral characters too, because you got to throw the moralistic thing. These are honorable men.
Honorable, yeah. At the same time, he knows that the U.S. intelligence community is quite the opposite. Psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks, almost causing mutual destruction, destabilizing the world. And then when he sees that these two things he can't square these two things together, his only playbook is to say, we've interpreted, gaslight people. What you're seeing happen right now is not the case, because he needs to maintain this sort of separation of church and state.
Oh boy.
The problem is he speaks with authority, so I'm pretty sure who he talks to, they probably think he's actually saying the truth. But if you really just dissect what he's saying, he's so wrong, and he has the audacity to just be speaking as if he's absolutely right. And I don't think he recognizes that, which makes him, like Crit said, he just can't fix stupid. What's up, everybody?
What's up, man? Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, happy New Year,
Happy
Dev.
New Year, APOC.
For sure.
Why is he messaging me like as though I muted him?
Like, I banned him out of the home server because he's just like, he said we can't do the curve calculation for drop over distance because that's Euclidean geometry and a sphere is non-Euclidean. And so I banned him for being that dumb. I couldn't take it anymore. Like, you're too stupid to be here. You gotta go. You're gonna affect people.
As though trying to take refuge in non-Euclidean geometry, so-called, is going to help you.
How's it go? Proclaiming to be wise, he found himself to be a fool or something like that.
Yeah, it's better to close your mouth and people to think you're wise than to open it to people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and to prove it.
This guy speaks with such authority, man. Like, dude.
Dude, like it's obvious, not just like such authority, like dumb flat earthers. It's obvious that they meant something else.
Right.
Why are you still messaging me as though I can do anything about your predicament? Message the moderators if you want to help your situation.
Yeah, it's even funnier too. It's like he blamed me at one point for muting him, even though like you could look at the log. Like I unmuted him, just back and forth. You know, like I was unmuting him. You know, he would get muted, and I would unmute him, trying to engage with him. He'd say something stupid, and then get muted again. And then he says, "Crit, all you're doing is muting me every 5 seconds." And he said it again. Even like this stupidity. I just told you, there's a log. There's logs here. You can see who mutes and unmutes people. In even shown the log, he still just maintains his stupidity. Like you could say, I don't know. Some moderators muting me. I think it might be you. I go, it's not me. I've been unmuting you. And he just comes right back.
Well, I mean, I think it's ironic because you gave him also another, talking to the other guy, the Tazzy guy. You were talking about people being willfully ignorant. Literally him. In spades.
For sure.
And that quote, too, it'd be like, oh, flat earthers are just muting people they call stupid. No, that comes from, I think that quote is Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, I can't remember, one of the two, who said that it's okay for someone to be stupid or ignorant. And once you tell them the facts, once you tell them, you know, how to live their life and how to treat other people, and they still do so anyway, at that point it's stupidity. I think it was Martin Luther King, but I think that might have been Malcolm X. It was Malcolm X that talked about, hey, if they won't listen to logic and reason, the next thing you have to do is fight. And I'm not sure that MLK would have said that, but he might have.
Storm, stop whining in my DMs, dude. It's not as though it's gonna like improve your situation.
Yeah, his first thing he did when he came in here this morning was that he had to be here. He was compelled to be here because he has to stop us from spreading our misinformation.
Yeah, he said that yesterday.
Yeah, not so many. I mean, I can't remember the exact verbiage he used, but he's here for other people. And we're like, okay, well, which person? Couldn't name a single person. I go, let's test your idea. Pick one person in this chat that you think you're here for, and if they tell you no, do you understand the word no?
First of all, he's going to have to hire somebody to do that for him because he's highly ineffectual.
My question to him would be like, why is he so, aggressively defending that they're not a spy agency when, as you posted, it literally labels it as such. So where's he getting at? Like, what's his? Is he mad? Is he sad that NASA's now a spy agency? Like, is he angry about that? Is he like, hey, no, it can't be.
NASA is the proto United Federation. From Star Trek.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why. NASA is the proto.
You're so right,
United
dude. That's pathetic.
Like, Star Trek is their imagination of the world. That's their world order. Star Trek is scientism.
They're the Space Force, man. The Space Force, their logo was like the little Star Trek thing, too.
They call themselves Guardians of the Galaxy. Like in the army,
Star
you got
Trek is
Snoke.
not. Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead, Greg.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, like when you listen to the original writers back in the 70s and 80s, all the way up to now, the whole franchise. You listen to them back in the day, like in the earliest days of Star Trek. This was one of their pet projects, I call it, because in Hollywood, in the whole entertainment industry, right, which is really just a branch of the government in the most basic sense of the word, right, the propaganda arm. They care about some of their projects. They care about them. They sincerely are trying to get others to internalize the worldview and the values that are being conveyed or illustrated by their content. That's what they're doing. So when you listen to them, you can find the clips, and they're talking about really their eschatology and their worldview. This is what they want the world to hurry up and become like. This is how they want the world to hurry up and evolve into. Star Trek.
Yeah, and like, how many times have you? I mean, I've had people just did it. Well, the guy just did it the other day. You guys are stopping human advancement.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does that mean exactly? Please define human advancement. And it means exactly what you said. A Star Trek reality. That's what they think humanity's headed towards, which is the most delusional, craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. If you actually go outside and look around, we ain't headed there. We're headed in the opposite direction. We're about to go back
and they're
to
not the only
torches and
ones.
clubs and shit.
Right. They're not the only ones. Like, only God knows how many peoples there are with a given worldview, with a given eschatological doctrine, right? However complex or simple, however old or young, right? Relatively, from whatever given point in time. Many peoples are like this. And of course, the Lord's church is like this too. We have an eschatology. Right? But he's the way, the truth, and the life, unlike everyone else. So this is just something. This is just yet another one. It's yet another, right? This is the scientists' eschatology with their ethical system and all the refutations that I can say that have been said, and I'm not the first to say them. Another comparison that, of course, I know they don't like, but is very apropos, is their pattern of behavior and their eschatology, like with the Scientologists. I like to call them the cousins of the scientists. Because basically, the Scientologists are more upfront about their distinctives of their worldview. And they're pretty much like ahead. Like they're more open. They've been more open longer than the scientists. Because Orthodox scientism is like, aliens, maybe plausible. We'll make a movie like Prometheus or something like that, and illustrate our imaginations and our conjecture. Scientologists and the NOI, Nation of Islam, they're like, yeah, dude, of course there's aliens. Or the Mormons, yeah, dude, of course there's aliens. They came here and they teaching us stuff, and they're gonna come back soon. Like in the case of the Scientologist, dude, I forget his bizarre alien name. He's gonna come on a ship. This is Scientologist eschatology. He's gonna come here on a ship, and he's gonna enlighten us. Who's been devout, who done the audits, and yada yada yada.
Right. Scientology is way back, dude. They think like human beings are infected with some 40 billion year old fucking something. I don't know, soul sucker organ. Dude, they're pretty far out there, bro.
So the point of analogy to complete this point, right? Scientists, you are a hazard. You are a detriment to the human race, to us, as you defy the phantom scientist magisterium, right? Same thing with Scientologists. You are a what's the term they use? I forget the term they use. I'm gonna remind myself soon. But you are a troublesome person, right? You are a hazard to the human race because you're not listening to L. Ron Hubbard or nowadays his successor because you're not doing the audits and y'all all the rest. Same thing. These comparisons,
Had
which
the
are very
pleasure of
valid
talking
and
to
apropos,
Josh
irritate
Ingersoll.
them.
Gregory, we had the pleasure of talking to Josh Ingersoll. Have you had the pleasure of talking to him?
Josh Ingersoll?
Yeah, the Amazon guy, the Amazon satellite guy. Because I know you're over in Geo server. I thought maybe he went over there or something. I've seen him.
Maybe he has. I probably missed him. I don't know.
So he works for like the Amazon. They're trying to basically make the Starlink version, the Amazon Starlink version, with satellites and all, and he works for them. So Wolfgang last night asked him, he's been around, we've been kicking him around, but I mean, that's not the point. The point is that Wolfgang asked him last night, you say, in 2025, you're going to tell all your coworkers to come in here and improve the globe. And he's like, oh, they think you're the lowest of the low. Backing up what you just said, right? They think that, so I asked him, I was like, so it's a moral question if we're immoral if we don't believe they're bullshit. Is that what you're saying? Oh no, they just think that you're the lowest of the low because you're not advancing anything. You're not helping humanity.
Oh no,
and he gave it all out. Everything you just said happened last night, and I haven't talked to you in here in forever. It's really odd that just a coincidence, right? No, you're exactly right. This is exactly what their mindset is. They're out of their gourds.
And I can say these things by God's grace, and giving me the skill, the propensity, and the skills, have the discipline to analyze whatever given propositions, whatever given assertions, whatever given notions that are being espoused, right? Analysis of a worldview. People are just oblivious to these things and they don't even want to be bothered with disciplining themselves to actually analyze any given proposition, let alone a whole set of propositions, a whole set of presuppositions that consist any given worldview. But it's a tremendous advantage. It's a tremendous advantage. So you can recognize these things. And the more you know, the less likely, at least, because we're not omniscient, we're not going to be, not possible. But the more we know as creatures, the less likely we are to be susceptible to any types of wiles of the devil, any type of deceptions, any type of devices of evil people. There's no good in believing falsehood in any way. No good in internalizing falsehood in any way.
Yeah, I mean, even if someone's going to do like this sort of devil's advocate or contrarian, even small things like where you tell children a story to keep them safe. That's only small functionality, and really, in the long run, ends up doing more harm than good.
Indeed. People think that the child's mind is so fragile that it can't handle it. No, children are very resilient, by God's grace. And they're all the more resilient when they are surrounded by and supported by, cared for, attended to, shepherded by loving persons, loving adults, including loving adults. Now, of course, you may have to simplify your rhetoric. You may have to simplify the content, right, of what you say, but still saying the same fact, just in a simplified rhetorical version, the simplified rhetoric. That's all. I mean, how do you think? I mean, people just really don't They're not introspective. They don't recognize what we are. We are all former children, right? We are involuntarily find ourselves in this world and all these things, all these stimuli, all this phenomena, all this information, all these facts and or lies. And then we evolve our language, we evolve our conceptualization. It's going to happen to subsequent children after us, Lord willing. You learned, future children will learn also. And that's also how do I say this? That notion that basically you prolong the childishness of children and you minimize telling them truths, especially emotionally disturbing truths, to put it euphemistically, right? That's not a notion shared throughout history, throughout the world. That's a notion that's most prominent, that has its strongest presence in so-called first world countries. Those in the so-called third world, they cannot afford to think and act like that. They can't afford that because the various dangers are so immediately present. My baby boy, my baby girl has to know now. We need to move now, right? No time to fuck around, to put it bluntly. But first world countries, they take God's grace for granted and they think they have all this time to mess around and play games. No. And then again, even in many people in the given first world countries who are more or less impoverished, they also don't play those games. Need to know the facts now. Tell me straight up now. Quit bullshitting. Get to getting. Right? All these phrases, right, that we all recognize means hurry up and get to the truth. No time for a euphemism. I don't even know. They don't recognize these terms, euphemism, things like that. They don't play that. When you're in a situation with immediate danger, you don't play this solipsism and nihilism and hyper irrational skepticism and all this bullshit. You don't do that. As horrifying as a battlefield is, it exposes a lot of truth. Exposes a lot of truth. You're not going to find a single linguistic deconstructivist on the battlefield. They'll interpret instructions real damn quick. Or a soldier, they're going to interpret orders real damn quick. None of this, every interpretation is misinterpretation. We really don't know anything. Whoop-de-woo. No. I'm going to talk about this because this is the fruits of scientism also. No God, no universals, no absolute laws, no oversight, no inescapable culpability. You just get to yap whatever opinions we want because we're just a bunch of lopsided, more or less hairless apes with lofty opinions and posable thumbs and a few tricks up our sleeve. Scientism. Nothing but garbage.
What's up, Gregory? What are you, brother? Been a long time.
Yes, yeah.
By the way, I was listening in the YouTube channel to the discussion. I can tell you that no one can claim Big Bang or evolution if they can't prove that they can make water with hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just validate that you can have water with hydrogen and oxygen, and that will be good. You won't, because it's not made of oxygen and hydrogen. Water is made from water. The three phases of water are all water. You never see it as hydrogen and oxygen. And you can't make water from hydrogen and oxygen by just mixing the two. It's impossible, because it's not. It was never made of oxygen and hydrogen.
Would you say it makes sense? I have no emotional commitment to the scientist orthodoxy on chemistry. So what you're saying makes sense. Because the materials God made is going to do what it does. Like he's going to operate his creation how he sees fit.
Yeah.
So that's one issue. The other issue is how we describe or interpret or conceptualize our notions, right? And whether what we conceive are facts, truths or not. That's a different issue, right?
Yeah. And it was because of an evolutionist that I just got to this conclusion. We were talking about evolution and Big Bang and that there is no creation, no God, and those things. And I had the question in my mind. I asked him, can you validate that water was created from hydrogen and oxygen? They collided together or something like that, and it made water on the surface of the earth. And then evolution started. Some proto cells started to form, and they started to divide, and they evolved to something else. But start by water. If you can validate that, yeah, water can be created by some chemistry, I can go with that. I can try to research deeper about evolution. But if you can't, and water is always water, it was created by its creator as water in different phases, solid, it's just water, but ice, we call it ice. It's always water. In its liquid form, it's water. And it's in its gas form, it's still just water. We call it water vapor. And it's not oxygen and hydrogen. So just so that idea of evolution, Big Bang from the window, till the moment you can validate that water is made of oxygen and hydrogen and can be just made of by nothing, no creator, just like that.
Well, don't they create water in a lab?
They create water? What?
Yeah.
They create water in the lab by using hydrogen and oxygen and mixing them together?
Yeah, you ignite them and it creates water.
You ignite, was it isolated, or there was just some condensation of water vapor in the surrounding and it started forming water? Because that's what I saw in every test. It was just water condensation. So water particles, vapor, started to condensate and form droplets.
Okay.
So, the condensation of water. So it's just water vapor. Just water vapor condensating to liquid. It's not hydrogen and oxygen particles started to mix and create that molecule of water. Even the electrolysis, it's not. It's
That's
not
the
just
opposite.
water. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
Yeah, but it's not changing the water into oxygen and hydrogen, but the salt, because water is not conductive. So what you are electrolyzing, what you are doing with the electrolysis is just separating the component of the thing that you added, salt or anything that you added to the water. You can't make electrolysis with just water because it's not something that is conductive.
Well, I mean, is
hey guys,
for it to be like H2O is conductivity?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you saying it's necessary for it to be conductive?
Yeah, it is necessary for it to be conductive, to have the possibility to generate that effect with the electrolysis, separate the molecules. If you are not doing that, if the water isn't conductive, so you're not doing any electrolysis with the water. You're just helping the electrolysis by creating a solution with the water. So you just turn to that solid thing, like salt or something, that have the molecules, oxygen, hydrogen, those things, on it. So you dissolve it in the water, and it helps. The water will help you create that electrolysis of that thing, of that solution. But the water will not turn to that hydrogen and oxygen. It's the thing that you added to the water.
I'm going to interrupt for a second, and then I want to, because we were talking about something before this. I was finding a clip, and I want Gregory and Crit to hear this because we were just talking about this. The eschatology of globetards.
Hello?
Oh my god.
Why is the Earth flat and not circular?
Wait, that doesn't even make sense, dude. I don't know why you just. You all right, bro? You having a heart attack?
What?
Yeah, okay, go on mute, bro. All right, that ain't gonna apply. Yeah, leaves right away. I don't know what I'm doing. What'd I do? So I'm gonna play this. Hold on.
How you doing, Indio?
I'm doing good.
Cool, bro.
Trying to figure out the.
Figure out the who?
Stupid bot.
Oh, they played the sound clip.
Yeah, okay, I think I got it.
What do you think your friends would say if you tried to tell them to debunk it? You think they'd make some excuse about how they don't need to debunk it because they already know why they believe it?
They think y'all are lower than low, like not worth the scum between their toes. They think I'm an idiot even for talking to y'all.
That sounds like some projection, doesn't it?
Like,
you don't have Earth curvature antennas. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm saying it's like taking flying a drone and then taking a selfie with it, right? It's the same thing except the distance is just greater.
I seriously doubt that's the way it works.
Yeah, except you're not flying a drone and you're not taking a selfie and seeing a ball Earth. Come on, Josh.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, and that's why they think that y'all are lower than scum because they come in here and say that.
Show me the globe selfie.
So So let me get this.
Oh, I mean, I've got a couple things public.
No, hold on, Josh. You're not whistling past that from the third fucking time. So believing in the globe is a moral question. Is that what you're saying?
No, you just
but when you say someone's lower than scum for not believing that they're taking pictures of a baller from 600 kilometers, that you're lower than scum, you're saying, believe me or you're immoral.
No, not
yeah, that's
moral.
actually a disgusting thing for your colleagues to be saying.
Exactly, dude.
No, I guess it's not lower than scum as in morality. Lower than scum as in like your impact and value to the world is.
Oh, because we don't believe them. So our value is contingent upon believing their bullshit stories.
No, it's not saying that your value is contingent on believing it. It's saying their assessment of this community is that you don't make a big enough impact on the world for you to matter.
How cooked is that dude, bro?
Wow. Wow.
And that's your experts in the astrophysics and engineering.
So you could be completely fucking wrong about everything. And as long as you have a big impact on the world about your false assessment, then that's moral.
I guess, man. I mean, he just like recouped Hitler's reputation in 3 sentences.
Yeah, and he described his entire industry and the culture of it.
I know he did. I know. He tells on himself without knowing. I think it's hilarious that Josh doesn't have. He can't say, it's like he can't actually hear what he's saying, right? And what it actually means, because maybe because he's in some sort of echo chamber. I don't know. I hate using that word, but he has no self-awareness of what he's saying and what it sounds like to other people. He also did something crazy last night. I wish you were here, Yoder. I actually had to leave because I couldn't take his nonsense anymore. I didn't have to leave, but he said, well, I'm meeting, we're talking about NASA being a spy agency. He's like, well, I'm meeting a guy. I'll ask him why they did that. And I'm like, Trump signed an executive order. It wasn't that guy. He's like, oh, well, it's a cabinet position, and they wrote the executive order. He wasn't saying they might have. He was saying they wrote the executive order. And I'm like, Josh, so your friend was in the U.S. Patent Office? Because that's included. And he had no idea what he was talking. He didn't know he doesn't know what the executive order says. So he was just making shit up on the fly, dude. Like he did with like he does all the time. He's just making it up, how they decided to enact this executive order, how it came to be, all of it. He's just making it up and doing his personal anecdote shtick that he always does. Oh, I got a call with this guy. I'll ask him. Right? Have you noticed that he's got this little propaganda shtick? This is this goes back to they do this with 9/11 and 9/11 was real. My cousin was there, or I know someone that died, or it's a personal anecdote, right? So you basically have to and the astronauts do this stuff, right? Oh, me and Neil. Yeah. Me and Joe Biden used to do that crap all the time. He was super. That was a big part of his little act, right? Was talking about in Obama with the name dropping bullshit.
What I've seen out of him is I've traveled a lot and I've been to a lot of places, but the Washington D.C. area is kind of like my home. I know the circuit, I know the people, I know how a lot of shit works there. I know. I moved out of there because I had enough. But what we've seen from him is exactly like everybody else that's plugged in. How he behaves, how he thinks, how he assigns ethical, moral values to things. What he assesses to be true versus false, he embodies pretty much everything that is Washington, D.C. culture right there with that.
And anybody that doesn't behave that way, I suppose they would be ejected unceremoniously.
Oh yeah, yeah. You get
Like
ousted.
0 career advancement, right? You're just like you're gonna get stuck in they're gonna stick you in an office pushing papers in the most extremely. I bet you they have jobs just for that. This guy don't fit in the culture. Stick him in the freaking job we assigned to that, so that he just like either eats his gun or quits.
Do not rock the boat. Like you've got to fail the Ash conformity exam. You got to raise your hand when everybody else raises their hand. And if you don't do that, then you're seen as a threat to the system, the establishment. And there's something wrong with you, because if you participate, you're going to be ingratiated. You're going to see so much opportunity and wealth that'll make your head spin, and you won't have to do a lot of work.
And
like people think there's something wrong with you if you don't go along with it.
Yeah, we heard Josh. I wouldn't say he was bragging, but he was just like talking about his salary is $300K, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I make $300K.
It's almost hard to believe someone under 30 could be pulling that in.
No, the best part too is that he said that his mom is on assistance with food stamps. I can't remember what they call it now. EBT. Yeah, his mom's on EBT. But I'm like, how?
Oh
How
yeah, that's
Oh.
right, Crit. Ugh, dude.
So you're making this much money, and your mom is basically having to get a social safety net. He's like,
he brought her food. He drove her some food, though. He's a good guy. He's a good son.
I mean, think about that. That's the way he treats somebody who brought him into this world. It shows you the low moral character that they have. But they want to come in here and make
even within your own family. That's crazy.
Yeah, they want to come in here and make a moral argument against flat Earth when their morals are gutter trash. Imagine how the whole world treated their mother that way.
Josh is like borderline communist. Josh is just like he's a walking contradiction. But I mean, with $300K being dangled in your face, like some people will just be spineless little worms that will mold themselves to any situation. I'm communist in this room. I'm capitalist in that room. I'm for government spending in this room. I'm for government reduction in that room. More taxes, less tax. Like whoever's in front of him, that's what he molds himself to.
Nailed it. Yeah. You can't survive unless you're a chameleon.
Dude, like, that's funny, man. We could call that behavior a cuttlefish because cuttlefish are intelligent. But no, they're lizards and chameleons are stupid, and that's what they're most like.
Man, it's all disgusting. And what I've said before, you probably heard me say it, but he's surrounded by everybody who has this power of belief behind what they're doing. Everybody believes that they're all working on these satellites and that they all work in this exact manner. And everybody believes that they know for sure how they operate because they think they know somebody somewhere that also knows, and they trust them.
Well, I think Josh's stick, he probably gets paid that amount of money because he does, what does he do? It was product development. So basically that's being a salesperson. That's, you can call it whatever we want. You're a salesperson.
DC call that business development, or he's a business developer.
Yeah, that's salesperson. You call, right, dude. You're freaking just a dude. You're just a used car salesman. Except for you're selling used rockets. Literally. Literally used rockets. I'm a used rocket salesman. That's crazy.
It's true. So companies, what they love to get is they like to get people like with contractor badges into the Pentagon whose sole job is to walk around the halls and be recognized by people who used to work for them when they're in the military or when they're a government official, and grip and grin and then represent the company. And then try to worm their way into getting like a general to provide some informal indication that you'd be interested in getting them aboard as a contractor. That's kind of like what Josh is doing.
Yeah, but the thing with I think Josh's value is, it seems to me, based upon what he said, is that his focus is human networking. So he's built a network of connections, and that's what his value is, not his skill, not his whatever. It's, I mean, I've in my small little freaking world, I worked for a company, and that's what the CAO did. That's all. That was his only like thing, is to have a email contact list of billionaires and millionaires to fund his business ventures. That's all he needed, was that contact list.
That's how
and
I work
that's
too.
what I think Josh is just building, some vast contact list, and his employer wants access to his contact list. Right?
Bingo. Your contact list is your pipeline, your business pipeline. So DC, for the folks that don't know, Washington, DC is not a normal economy, shocker, but it's actually got a structure called a monopsony. This is when you have one customer who has all the buying power in the world, and all the competitors are upstream from them trying to sell their product. So what this encourages is when the government starts putting out requests for bids on contracts, all the Lockheed Martins, Northrop Grummons, and Boeings, and Raytheons, and everybody, they try to scramble together to try and put together a proposal that's the most competitive. And they will work together. They'll form teams. It's called teaming, and they have teaming agreements. They build coalitions. It's basically cartelization. And if you know people and you're well connected and you have like a small business or even a large business, if you know people, you can pretty much always guarantee that you'll have a pipeline of opportunities to pull in revenue for your company, because you know somebody that's putting together a team to bid on whatever contract, and you want a piece of that pie. So you can go to your business manager in your company and say, hey, I know somebody over here. He's putting together a team to bid on this contract. Should we go over there and do it with them? And that's it. That's all you do all day long. It's all about networking like that.
Schmoozing is what we used to call it. Schmoozing. You go into luncheons and go into meetings and go to conferences and meet in people's offices and blah, 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 blah. But for $300,000, someone's going to do it.
Yep. So for that kind of money, you'll have a desk in your office, but if you're never there, it means you're working.
Yeah. It seems like Josh is never there.
You can go shopping to IKEA. You can take a day off and say, you know what, I kind of need a day off because I played too much golf yesterday with those guys from Booz Allen.
Yeah. You can go get vaccinated. Like Josh came in here one day and said, what are you doing? Oh, I can talk to you guys. I'm not going to the office yet. I'm getting vaccinated. Fucking weirdo, dude. Weirdo. Knowing like what room he's in, comes out and says that.
Oh, it's become a thing down there.
I asked him if he was going to get a sticker,
vaccination
but he
holidays.
They have vaccination holidays, so a day off to go get vaccinated.
Yeah, because on the back end, you know, the symptoms can be a little rough, right? So they'll need a day or two to recover. So you get time off for that.
And then I want time off to recover from those people going and getting vaccinated.
Yeah, I don't. I need time off to recover from looking at someone with a little stupid sticker on them that says I got vaccinated. You're like, why are you advertising your stupidity?
I don't know if we should get on this, but I've got a funny story.
Yeah. Sorry,
I got a friend who got a position at a rather large institution, right? And she says that the organization has basically a mobile vaccination unit, and they'll go around the office and all the campuses, and they'll start offering it to you in your cubicles if you need one. So you just be sitting there working on a spreadsheet, whatever, and then two people show up with nitrile gloves on their hands and a vial and a syringe, right? Hey, have you had yours? Would you like one right now?
They probably have a cart, right? I assume they push a cart around or something.
We have our own medical center now as of last year. Right in
Dude,
our
what happened to
office
HIPAA,
building.
dude? How is this stuff even remotely legal?
I don't know, but
I made a shit ton of money installing HIPAA secure systems, dude, for like 10 years. Like, how are they getting away with this? HIPAA's like a freaking crazy, like, you want a stack of felonies? Go violate HIPAA. But now they can just do it willy-nilly post, pandemic or during the pandemic. During the pandemic, man, I went to the grocery store and in the deli, they had all the pictures of the people that work at the deli with their, B status and their COVID test status on display for everybody.
I would have sued them.
Like, bro, I'm like, this is like, let's advertise our HIPAA violation. Like, bro, like, I couldn't believe it.
I saw some law firms in Philly that had like stickers on their windows saying everybody in the office had their vax. So you could feel safe walking in, right? And then job postings.
Personal. I guess you could say that that's not personal. I mean, that would be a tough suit because it's general.
Well, what's personal is if HR requires you to provide proof of your medical status.
Yeah, that is personal. Yeah.
And that's how they get 100% going. Because how would they know that they have 100% vax if they didn't ask people?
And then you have bad people like me who actually went to my doctor and I said to him, I'm not playing this game. I need a note that says why I don't have to wear one of these and I don't have to have that other thing. And he wrote a note up and said, yeah, you have problems breathing and you don't get those normally. So that's basically what he wrote. And they couldn't say a word to me. They just looked at me, just wanted me to wear plastic things around me and all kinds of weird shit. And I said, no, thank you. And it just irritated them for a year. They just anything. Just please just stay home then. I was like, yeah, of course. That's what I want to do. I just want to stay home. So I don't have to come in there and be around you crazy people.
Yeah, doctors have mad power in this country to skirt rules.
He didn't even ask me anything about it. I said, listen, I'm not doing this shit. So, and I said it like that to him. I said, so how do we do this? You're going to have to write me a note or I'm not going to be able to go to work. It's like, I'll get you out of it. And I said, okay. And that's what he did.
Beautiful. You got a good doc. You still go to him, I hope?
He's not even a doctor. He's a PA, physician's assistant. Yeah, I go to him.
Yeah,
I go to him because I tell him what's going on. And I say, and I think it's going to be something like this. He goes, I think you're right. Or, nope, you're not right because of this. And he'll just tell me straight up, yep, you're right. Or, nope, you're not right. And I'll be like, well, I don't want to do anything kind of weird. It's going to make me all sleepy all the time. So he'll figure shit out for me. Because I have these pains I have to keep under wraps. And he's all good with that. So.
Yeah. Cool. I mean. Josh Inksock, dude, that's the best name. We should have had a top 10 freaking nicknames for 2025. We should have did that.
And that was in a PDF form because he emailed it to me. So I emailed it to HR and then I have a copy of it. So now I'm just going to always refer to that. Be like, no, that was down. I haven't changed my mind yet. So there you go. I'm just going to keep it on file like that. Plus I'm at that level in the networking and business end of it where they're not even going to say anything to me anyway now.
Yeah. The best thing to do is make yourself indispensable. And I mean, you've talked about this before.
Hopefully I'll be able to show off what I invented. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to show off my invention here shortly, but I got to get about first quarter through the first quarter, and then I might be able to. I got to talk it over with the group.
Yeah, man, use your skills in industrial automation tracking for looking at assets in the sky.
He's got. Did you see his pattern, his radio frequency pattern? You see that map that he made?
Yeah,
that's a weird. It's like a diamond shape or something.
All the maps are wrong.
It's
Yeah, but
possible.
is that like a no-fly zone? Is that why we're seeing that, or am I just actually getting blocked the signal?
It should be radial. Like you should have a circle around you. It shouldn't be a diamond.
It's the craziest thing. I haven't moved it yet. Maybe I'll do it today. I don't know. I was going to put it in the front of my house. Right now it's in the back of my house. I was just going to move it to the front of my house. It's wireless, the system, and just plug it in and see what it does all day.
So, Yoder, how's your observation endeavor going?
It's going. I've just spent some time trying to learn my equipment and use it well before I head out. I need time. I really need free time to go do this.
I had to do the same thing. I was just sitting and just taking pictures. You know what I mean? Just familiarizing myself with what the buttons do and all that stuff. You know.
Yeah, increase your hit rate too, so that you're not like producing shitty photos. You know.
So some shit I did. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you looked on X my pinned post of that I took at the beach. You should check that out because
your 10-mile observation of the boat.
Yeah, that's one. I mean, there's a bunch in there. There's a lighthouse, and like none of them should be. All of those should be cut off. The freaking the buoys and shit that are in the water shouldn't be seen, right? You know what I mean? Like it's the horizon's double the distance it should be. So when I went that time, I read that because camera sensors have a lower response in the higher infrared 900. I got a 950 nanometer filter. That you have to use longer exposure times because it's not as sensitive to the light, right? That turned out to be complete fucking trash. That's just horseshit. I tried all different weird exposure times to do it. All it did was get washed out, just like a regular camera. Just like, so I like if they, I don't know what you've been reading like for tips or tricks or whatever. But I was talking about this last night. We should, and I'm gonna somehow come up with like a best practices. There's like some sort of checklist to do like a observation, right? Things that you should, not like camera technique or anything like that, but like important variables that should be included in the observation, like observer height, distances, air temperature, water temperature, if you can get it, humidity, if you can get it, like, you know what I mean? It should be like
that'd be very valuable.
Yeah. Because if you notice in my post, I got air and water temperature, I got a whole bunch of buoy data.
I wanted to make a box that you can carry along with you that gives you most of that data, and then as long as you have Wi-Fi, you can share your hotspot on your phone with it. As long as you have Wi-Fi, you should be able to get all the marine data and everything else. As long as you bring this thing that I just brought to make that also with the airplanes. That's also has temperature and stuff on it. I just didn't show you guys that.
Oh, really? Shit, bro, that would be great. How cheap would the box be?
RTL-SDRs are about $29. Let's see. So the whole thing totally, if you needed a computer with it, I'm trying to get it down to a Linux box so I can actually run it on.
Could you run it on a Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, dude.
Once I get it to that, it's around $400 and it's complete.
Great. Like you could sell that along with the checklist.
Yeah, that you have to check off or it's not even complete.
Yep.
Both sides.
Yep. I mean, it's like I've seen so many good observations that don't have the data to go along with them. So you just have to trust.
Yeah, Dandelion was showing one the other day. It was supposed to be like 40.
Hello.
Why are you interrupting?
We were waiting for you, dude. We've been waiting here all morning for you. Hello.
Yeah, Soto.
Yeah, thank you. Continue.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, God. It's fucking weirdos in this chat. So Dandelion was showing one that she got from, they're not on social media or anything, but they're like So they got an observation of a lighthouse. I think it was 40 something miles. I think that was it. I think it was 40 miles, but there's nothing with it. You know what I mean? And, the first thing a Glover is going to do is how high was the camera? How far away was it? Like all these things. She got the camera height as 10 feet, but like nothing about where it was actually from. Nothing about like anything. Just the height of the lighthouse, how far away she is, and her camera height, which is good, but we can do better, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful, and it would facilitate people to get out there and go do this thing. What I'm finding is just how good modern optical technology is.
So that's another thing I was talking about. To make an actual guide, like an idiot-proof guide for a non-flat Earth person that's completely unfamiliar with the topic, and we say, hey, go test it yourself. Exactly how to do that. You know what I mean? Exactly how to go test it yourself.
Listen, dude, I write those all year long. Yeah, I can write exactly how to do everything. I write step by step by step, and if you don't follow it, you can get written up. No.
You told me already.
So, if you guys tell me what you need and send it to me, let me work on something. Everything you need that we'll just say, if you follow this checklist, then you just proved globe. You followed this, and now you've got 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, to include like here's some cameras you can buy.
We should come up with an example.
However you want to do it. You can put GoPros on there. You can use GoPros. Just depends on what you're trying to do with them. Don't put the fisheye lens on if you're just using the GoPro to videotape yourself using your good camera. That way, like I do, like you can hold your phone up to it and say, here's my coordinates, if you want to do it that way. The box I'm making will not have to do anything like that. You just turn it on. It's just going to show you everything on the screen. It's got a 7-inch screen.
The cool thing about the P1000, I don't know if the P900 has it. It has an accelerometer built into it. And it actually will find the horizon and help you level the camera. So it'll make an artificial
had that in there.
Huh? What was that?
I thought the P900 had it in there. I
don't know if it does or not.
I remember messing with my horizon. I just don't remember what camera it was. If it was this one right here that I'm holding or not. Let me turn it on and find out.
Yeah, I found that artificial horizon feature really useful, considering my tripod was so freaking shitty.
My camera has that too. It looks like a heads-up display for a fighter jet.
Really?
Yeah, it's a one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because you can it tells you the rotation too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does because it's got a GPS on it. So if I turn it on, it tells me my exact location. Yeah, P900's got the GPS and all that too.
And another technique that I heard you should do for stills is to put the timer on so the camera doesn't shake from your button push. Right? So use like a time delay.
Yeah, like 2 seconds.
Yeah. And another technique was get something in focus invisible, right? And then attach the filter and then snap the shot. I didn't get to try this. A lot of these techniques that I found out about, I didn't get to try because it was so freaking cold out and it was like a 16, 20 knot wind. So like the camera was shaking all over the place. There's no point in even trying some of these things. And my hands were freezing. It's like 46 degrees out or whatever it was. But I think we should come up with like an exemplar, right? What the perfect observation, everything that would be in a perfect observation as far as data point or as far as variables, what that would look like. And then define a checklist off of that and have required elements on the checklist. Like you got to have these things or we're going to just ignore you. But these other ones would be nice but optional. Like relative to humidity. I'm not going to throw it out if the dude don't have relative humidity. But it'd be nice to have. And by the end of next year, what my plan is I'm going to try and recruit some of the YouTubers to take off observations, like Plain Truth and Heath Carmody, and there's a whole bunch of them that go out. Pavel's Dog, they go out and do observations. Going to try to get them on this because I want to collect. Because we were talking about it, how like these differences. Again, I saw it again on Pavel's Dog. He keeps catching this, like where it's like there's different depths of optical effects, where the optical effects are at different depths of distance away from the camera. So what I want to do is like collect because I'm going to take the textbook, I'm going to wipe my ass with every page and just throw it out and just fucking start from scratch and collect a bunch of data and try to find some correlation between water temperature, air temperature, humidity, like all these variables, altitude, height, like whatever just collect the data and see where it comes out. You know what I mean? But we need something standardized to actually say, hey, we need a standardized data collection technique is what I'm saying, to be able to say anything useful about what the observations are. And I think me and you were talking about the different distances of like moving away from or toward or away, like in something that shows an inferior mirage. I have done some up down. So I took some 15 foot above sea level, then like 120 feet above sea level on the nearly on the same sight line. And the inferior mirage didn't go away when I did this. So you can still see it.
But Indio, Wallace, that's how Wallace accounted for refraction in the Bedford level. He went up 13 feet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He accounted for refraction by going up 13 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, because Robotham did it too low, and that was extreme refraction because it didn't line up with the globe. And then Wallace.
How many times did they do it? How many times did they do it?
Enough until it matched what they thought it would on
20, 50? Oh, okay.
They did it till it matched. You mean like the freaking South Pole pendulum? Oh, it's going the wrong way. Try again. Oh, it's going 2 times too fast. Try again. Oh, it's just right. The freaking Goldilocks freaking version of science. Someone's been sleeping in my bed. This experiment is just right.
It's kind of like the Walter Bislin slider.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look! Turns out there was exactly this much refraction on that day because when now there's no hidden height if I slide it to here, so there was this much refraction on the day. Debunked, flat Earth.
Dude, listen. I just take like when they say it's a simulator. No, dude, it's not a simulator. That's a graphics program. Right, that will distort the 3D world, right? So you can just distort it with the sliders. We're just going to distort the geometry because that's all it does, right? It just distorts the size of the ball that is part of the 3D geometry. That's all it does. It doesn't actually calculate any refraction, right? It just does the effective radius, and it just makes the ball bigger. Doesn't do anything else. Doesn't simulate anything.
And it actually says on his website that when you slide it to 1, it means that there's so much refraction that the radius would be so big that the Earth would just look flat. And you have to slide it to 1 or close enough to 1 for most of the observations.
And his if you click the flat Earth checkbox, that is the 3D element that's in that is a giant disk. I don't know if anybody's tried to compare his flat Earth disk checkbox to the giant freaking globe that looks flat. Have you ever? I mean, I could do it right now, I guess. Just compared to see if it looks the same, like the flat Earth versus flat globe.
See, DJ took out Perfect Storm from a band forever.
He asked for it.
Yeah, he was asking for it. Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, he was ban evading today. That guy's just so dishonest and ridiculous. We got enough content out of that guy. I think he just comes in, kind of takes over the chat, and just spurgs out constantly. It's just like incoherent.
Is that the piano player? The one that plays the piano?
No, he's Goldberg Jesus. He's trying to bring everybody back to Gold Jesus or something. Like he's like literally he said he's in here to save people from flat Earth.
So yeah, that guy, Storm, yet another person afflicted with anti-flat Earth derangement syndrome. It's a terrible affliction of the psyche where you are basically locked and so strongly emotionally disturbed by the very reality of flat earthers, especially their arguments and refutations, and especially chastisements against their reprehensible behavior, where you just are locked in being convinced of the notion that no matter what we say, we're wrong, and that you get to talk to us in the most unjustly hostile and disrespectful ways that you're in the mood to talk to us in any given moment, just on a whim. Anti-flat Earth derangement syndrome.
Yeah, there's a video of amateur rocket being shot up into space, and you can clearly see a curve, but these guys just always change the subject or ignore it.
That means it will be also on the ground. If you can
start with the whole like, Bigfoot, unicorn shtick.
Yeah, that would be the curvature that we're asking for the measurement of that no one has. That
Okay, but you can see it. Like,
okay, so why can't you measure it?
So, are we trying to disprove flat Earth, or are we trying to prove globe Earth here?
Well, they'd be the same thing.
There's
wouldn't
two
they?
sides.
In order to disprove the flat Earth, you would need to prove a globe because.
Okay, so
flat
where's
Earth
the
is
where are the
visible
globe tards?
reality.
Are there any globe tards in the call?
Yeah, we're just speaking to a few of them. Well, the first guy was cool. What is it, Mansky? He's a big-time globe head. He's been coming here for months and just like sideshow Bob walking on rakes 24/7. But the first guy, who was that? Because he could actually hold a conversation. So we've not got someone from the flat Earth side who can pick this up. Who's on? TWN? Says who? DJ?
I am, but I may not be for very long.
Dre?
What I would say is that if that imagery that Mansky's talking about is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, and when we go to a 20-mile lake, or we look across a 21-mile body of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at about 2.7 miles, and a curvature drop of about 260 feet at the other end. But that's not what we find. So sorry. The imagery.
Can we set aside the curvature drop for a bit? Because I'm presenting here a photo of the Earth, and you're saying that it's been manipulated. Is that correct?
I'm saying that if it is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles or a circumference value of around 25,000 miles, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake and look across 21 miles of surface of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of 260 feet at the other end. But there isn't.
That's just a statement that you made now.
Yes, correct. So any imagery that's presented to you as some kind of evidence or a claim that it is representative of the Earth as viewed from a very far away, and it comes with those values of this Earth's size, its radius, its diameter, its circumference, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake, and we look across 21 miles of surface of the water, we shouldn't see clear to the other side, but we do. So therefore, do what you will with that imagery. Think about it as you will. If you want to just rest your faith on that unverifiable image, that's on you. Right? But meanwhile,
Well, you've got to actually explain the steps.
Yeah, sure.
You can't just tell me that because I'm looking at a circle with some kind of radius that this needs to happen.
Right, so if that is the Earth and its surface is curving, then there's geometric consequences, right, to what we will see and what we can measure on the surface here on Earth, right? Meaning there's a curvature rate to it. So roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which means over a distance of about 20 miles, there would be a curvature drop of around 250 feet. Do you understand?
Right.
How much drop is there? How much drop is there?
I'll go to the Earth curve calculator. We've got, I don't know how to use this in conjunction with the image, whatever.
Because if the Earth doesn't curve as much, that means it would be an even bigger globe.
True. Look, if you're just looking at the image, if it was, for the sake of argument, not touched at all, right? No Photoshop has been altered. They just took it off, like they printed it as soon as it was taken, right? And nothing happened to it. Would that mean we live on a sphere? If the image was true, mind you.
The correct term, I think, is oblate spheroid, but yeah.
Hypothetically, if it was true,
it has been changed.
If the image was true, the Earth would measure accordingly, curved. However, besides doctoring, there's a very simple explanation, and that they used a wide-angle lens which curves horizontal lines. So if you look at the video, early on when they're close to the ground, does the horizon appear curved? If yes, then this is a wide-angle lens.
I don't know. I don't see a video, and I'm not talking about a specific image. There's lots of images of Earth.
Yeah, and we've gone through you're welcome to try to find one. We've gone through thousands of them, and we have hundreds of ones that don't have a wide-angle lens, and they show flat horizons.
Can you show us that?
According to the math, the ISS is too low to the ground to have the Earth curved, and so they need to use wide-angle lenses to make it appear curved.
Can we all agree that you believe that the image is doctored?
No, I didn't say it was doctored. A lens effect does not mean the image is doctored.
What about an image like without a wide-angle lens?
I'm not. You have to show me a specific image for me to claim it's doctored or not. Okay? It doesn't really matter because the surface determines if the Earth is curved or not. And so, if you have an image showing a unicorn in your backyard, and then we go to your backyard and there's no unicorn, I am not obligated to believe in your image. Do you understand?
I can't actually send anything in the chat. I can't send an image.
So you don't understand?
No, I do understand. I'm trying to send an image and I can't.
That may be an issue of just being too new to the server, so you might have to, participate more in chats until you level up, and then they'll grant you that access.
Right. So, do half of you believe that the images are doctored and half of you believe that it's using a wide-angle lens? What is the actual consensus on this? Is there a consensus?
How would there be a consensus on multiple images? Each image is specific to that image. We don't have an imaginary consensus. We're not a cult like the cult you come from. We're not a cult like the cult we left. We're just the people who left your cult, okay? Get it through your brain.
Okay. You can also decide that none of the images are indicative of a globe, that they're either wide-angle lenses or doctored. They're not mutually exclusive. I'll just send DJ the image, whatever.
There's many potential causes for the images. You like us can simply.
This is the most standard image.
Images.
I didn't like.
I understand. I'm just saying, any image that contains the globe in it, you can just go test it yourself. Does the reality curve like the image is presenting to you? If it does not, the image is not true, regardless of how it was made.
Right. So, okay. Some images are made with a wide-angle lens, and some are doctored. Can we agree on that at least?
Yeah, sure. NASA admits we have a link here for you from NASA to graphics designer working for NASA who created the blue marble image. They freely admit that they doctor some images and create some images. Many people believe those images are real images. There are other images they claim are real images, and we simply test the surface. So we don't care what other people claim when they don't have any evidence backing those claims. The evidence comes from reality conforming to your images or not. If reality doesn't conform to the image, then the image clearly isn't true regardless of how you derived it. You could have created it through an AI. Whoa! That doesn't mean it was doctored by a human or using a wide-angle lens. There could be other methods made to create images, what was he called again? Math Powerland. One of the earlier flat earthers. He claimed to have worked for NASA making paintings, very realistic paintings of globes. And he ended up making a comedy routine after he stopped working for NASA and was like, is this a painting or a photograph? And he had globes. And he made fun of this because he was and ended up becoming one of the earlier flat earthers because his paintings were so realistic that people believed they were real pictures of actual globes in outer space. But we're not making claims about the entirety of supposed space pictures. We're testing those claims. The pictures themselves are the claims, and we're testing the claims. Do the claims hold up in reality? And they don't. That's the simple.
I'm not doubting any of that, okay? I'm simply saying, all right, let me put this as cleanly as possible. The images could have been painted, doctored, photoshopped, created pixel by pixel, manually written in a text editor, all right? It doesn't matter. An image as of 2026 has no value whatsoever. It is not proof, all right, alone. But let's say for the sake of argument that an image was not doctored, it was not painted, it's not fake, all right, for the sake of argument, all right. If the image was actually real, taken on a spacecraft outside of Earth, right? If all of those things were true, never mind that you don't believe in them. Just say that they were.
Yeah, I'll
The one I
ask you,
posted.
if all of those things, if
I
all of
haven't
those
finished.
things were true, okay, sorry.
All right. If all of those things were true, and you just take any random image like the one I sent you, right? That would indicate that we're on a sphere, right? But I know you don't believe all of this.
No problem. If we assume all of this is true and we went out into outer space and we saw the Earth as a ball, the Earth would measure as a ball on the surface. It doesn't, so your hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And your image doesn't make any sense.
What's wrong with it?
Well, on one half of the ball, you have Africa.
And that's a problem. Why?
Well, on the other side of the ball, you have North and South America, Asia, Europe, Australia, Antarctica, all the oceans and seas surrounding.
So?
That's why it's a problem. Think about it, sir. Use brain.
On the other side, we have too many things. I'm pretty sure if I went on Google Earth and I can get this exact perspective and everything will be fine. In fact, I'll look right now.
Well, then you have the same problem with Google Earth.
WebGL is not supported on my browser. That's great.
Senator, this stuff seems to be going in one of your ears and out the other. Good luck to you, dude.
Hello, guys. How are you guys?
You just told me that my image makes no sense. Out of the blue.
How are you, bro?
I'm great.
Yeah, it makes
Where are you
no
from,
sense
guys?
because this is not something.
Where are you from, guys?
Sense. Sorry. I'm
Where are you from?
Him real quick, and then I'll okay.
No. Respond to me.
Yes.
Quick.
Yes.
Where are you from?
No. First, I'm responding to him, and then I will respond to you. Don't make me mute you. So it doesn't make any sense because what you experience is a flat, non-rotating world. You see the stars and the sun move in the sky, and you experience the world as a locally flat plane. That's how it's described, that's how it's mathematically used, that's how we function and use the world we live in. However, there's this belief that the world curves beyond what we can experience, and that special people can go outside the globe and experience it as a globe. Meanwhile, you, the plebs, cannot. And so you just have to believe in the superior people, and then you are enlightened because you are part of the religion of the globe. Sorry, we don't buy into that. We actually go out and test their claims, and their claims fall flat.
Unintended. I'm kidding. Yeah, I just realized that I was gonna make a different point, but then I fucked it. I'm sorry, but I don't follow with this whole religion thing, right? With the globe people.
Yeah, it's a globe religion. if you didn't know, the globe religion started as a cult within Pythagoras as a secret doctrine of the Pythagorean cults, and then spread into the mystery schools of Greek, ancient Greek, and our whole current worldview is built on this ancient mystery cult and their secret doctrine. And that's what everybody's been programmed to believe, even though they don't have actually any evidence. All the supposed evidence for it is just logical fallacies, and that's why they removed logic from your curriculum, so you didn't understand how you're being manipulated. And then
they removed logic from the curriculum.
Yes,
That's
they essentially
not true.
essentially removed logic from the curriculum. You only get a primer and slight education on it if you go into philosophy, but even then, it's drowned out by all of the different aspects of philosophy. Back when we had the trivium and the quadrivium, logic and rhetoric were some of the primary things that they taught children, and so they were better equipped to identify logical fallacies. Meanwhile, we get taught Aristophanes, for instance, if Earth is a sphere, shadows would act like this. We see shadows act like this, therefore the Earth is a sphere. This is circular reasoning, but because it's dressed in math, it's dressed in authority, people don't realize.
That's what I've been trying to get at with my whole sphere photo. The point of the sphere photo is not about proving the existence of a sphere from just a photo. It's about getting you to acknowledge that you believe in someone that is oppressing us, controlling us, and feeding us false ideas.
I don't need any belief in that because I can just go out and measure the world and see that someone's not telling me the truth. For I don't know his reasoning for not telling me the truth. Maybe he's just confused. Maybe he's a dumbass. Maybe he inherited this lie from some other guy who might have been malicious. I don't know. I am not them, but I can test the fruits of their labor. I can test if the Earth is actually curved or not, because we have access to the Earth.
You can't be making this whole thing about us not being taught logic in school, about a cult created in ancient Greece, about them wanting to control you, and then just go on and be like,
no. Them wanting to control you, that's you putting words in my mouth.
Well, not you specifically, but it was said in this voice channel earlier.
Yeah, that's because we're not a cult like you. You come from a cult where there's a unified belief that you have to believe. We are an independent group of researchers who all have different opinions and beliefs. However, the only thing we share is the empirical, scientific, and logical necessity of reality. And so we teach each other logic. We go through science and physics. That's what we care about. We care about the empiricism, the measurements. If the Earth were measured curved, we would all be globers.
You just can't do that. You can't call me. You can't say that I'm in a cult started in ancient Greece, and then say you're just an independent group of researchers. You can't have it both ways.
That's just how it is, because we are not a cult. We don't have a unified belief system like you do. You have one, and you are here policing for your belief system, because you have a cognitive dissonance when being faced with the idea that your belief system could be wrong, because you were raised in cognitive ease. You were raised with the globe being in all of your programming, all over entertainment, in your education, and you were never presented any alternatives. You were presented this as it was a concrete reality, and so it shaped your ego and your worldview as you think you live on a ball. You think there's outer space and other balls you could go to, and maybe aliens out there, and it creates this whole worldview for you, where you're like random accident of the universe.
If it's so easy to understand, or maybe not to understand, but if it's so observable and measurable and provable that we are in a flat Earth, then why is the consensus different? Why is flat Earth a minority and globe Earth the majority?
Because there's billions of gullible people just like you.
It's actually very easy. In the 1800s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers. In the 1700s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers, and there's always an opposition to this, and that's because the cult, the secret knowledge, the holders of the secret knowledge, we know how the world is, and if it's not how we thought it was, then we were wrong. We were telling everybody things that were wrong. And it's hard to accept that. That's sunken cost fallacy. So there's just human psychological reasons when people get caught up in beliefs. You can see this around any belief, like Scientology or any other thing, where people believe something so hard that they just don't look at reality for what it is. They try to insert their belief into everything, and when it doesn't matches, they just find some excuse to try to make it match. And that's what we keep finding. We wanted to believe the Earth was a ball. None of us wanted to be a flat earther, okay? Most of us who came to this wanted to debunk them. And so we were like, okay, yeah, let's go out and test it. We'll figure out one way or the other and just confirm the globe again and again and again until the flat earthers concede. However, what we did was confirm that the Earth isn't a globe over and over again, and eventually we just had to scratch our heads and be like, okay, like, who do I talk to? It's far easier to convince people of a lie than to convince people that they've been lied to. And I don't really expect you to believe me or us. I just want you to think about your own beliefs, and then be critical of your own beliefs. And then, as you're out and about, and you can look out over the sea or whatever, and you can see, I can see way too far for the globe, and that might cause some interest in science and logic and reasoning, and you might dig into this and figure out that the Earth isn't a ball. But it requires you to find it within yourself the desire to actually search and learn and test these things, because nobody's going to give you all the knowledge. You think the people who want to maintain power would give you all of the knowledge when knowledge itself is power?
See, there you go again, making claims about people holding the power for themselves. Like you just said that. You can't unsay it.
No, this is just basic human psychology. I'm not claiming a grand conspiracy. I'm just saying there are people in this world who have narcissistic tendencies. There are people in this world who have sociopathic tendencies. There are people in this world who are greedy. There are people in this world who are selfish and don't care about humanity. Like, there's many people who do, but the naivety of humanity and most people is to think there's no bad people in the world. There's no bad people who want to keep an advantage over you. And I don't presume to know who those people are. All I know is that I can test the surface, and the surface doesn't match what they told me.
And everybody knows there's corruption in government.
Yeah, my sister says everybody knows there's corruption in government, and we can quote her on that. I mean, it's not hard to imagine that some people are malicious, and I'm not saying that the whole globe idea is a malicious plot. It could be, but it could also just be a massive misunderstanding, and people building on that misunderstanding because they believe in the authority and the accolades of the ones before them. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Or it just could be true.
No, we measured the Earth, and it isn't a globe, and so it cannot be true.
Look,
If
the
it's
two
so
main
true,
reasons.
if it's so true, why do you and this printer guy resort to illogical circular reasoning and just wishful thinking?
We don't see it as illogical, wishful thinking. We see it as logical and reasonable.
Okay, give some logic. That's not your. No, dude. Let printer flounder. But he's demonstrating his own illogic. Have you not been listening, Matthew? What has printer? What argument has printer given that's logical?
I'm not. I don't want to like butt in on their.
Okay, well then be
Let's
quiet.
let them continue. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
don't be
it's also
quiet
not
just because this
logical,
guy told you
Matthew,
to.
It's not logical, Matthew, to say that circular reasoning is logical because you believe in it. That's so far from logic. You are a teacher, bro.
The two main reasons you've given me as to why people actually no, that's a lie. There's a lot of reasons you've given me as to why people don't believe in flat Earth, is because, well, I'm just gonna list them all. That's the way they grow up with. That's what's been taught at school. It's cognitive dissonance to change your ideas. It feels bad. You don't want to feel like you're wrong, and that's also what the cult feels. That's why they don't want to change their ideas, because they're also going to feel bad.
What? The first part was all good, but what the cult feels, I don't remember saying. I don't remember personifying a cult. Yeah.
Oh no, you did say I was in a cult, and you did specify that it started in ancient Greece.
Yeah, I call the globe religion a cult. Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked why the cult hasn't changed its views. You said that they didn't want to feel like they were wrong.
Yeah, that's called the sunken cost fallacy. Like, once you start doing something, you prefer that to have been the right choice rather than the wrong choice. And so humanity generally has this bias where you try to keep up with a broken relationship, even though at the start you should have seen the signs that this was never going to work out. It's just basic psychology.
You know, that's difficult to argue with. To argue that these points are invalid would be really hard, because it is hard to change your opinion.
Listen to him rationalize. Crazy.
I don't even blame them. Like, it's tradition. We were raised in this. Like, you see this all around the world with other kinds of traditions. People are raised in this. It's really hard to just let go of your tradition, the thing that you feel like is a part of who you are. It's very familiar, the globe. Like, we were all raised on sci-fi, on the TV. Many of us had rockets and globes in our cribs.
My cope rationalization is noted.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of aggression towards globe people.
Dude, don't be a snowflake. I don't listen. I pity the fool.
No, come on. You've got to agree.
No, dude. I was once just as brainwashed as you are.
See, you're calling me brainwashed.
Okay, I'm calling myself previously brainwashed. That's what you're not hearing.
No, you said you're just
You're
as
looking to be
brainwashed as you are.
offended by everything. Don't be.
I'm not offended. I'm not actually offended. It's just
Okay, good. Then move on with it.
yeah. Maybe. Never mind. Forget about that.
So, Printer, shame on us for being.
He's showing you his perspective, like just like I was showing you my perspective. Like from my perspective, having left the globe belief, I felt like it was like a cult, and now interacting with the people from the globe belief, it feels even more like a cult because of how they react and how triggered they get, just by the idea that some of their foundational ideas about how the world is are wrong, because they put so much faith into this whole system.
Yeah, we don't want to stereotype you, right? So we'll try to avoid that. This is what we've gathered from countless conversations and even being introspective ourselves about how we've behaved when we first encountered the information. So we don't want to project that onto you. This is just what we've observed, that the globe belief is devoid of any empirical or logical foundation. And everything that tries to defend it usually is from a place of either anchor bias or, yeah, I don't know, wishful thinking, just a desire to stay on that side for whatever reason. I can't divine anybody's reason for wanting to hold a position that is devoid of empirical evidence or logical consistency.
But they have that illusion of logical consistency or internal consistency within their model. And because they don't understand what a reification fallacy is, they think the model represents reality. And so, because they never were taught deeply logic and how fallacies are so they could identify them, they end up just accepting these things, and especially because it was taught when they were so young, it creates the foundation when they were too young to actually question it. So when you get further in schooling, you're already building on that foundation you assume is true, and if you question it or you don't write the right answers, they fail you on the test. And so it becomes a very programmed machine that pumps out people who believe certain things, and then you find out over time, working in your field, that a lot of the things they taught you in school were outdated, and we're actually moving in this direction now. And so the school creates a certain idea in the general public, even though, like, we get a lot of people in here who think Newton, for instance, still works and is a thing that is believed within physics, when it's a convention that's already been falsified within actual physics. But most people don't know that because they don't go far into physics. They just hear the popularized things on TV or on TV shows and form their opinions based on that.
I mean, look, I'm kind of back here into a dead end because there's really two sides to the flat Earth theory that I'm aware of, and one of them is the experiments, and the other is that that we've been raised wrong, that we've been taught wrong, and all this other stuff. And we can't really seem to agree on any of those. We can't agree on gravity. We can't agree on the drop-off thing, the drop-off distance. I don't even really...
Well, we have no problem agreeing on gravity with many globers. The problem is most globers don't know anything about gravity and don't know that Newton's been debunked, Einstein's been technically debunked, and so they have 79 new theories within the highest levels of academia concerning gravity. There's like 20 different ones that are competing, and are some of them at the highest levels, And some of them are like modified Newtonian dynamics or modified versions of Einsteinian or quantum gravity or holographic gravity. So there's a bunch of different theories right now about what gravity is. But it doesn't change the fact that flat or globe, we all have a downwards vector and things fall. That's just what happens. The effect is the same regardless of your imagined geometry. Gravity has never been a problem. We can even use Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity with flat Earth. All you got to do is change the mass distribution underneath the ground, and it will work the exact same. So the effect is the same regardless of the geometry. The assumed cause has really nothing to do with the geometry.
So there is gravity. Like we're not.
Yes, there is there's
an effect.
Yeah, there's little g, the effect. We all observe that. Everybody does. There's a problem here with languaging in that people call little g, the effect, gravity, but they also call the cause, big G, gravity. And so when you have the same name for the two different effects or two different things, like because big G isn't really an effect, it's just an assumption about what causes the effect because they can't test the assumption. And that's why we end up with so many different theories because they can't test it.
If I can add to that, Andreas, quickly, there's also an issue in the language when it comes to the claim about, oh, it's proven because we've done an experiment to prove it, right? Wherein in this sort of experiment, in this context, what they're calling an experiment, it would basically be a measurement or like a test of sorts, whereby, they drop a thing, it's in a vacuum, okay, they measure the density of this thing or calculate it, whatever, compare that with the surrounding medium, and then they drop it, and then they time, the time it takes to fall. They call that an experiment. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that setup. You're measuring the time it takes from point A to point B. Perfect. You have all your things sorted out. You have your control variables and shit like that. The height, the density gradient, not gradients, differential, et cetera, et cetera. Right.
The confusing measurement with experiment.
Right.
Measurements are perfectly valid forms of gathering true knowledge, or because they translated science is now knowledge and not the correct application of the scientific method. So you can call it science within that perspective. However, it's not doing an experiment as much as it's just trying to measure something and control the other variables that could affect the measurements.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
There's also a contention.
If I may, right. He asked, what's the problem? The problem is, again, like I said before, and like Dre started off by saying, there's a problem in the language. If you go around saying, I did an experiment to prove gravity, look, I dropped my phone, there's gravity. Okay. Versus, I did an experiment to, test what causes water to boil. Those are two very distinct, areas of inquiry, number one, but also the setup to actually get a result, right? The results are very different, right? Not to mention the process of achieving that result. So to call them or to label them as being, worthwhile being put under the same umbrella is faulty. But we do it kind of colloquially anyway. Go ahead, Tita.
They're two different experiments, aren't they? Why?
One's not an experiment.
One is an experiment, one is an observation. So, you can observe a measurement and you can measure something and get good information out of that. However, an experiment is something to establish a cause and an effect, or cause to an effect. And so you start with finding an effect in nature, like things fall. And so you presume, like, what's the cause of falling? And you might think, well, if I scratch my head and jump, that makes things fall. Retarded. But that would be your positive hypothesis. And when you try that, and it doesn't make things like fall that didn't fall before, then you realize, well, I proved the null hypothesis. I proved that my presumed cause wasn't true. I was just imagining some garbage, and it had nothing to do with what was happening. And that's why the scientific method is so valuable, because you presume the cause, and then you manipulate that presumed cause to see if it has an effect. If it has an effect, like in the case with the water boiling, you heat the water and it starts to boil, you have proven that heat causes water to boil. But when you just measured something falling, you did not prove the cause of that thing falling at all. You just measured something fell. And then if you then take that measurement of the thing falling and then make a bunch of assumptions and mathematics and create a whole model, you can create 79 different models of gravity through different mathematics based on the same effect, but because you never had a cause to test, you can't validate if that cause was the cause of the effect. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I lost you. That was too long. Could you like simplify it a little bit? What was your main point?
Let me try. Okay. In one context, you're literally manipulating a thing that you are supposing is causing the other thing to happen. Right?
All right.
Right? You literally manipulate the temperature, keep the pressure constant, whatever, and you see that eventually the water boils. Okay?
Okay.
In the other.
Right? And in the other, you're not manipulating shit. You're just dropping something.
Just observing the effect.
Yeah, and you're measuring how long it takes. You're not manipulating the thing that is supposedly pulling the thing down to see if it actually pulls it down. Or changes.
How would I do it correctly? That leads to an assumption that this, whatever the reason for your object falling, has an influence over all matter. Right? But observably, we don't see it influencing gas.
Yeah. So from this, you can extrapolate out and assume a bunch of stuff, and that's where the storytelling starts to come into play, right? So like, whereas if you could, for example, say, okay, the mass of the Earth is pulling the thing down towards it. That's your hypothesis, right? That would be
okay.
The variable responsible for the effect. If you could, hypothetically, manipulate the cause, i.e. manipulate the mass of the Earth, and witness a variance or a change in the rate at which things fall, right? Let's say, I shrink the Earth, in half, and I witness the acceleration of the thing downwards cuts in half, say, just for example, or I reduce it by 90%, and the rate goes from 9.8 to 0.98, right? Cuts that in 10. Shit like that, right?
But even if you could do that, right, you still haven't. You've just demonstrated that there would be a relationship between an object's size or its density or its mass or whatever, right, versus the density or the mass of some other object, right?
Yeah.
You still haven't really established what that interaction is exactly, because Einstein came along and said, right, without the experiment, well, Newton was wrong. There is no force or field emanating from the matter just because it's matter and grabbing onto other things and influencing each other that way. No, he says there is no interaction between those objects at all if there was no space-time.
Right on.
So he's got a third variable involved now.
Yeah. There's a lot more to it, right? But what I outlined would serve as a good stepping stone in that direction, right? Whereby
shrinking the Earth down.
I'm just giving you a silly example, dude. And the whole point is you can't actually do that.
Well, exactly. Right? Is there an experiment I can do?
In this context, no. Because supposedly the Earth is responsible for this thing, or the Earth's gravity is responsible for this thing. Well, the mass, I should say, excuse me, which causes the gravity. So there's an assumption that those things are intrinsically linked. Right now, implicit in that assumption in the first is that there is a giant mass, for example, in the heliocentric model, floating in space in the first place. Okay, that's the kind of sneaky motherfucker that you kind of just have to ignore or just absorb and forget about. Okay,
there's an experiment you can do for specific gravity.
Right. Yeah, there's stuff that you can test, dude, in this fashion that we're talking about. This is one such that you can't in this sense. So it's as if, over time, it was recognized that you can't really do that in that sense. So the rules of the game, say, or the rules of the field kind of like, adjusted or they laxed a bit, So as to allow this, context to be enveloped in this field, and okay, we can't really fully experiment in the way that we know we should, but fuck it, we're just going to do it anyway this way with the rules relaxed and still, qualify it as being science. It's almost as if that's what happened. I don't know. Seems like
they freely admit this at the highest levels of academia. They'll say, you'll ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? And he'll say, I don't know. Because at the highest levels, they're like, we don't actually know what gravity is, but we have a pretty good guess, and we have calculated the effect, so we can, model it and do all sorts of things with it. And it's useful, but as to proving the effect, it's super difficult. First of all, like he was trying to describe to you earlier, but at the same time, our current theories of gravity don't actually hook gravity into the small things, like the kinetic molecular theory doesn't use gravity. A lot of our basic science on the super small scale just doesn't use gravity. If we were assuming gravity, like all matter would start to collapse in on itself if we were coming from the matter itself. So it's kind of hard to understand, and that's why Einstein came up with his bending and warping of space-time, and because now you have a bending and warping of a conceptual medium, and you can't measure it and you can't test it. All you got is the effects, and so the medium is just meant to conform to the effects, and that's why it works so well. But when it came to distant galaxies and star clusters, Einstein didn't work anymore because the galaxies were turning too fast, and the galaxies appeared too old for the Big Bang, and all sorts of things that made the current cosmology kind of fray at the edges. And so we have a lot of people exploring the fringes of cosmology today. We are just the people who are checking the foundations to the cosmology, and once the foundations shift, the whole thing shifts.
All right, so what I've gathered is that dropping something and measuring it is not a valid experiment. It's not real science.
No, it's not a scientific experiment. That's right.
Yeah, it's not a scientific experiment. It's a valid means of you could measure something dropping, and it could be a valid means of gathering information, which could be considered science.
So what is the actual consensus on gravity? Does it exist or not?
Printer, can I ask you something? Are you at all familiar with the scientific method, formally?
Starts off with making a hypothesis, I think, and do an experiment. There's like 7 steps. I can't really remember them now.
Okay. So you, I guess you learned it a little bit in high school. Did a couple things and then had to stop because you changed fields or something.
I'll Google it now. I'll just refresh my memory.
Go for it. And then let's walk through it. Right. If you guys, if I may, you guys, I don't want to interrupt. But I want to ensure that Printer understands why we're saying what we're saying here.
Make an observation, ask a question, form a hypothesis, run an experiment, analyze the data and draw conclusions, share your results, repeat the scientific method.
Right on. Okay, cool. So in the context of you take your phone, you drop it, what do you observe? Or excuse me, you take your phone, you suspend it in the air, and you let go. What do you observe?
I see that it falls.
Okay. Second step.
Why does it fall?
Yeah. So what do you propose is the reason why it fell?
Form a hypothesis. Fell because of gravity.
Okay, cool. Does it go into more detail what the hypothesis consists of?
All right. Fell because all objects. I forgot the name for it. All objects act upon each other with a force at any distance.
I was asking, in that outline that you have there, does it show you the constituent parts of a hypothesis? Maybe research that quickly.
It says form a hypothesis. Right, I need to
just Google definition of a scientific hypothesis, let's say.
All right. A proposed explanation for a phenomenon. It must be based on observations, and a scientific hypothesis must be based on observations and make a testable and reproducible prediction about reality in the process beginning with an educated guess or thought.
Perfect. Okay. Does it say anything about the variables? Sorry, guys. I don't
know. I don't see anything.
Okay. Well, basically, your hypothesis, the setup requires your proposed cause for the thing. Okay. And then you have your observation, which is the effect, which depends on which depends on the supposed cause. So you have your dependent variable, the effect, influenced by the supposed independent variable, the cause, right? That you get to control or manipulate throughout the experiment to see if it affects the result. Okay.
Right.
Independent variable, dependent variable, and then you have a single one or a set of other variables that you want to maintain constant. They call them control variables. That might be influencing this entire thing that you try and, to the best of your abilities, control for. Okay.
Right.
You'll find that online everywhere. You might be botching it a little bit with some terminology here, but you get the gist. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. So in this setup with your phone, you observe your phone falling. What would be the independent, dependent, and control variables in the setup?
The independent would be the fall speed, I guess, or fall time, and the control variables would be,
or even the sheer. Sorry, but even just the sheer fact that it falls.
All right, the fact that it falls, its weight, size, atmospheric pressure around it, elevation, I guess those should be all remain constant.
So the weight you can maintain constant. You can probably do it in a vacuum, so you can maintain the air pressure. Humidity also, because it's in a vacuum. Humidity is 0, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
All right. I don't see a
what about
problem until now.
Okay. Now, what about the supposed cause, the independent variable?
Well, that's my hypothesis, isn't it? I'm testing it now.
Everything that we've outlined is defining the hypothesis. Okay, there's one critical thing, right? You already said it. I just want you to see the key into the hole. Okay, right? What is the cause of the effect? Supposedly.
Supposedly, it's gravity.
Wonderful. So there's your independent variable.
Right.
Experiment. What's your setup? What's your method? What are you going to do?
I am not going to do this right now. I'm going to break my phone.
No, I'm not saying drop your phone, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Like outline it, right? You got a plan for this shit, right? Okay, I want to figure this thing out.
All right, I'll drop it from 1 meter. All right, and I'll place a stopwatch next to me, and I'll press start as I drop it. How's that?
No, I'm not saying do it, dude. Okay, now check this out. Now it seems like you've changed the supposed cause.
Why have I changed it?
Okay, so in the hypothesis, if the supposed cause is gravity, right, the Earth's mass pulling it in for whatever reason, there's bendy warpy space-time, or there's some invisible three-toed gnomes pulling down your phone with lassos or something. Who knows? Whatever. Okay, whatever. If that's the supposed cause, but here you are not necessarily manipulating that supposed cause or that supposed variable, but instead changing the height at which you drop your phone, right? You're basically implying that the height is responsible for the gravity. Because that's all you're...
What do you mean I changed it? I didn't change it. It'll be 1 meter the first time. It'll be 1 meter the last time.
Hold on. Let me just, can I bounce in here real quick? Brother, you said that your supposed cause is gravity. So we've got all of our controls. The height is the same. The temperature is the same. The air pressure is the same. Everything is consistent. So now we need to perform an experiment to get the dependent variable to occur. So you have an object. And I don't know what this object is. I don't even know what the observed natural phenomena was in nature, but let's just say we have an object. We're trying to make it fall because the falling is the dependent variable. That is the thing that is observed. So now you have to
the independent variable.
No, the dependent variable is the observed effect. It is the effect. The falling of the object is the thing that you saw, correct?
So you disagree with the other dude because he told me that was the independent variable.
No,
he did not.
You misheard.
The dependent variable is the thing that we're trying to cause in the experiment, so we can verify our independent variable.
Yeah,
fair enough.
The dependent variable depends on the independent variable. Right, the effect depends on the cause. Go ahead.
You say gravity is the cause of the thing falling. So now we have all of our controls, we have our object. The next thing you need to do is vary and manipulate the independent variable. In this case, you would have to find an environment that you can add some gravity and take some gravity away to see if adding the gravity makes the thing fall or take away the gravity and it does nothing. Right? So, what is gravity and how are you going to manipulate it?
Why would I have to change gravity?
Because that is the thing that you said is going to cause the effect. So you need to add the gravity to get the effect that you're looking for.
I'll go to the ISS and I'll drop it from there.
Holy cow, dude. What are you talking about? Gravity, what is it?
I've answered this question like 50 times already.
Yeah, well, what is
I'll give you my standard response. It's the force that is applied from every object to every other object at any point in the universe.
That's a vague description, and it's just describing something that we don't actually observe.
Did you ask me what gravity is just to disagree on me on it? You already knew what I was going to say.
No, I actually didn't, because we get different. Why are you freaking out, bro? I'm being very calm with you. I don't know why you're getting so excited. Do you think you could just take a deep breath? For crying out loud. So, you are describing this is a description of something that, read it off to me again. What is it?
I actually didn't read it from anything.
Oh, so you made it up on the spot. What did you just describe? What is it?
All right, I'll read it off of Google. Gravity is the law that every object with mass attracts every other object in the universe in proportion to each mass and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Okay, great. So what you need to do is get us whatever that gravity is and put it in this experiment to see if it causes things to fall.
You asked me to change the variable. You didn't ask me to personify gravity and put it in the experiment.
Dude, you're the one that has personified it. You're the one that has given it this vague description, even by Google. So we have to add whatever it is that you think is causing the effect. In this case, what is it? Mass? Or is it an attraction of mass? Okay.
Yeah.
Put that in your experiment. Vary that, put it into the experiment, and see if you get the effect that you're looking for.
Yeah, Printer, nobody was asking you to change the variable. What I was highlighting to you is that you implicitly did change the variable simply by changing the height. Because apparently the height is now...
Hold on. Wasn't I just told to change gravity in order to verify the experiment?
No, you're not following along very well. What I said is the...
Yeah.
The independent variable is the thing that you would ascribe the causal mechanism to, the thing that makes the other thing fall. You have all your controls. Nothing is changing. We're trying to make the effect, the falling, occur. You said it was gravity. I asked you, what is that? And now you're saying it's some kind of force having to do with mass or something. Okay, well, that force... how can we put that into the scenario to make the effect that we hope will happen? How can you add that to make the effect happen? The dependent variable. How can you make the falling occur? So you're going to put in what? Mass? Or maybe you're going to put in a force? Well, which one is it?
Define put in.
I'm saying apply this to the object that you want to fall.
You want me to apply gravity to my phone?
Yes, that would be your independent variable. That's what you declared.
And what would I apply mean in this context?
That's what I'm asking you, because you actually...
you told me to do it. You have to define it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not the one here that's supposed to define gravity. You are. I don't know what it is. You have described it to me in both your words, and then you gave me Google. So how do we get this into the experiment to make the thing fall?
That's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. It's your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't have to apply anything. Gravity is just there.
Oh, so now it's just there. So you're just decided to declare on your own volition that this is why it's happening, even though you can't make it happen in an experiment. That, my friend, is pathetic.
I made a hypothesis, and then I confirmed it using an experiment.
You performed no experiment. You did not apply an independent variable. You said it's always there, and that's why it happens. That's a baseless assertion fallacy, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Printer,
if it's not all...
Check this out. Okay. This, ruffling of the feathers that's going on. Okay. This is you internally starting to recognize the difficulty of this whole thing and why you can't actually do this. As we stated before. Okay, you're coming to the recognition that you can't manipulate the supposed cause of the effect. So then you, as you just said, like not 10 seconds ago, you basically just declare it's there anyway. Follow?
How would I all right, let's say I didn't declare that it was just there, would I have to change it or not?
If you want to actually explore why the things are falling, you have to come up with a reason, right? A supposed reason, and then demonstrate that supposed reason actually affecting it. Period. It's very, very simple. In this context, obviously you can't, because you can't manipulate gravity hands-on. You can't manipulate the mass of the Earth to demonstrate whether it's going to have an effect on the rate of things falling, or the speed, acceleration, whatever. You can't actually do that. Therefore, it does not qualify as being scientifically experimented on. Period.
So I do have to manipulate it in order for it to qualify.
That's the whole point, dude.
Well, I asked just a few seconds ago if I have to change it.
If you want to change the entire, hold on. Change as in alter the value, like manipulate the variable itself, or do you mean basically change the entire experiment, swap in a different supposed cause from this one? What do you mean?
Change the value.
Change the value. Yes, you have to do that.
I have to either come up with a different cause or change the value of gravity.
Yeah, you can suppose anything as being the proper reason, so long as you can manipulate it and demonstrate that it does or does not have the effect. So you can outlaw if you suppose something, you demonstrate that it doesn't have the effect, then it rules out that this is the cause, and then nobody else has to bother checking it again if they don't want to. Right? So there's value in null hypotheses, dude. Right? But you actually have to have the test, or the experiment, I should say. It has to be a valid experiment, where you actually do manipulate the variable. In this case, you just can't in the first place, as you are coming to grips with reality about it. You can't in this case. So it doesn't
Well, if not gravity, then what is the effect? What is the cause? Sorry.
Fantastic question. And guess what? Everybody's wondering the same fucking thing.
I have been wondering since the start of this voice chat.
Mm-hmm. But you also came in storming that, it's the Earth pulling shit down because of the maths. Right? So you either don't know and are wondering, or are certain and not wondering because you're already certain, or you're in the middle somewhere, or you think it might be this because, I don't know, you're biased in that direction. You were told that ever since you were a kid. I mean, we all were, right? It's not an attack on you personally, right? But these are the facts, man. It's an open question. Even as Drace mentioned before, I think. Neil deGrasse Tyson said the same thing. We don't know. Next question.
Wait, so you don't know either?
Of course not. How the hell would I know?
No one in this voice channel knows why the phone is falling.
Homie, did you not listen to Drace 10 minutes ago? Outlining that there are currently 70 in the 70s, okay, number of different competing extensions or whatever to Einstein's theory.
So all right, well, that clears up your position. That's really all I wanted to know.
That we don't know? I'm surprised that hasn't been...
I wanted...
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't...
to clear up your position.
Yeah, and we're not making claims about that. We're just trying to show you that the people who come in here storming that they do know, don't actually know. But they say it anyway. And then we inquire about these details, and they're like, they don't know. So their arrogance, slowly subsides, and they're like, okay. Sometimes they just leave and come back and argue the same points again and again and again, But at least, it seems like you're coming to this realization, which is good. Now, if we're wrong, okay, I'll caveat all this with this. Right? If I'm wrong on this, and we're all wrong on this, okay, I want to know. Okay? So come back if you find something.
That is not what I already stated. That's not gravity.
What?
Sorry, what?
Well, you said come back when you find something, and it's clear that there's something that I've tried to tell you that it is.
Yeah.
You haven't accepted, so I need to find something else.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, if you come across something, right, something novel or whatever, feel free to bring it to the panel.
Now, the biggest problem that you're going to be bucking up against is that there is no exclusive downward vector for all matter. So these are more circumstantial observations than they are anything else. If you take an object and you put it in a medium, it may go downward. If you put it in another medium, it may go upward. This is what we observe, but we cannot actually give you concretely a cause as to why these things happen. They just do. It's almost like a law. We just observe it. We can't really explain why. This is just what happens.
You're talking about water now, right?
I'm talking about any medium. So you can take an anvil. It will fall downward in both air and water. But then if you put it in mercury, which is a liquid state of metal, then it will float in mercury. It will go upward.
What's your position on buoyancy?
Buoyancy is something that we observe, but the term buoyancy actually begs the question of gravity. What we do observe is specific gravity, which is objects in mediums where they are less dense go upward, and when they are more dense, they go downward. That's what we observe.
I mean, that's true. So why not? All right, never mind. Well, I still have more questions. For example, why do you believe in this dome?
Well, there's no belief in the dome. The evidence for any kind of container, we don't say dome, but a container for the gas pressure is required to have the gas pressure in the first place. Now, you say somebody here told you about a dome. Who was that?
That was you.
I didn't say anything about a dome.
I mean, the container. I called it a dome.
Okay. So there's a container for the gas pressure that we have on Earth. This is not disputable. We have gas pressure. The requirement for gas pressure in physics is containment.
Does it go under the flat Earth as well?
What do you mean under?
I mean, if, let's say, the container was like obeloid thing or whatever, is there no up and down of the flat Earth? What? I'm not getting.
Well, as far as we can tell, the Earth itself is horizontally oriented. That's how we experience it. Up and down is the same for everybody. So it is a horizontal plane. What its complete construction is, I have no idea. I have no idea what the entire, realm looks like overall. But if we have gas pressure, then it must be contained.
Have gas pressure. Why is he asking about buoyancy now when it was addressed a long time ago? I don't remember why. Everybody's irrelevant. Okay. The dome exists because of gas. I'm going to Google gas pressure. It's caused by the force.
First of all,
by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects. Although the force of each collision is very small, these refer. Okay. You were gonna say something?
No, I mean, if you're going to call it a dome, that's fine. I don't know if it's a dome. There's a containment.
You don't know what shape it is?
I have no idea. What would that matter? We have the gas pressure. It could be a cake top for all I know. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
But it can't be a cube if the...
Bro, the thing is, we don't have a replacement cosmology for you. We are not a different belief system to believe in. So we just have measurements and evidence and logic that proves the old belief system false. So we don't have a replacement for you. So you asking us about the edge of the world or how things work that are unknown have no relevance to our actual arguments or points.
I still think it's worth talking about.
Well, fair enough. We would begin to, yeah. If you're going to speculate, we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say, if you want to speculate, we have speculation Sundays where people can speculate about why they think this works or that works. And we'll be like, well, how do we prove that? And if there's no way to prove that, nobody's going to believe that. We don't believe things willy-nilly here. We try to be empiricists about things. If we can't measure and prove it, there's no reason for us to even entertain it normally.
The curiosity...
You can't really prove this dome, can you? You can't
we
see it, you can't measure it, you can't test it.
Sorry, friend. The dome that you think exists, because you keep using the word dome, the evidence for the dome is the gas pressure. The container itself, the gas pressure is the necessary antecedent, or the container is the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure. You cannot have one without the other.
Yeah,
but there is a downward force.
Yeah, no, that doesn't affect gas, though. That's the problem. If you take gas and you release it, if you take two bulbs and connect them with a valve, you have gas in one bulb and vacuum in the other, and then you open the valve, the gas will expand into the available volume, and it will not be impeded at all by any imagined gravity. And so this is the second law of thermodynamics. This is the most simplest demonstration. I have a recording of Richard Feynman saying that this is the most basic demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics. They claim we live in a vacuum, an ever-expanding vacuum. That means the gas would just continue to expand into the available volume and be gone. And then the next layer and the next layer and the next layer until you have no air on the earth. And then the entire ocean would evaporate. And then you would have no air, no liquids, and everything would die. That's the globe in a nutshell. It's violating natural law, which we can demonstrate here on Earth, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, and it does not impede gas at all.
The reality is that the story behind the Earth being a ball within this vacuum is that however many billions of years ago, this ball Earth was cooling and off-gassing. So all of that energy, heat, gas that was leaving the surface of this ball would be leaving and filling the available volume of the ever-expanding vacuum, meaning no pressure of any kind would have ever been developed in the first place.
Let's say that I accept the container, all right? No strings. What's around it? Is there matter around it, or is there nothing?
How would we know that?
Yeah, just
choose any one. Is it not one of those two things?
No, this is not multiple choice speculation. You're asking us a question that we cannot confirm. Why would we even speculate on something so silly?
Two things.
No, bro, this is not pick your own cosmology day. We're not just willy-nilly deciding what.
Can you just humor me and do it?
No.
Can we just humor you and make up a new cosmology? We can do whatever we want if we wanted to do that. We have done.
I'm not asking you to make a new cosmology.
That's exactly what you're asking us to do.
There's plenty.
No, I'm simply asking you to. Sorry.
Yes, you are asking us to make a new cosmology, and there's plenty of flat earthers who have done that. We are not those people. We are empiricists. So, making up beliefs and imagining things are true is not what we do. We like to test. If those people can bring to us their imaginations, and we test if those imaginations are true, and if they're not testable, we don't have any reason to believe them.
Yeah, we're not going to create a fantasy.
Wait.
To create a fantasy. So you're presenting a false dichotomy. You're giving us two options, neither of which you could even possibly verify.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to engage in false dichotomies with you. Sorry.
I don't see why this is such a big deal. I'm simply asking what's wrong with the container.
Anyways, what is the point? Why would we do this for you? Why are you asking us to speculate about stupid shit?
It's stupid shit.
This is because you didn't learn logic well enough in school. You didn't realize that you were making a false dichotomy, and you're asking us to be illogical. And we don't want to be illogical, so we refuse.
You don't want to imagine what's around the container.
No, this is not a place for us to imagine things. If you want to imagine things, go to one of these, places where people think that their dogs are cats. Imagine whatever you want. We're not going to engage in that. It's pointless, fruitless, time wasting.
Yeah, anybody can imagine anything outside of the reality. You can imagine there are ponies, there are leprechauns. You can imagine whatever you want. We don't want to imagine anything. Because if you start imagining things and believing in a certain imagination of yours, because, I like this one, well, that creates a bias, that creates tinted glasses that you now look at reality through, where you try to match reality to your belief. We don't want to become biased like that. We don't want to taint our clear eyes. We want to see the world for what it is and let the world tell us what it is based on what it gives us, not based on our imaginations and trying to match the world to those imaginations.
So there could be anything there. There could be ponies, there could be whatever. We don't know.
We don't know, yes.
That I was not expecting so much backlash from that question.
We get this all the time.
How about this
one? It's annoying. We get this all the time. Let me just finish this. We get this all the time where people tell us, what's beyond the end of the earth? And the same idiots are telling us, well, the earth is a globe because air moves around a tree. We're not making claims what's beyond the known earth. We're just making claims about the surface of the earth that anybody can go out and test. And we're not even asking you to believe our claims. We're just saying, maybe you should question your claims and go check them.
So anything outside the earth is off limits. Is that what you're telling me?
Anything outside the earth, we don't know. Like, it could be many things. There's if you actually started to research this and look at all the different ideas of the different flat earthers, we're the conservative flat earthers who stick only to the measurements and the empirical and the logic. And so you can't come to us with some retarded idea of how you think the world works without evidence. However, there's millions of flat earthers in the world, and
I didn't even present an idea. I simply asked you what's out there.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. There's many of flat earthers in the world who have imagined how the world is beyond the known land masses. And if you look into that, there's many interesting tidbits you find within it. However, you'll notice that they all have a belief they're trying to push, because aspects of what they believe are not verifiable. We like to stay within the verifiable. So you can explore this topic and find what you're looking for, but we're not going to do that for you because we don't do that here.
Right. So, like, you just don't care about anything outside of the Earth, like the moon, the sun, the stars, nothing?
Oh, we care about all of that stuff. We just are not delusional enough to think that we know what that is without enough data to determine what it is. And so that means that we can look at all of the different speculations about what it is without having a bias that makes us go like, oh, I'll dismiss this out of hand because it doesn't match my ideas. And so we can look at all of the ideas and be like, well, there's problem here, there's problem there, there's problem over there. But they had some interesting ideas over here, they had some interesting data over there, and so the more data you have, the better idea you can have about the world. But there's always going to be a problem with you don't have enough data, and that's the position we're in right now. We can't make you a map. We can't map the whole world for you. What we can do is measure the ground, and anybody can do that.
So a consensus can only be reached if anyone can perform an experiment on it.
Yeah, essentially, if you can make it so that it's completely logical, you have evidence to support it, and like, yeah, then you can get people to have a consensus on it. Problem with the current consensus is we have a bunch of fallacies, and people have a consensus on the fallacies, and then they appeal to the majority because many people believe the fallacies. That's just stacking fallacies, and we don't do that here. We like to stay empirical. Give us the data, or we'll just ignore the claims, because the claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
But it is true that everyone has to be able to perform the experiment, right? Within reason.
Essentially, yeah, that's basic empiricism. That's repeatability. If you can't repeat the experiment, if it's something that you have this special fairy dust that allows you to talk to the fairies, and that's how you know all this stuff, and we just have to accept it because you have the special fairy dust, and we're not allowed to get any special fairy dust, then that's not acceptable.
So, if I was a millionaire and had access to a special hot air balloon that allowed me to go above 70 kilometers, let's say, and I just kept going up, and I reached the container, and I made some measurements about it, and I came back down and told everyone, that wouldn't be enough because no one else can do this. I'm the special fairy that can tell people whatever I want.
Yeah, you claim you have this special technology. Of course, that's a pretty absurd example. With hot air balloon, because we have sent up all sorts of balloons of all sorts of types, and we know how high they can go and where they stop. So it's not reaching any imagined dome yet, because we can't get high enough. We just have not been able to go high enough. They claim the ISS, for instance, is circling the Earth, and we get these pictures, and we see this Earth curve in the pictures. But if you look at the math, the ISS is so close to the surface, it only sees about 3% of the surface. And so it has a horizon line, just like you and me, that's circular around the craft if it were at that height. And I don't know that it is at that height. That's just the height they tell us it's at.
So where is it then?
I don't know. I didn't put it up there. I can't verify its position.
But it is somewhere high up.
No, don't. Not sure how high it is, if it even is there, because there's many different ways of spoofing its position. So you could see something in the air and you think it's the ISS, but it could be many different things, and we have no way of determining which of those things it actually is, if it is. So usually
I find this problematic because not everyone can perform experiments. Not everyone can perform every experiment, especially the expensive ones.
Oh, I agree. Like it's not reasonable for you to expect someone to perform every experiment for every single thing. You can watch many experiments if you want to understand something. You don't have to perform all of them yourself. You can watch other people perform them, and then. But if you're gonna try to like build on that or make claims on that, then your experiments, you would need to do experiments to validate that. Like I am writing a optical framework, for instance, a scientific paper essentially, and before I publish it, even though I have a bunch of data collected over the years from other sources, I'm gonna make my own data to go with all the other data before I publish it.
Even though you have your own data, you're going to make your own data to go with the other data before you publish it. How is that helping anything? You can't, like, that's not allowing me to do the experiment for myself.
For instance, the optical framework, when you create something like that, what you want to do is, and that's what I did, is you make it falsifiable. And so people can go out, if they want, try to replicate your findings, and if the findings don't come out that way, then you have falsified the framework. And most scientists and most people don't allow for this and don't give this opportunity because they are scared of their funding. They are dependent on this. I am not. And so I don't care if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong and somebody proves me wrong, I'm happy because I learned something new. Just like I went into this flat earth thing, I wanted to prove them wrong, but because they showed me that I was wrong in my assumptions, I was like, okay, I'll test this other thing because I'm not going to believe you. I don't believe anybody. The world informs me of what I believe, and so I'm not subject to the manipulations of other people.
You said that they can falsify you if they want. How are they going to do that?
It's very easy. For instance, when it comes to the globe, they tell you that the horizon should be X far away based on the geometry. And then once optics got more advanced and we started seeing far smaller things with larger optics and zoom capabilities, we suddenly started realizing we were seeing 10 times beyond the proposed Earth curvature, which we assumed was the geometric limit or the horizon. And so after that, they started saying, oh, well, the horizon's apparent. Well, there must be refraction causing the light to bend around the globe and making it appear flat in all observations up to the horizon. And then beyond the horizon, that's where it starts to curve, boys. It's somewhere we can't detect. That's where we start to see the curve. But it always looks flat up to the horizon. And we can see way too far, so it must be refraction. Problem is, they never actually tested that, and they just kept on assuming that the light was, whenever the observation didn't match their presumption of the globe, they would just bend the light to make it match. And so it became an ad hoc excuse to save them. And so I proposed a simple test, because visible light refracts at a certain rate. Infrared light refracts at a lesser rate. And so the two wavelengths don't refract at the same rate. And so you can take two cameras, one calibrated for infrared, one calibrated for visible light, and then you can observe the horizon with those two cameras. And in the visible light camera, the globe predicts that you would see further in visible light because the light is bending around the globe, making it appear flat so you can see so far. However, infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light, so it wouldn't bend as much, wouldn't allow you to see as far. So you have a prediction for the globe. You see further in visible light, less far in infrared. And then for us, we don't need Earth curvature for anything. In my optical framework, I describe every single refractive effect over a flat surface. It's very simple and very easy. So for us, infrared refracts less, so it causes less ray loss. So when the bottom rays of objects in the distance get refracted down, if those rays hit the ground, you're not going to recover those rays, and so the bottom of the object will be occluded or will be obscured. That's just the light hitting your eye.
Right. So you need two cameras for this setup. Or
yeah, that's to falsify my framework, and because what I've seen through a bunch of other people using infrared cameras and people taking pictures is once we use infrared, we actually see further because infrared cuts through the haze and allows us to see further, and it doesn't refract as much, so we have less ray loss. And so that's the inverse prediction if the Earth is flat, is that we would see further with infrared, less far with visible, which is completely the opposite of the globe. And all of the data I've seen so far seems to support the flat Earth position, or that we see further with infrared, and that's why all of the world record long distance photographs are all taken in infrared.
right. Well, here's my problem with this take on experimentation. It's that you don't trust isolated experiments that can't be replicated. And that sounds like common sense, like why would I trust that? But let's say that you were the one performing the experiment. And the experiment was you go build some device and you go really high up and you find the container, right? And you see it, or you don't see it with your very own eyes. Maybe it's made of something like, I don't know, that you can't see. Then you come back down and you try to publish your findings. But no one else can do this. No one else can build this experiment, and no one else can falsify it unless they have giant wads of cash just lying around.
Yeah, but I don't have giant wads of cash. This doesn't require giant wads of cash.
Your experiment doesn't.
No,
but
you're inverting it, because the Globers claim that you require giant wads of cash to get things into low Earth orbit, and even Werner von Braun and Elon Musk claim that to get to the moon, would require multiple rockets to refuel in orbit, which didn't happen with the moon landings, for example. So it's clear that that was a lie because they didn't have the fuel to get to the moon, according to the space experts.
Moon landing costed billions of dollars, though. That was
Did it?
A free experiment.
Yeah, and who got all that money?
It was used to build the rocket. And it was financed by the American government. Am I wrong there? Anyway, that's besides the point. My point is that if someone actually did go up and touch the container, no one would believe them because they can't replicate the experiment.
Well, they should be able to replicate the experiment if someone can go and do that.
Why? They don't have the capacity to. They don't have the money.
How did they do that? How did they do that? What technology did they use to do that?
They used a hot air balloon. Or alternatively, a rocket.
So, like, why isn't other people testing it? And, like, if
anyone can make a hot air balloon
result, we need to figure out why he's getting a different result from everybody else doing it.
I didn't even imply that they.
This is kind of like with the flat Earth. Everybody else is doing it, and they're finding the Earth is flat. Meanwhile, there's this one guy who claims that he has done it with the same equipment that like everybody else is using, but somehow he found it.
I'm trying to. You're not really getting my point. I'm trying to put you in. I'm trying to make you put yourself in the perspective of someone that actually goes and does this. That actually builds a rocket and touches the container. And then comes back down and no one believes him because they can't also build a rocket. And I'm trying to get you to see that there's a problem with that. You can't expect all experiments to be replicated by anyone.
No, I agree with you. There's a giant problem with that. Someone claiming to have done that, and then claiming that when he did that, he debunked observable reality. That's a problem. Why would you believe that?
Debunked? What do you mean debunked observable reality?
Because the guy who, in your example, the dome in your example is the globe Earth. In the globe Earth, they claim they have so much money.
No, it's not the globe Earth. It's the container.
Space. No, bro, it's the same analogy. The analogy is the same. In your example, the container is the globe Earth. They claim they have the power and the money to go and verify the container, the globe Earth, but nobody else can go do that. And then when we go actually and test the ground, which should be curved like they claim, because they have the secret knowledge, it isn't curved. So we know that they are not telling us the whole truth.
I'm sorry, am I wrong that you claim that there is a container that causes gas pressure around the Earth?
There is containment of the gas. We don't know how that containment works.
Okay, so let's say someone wanted to try and find out. So they build a rocket and they go up.
Yeah.
Right.
They go up and
they either see it or see something
else. They can't
else.
go any further, and then what?
And then they come back down.
Yeah,
and try to tell people about it.
They couldn't get any further. They didn't find the end. So how did that help?
What do you mean they couldn't get any further? You yourself said you don't know what's up there. Why are you assuming now that they couldn't get any further? What does that even mean?
Because that's how rockets work. Rockets push off things.
Okay. I don't think you're getting my point here.
I get your point. You're imagining that what if
What is my
went
point?
up into the you're imagining what if somebody went up to the sky and touched the imagined end point and then
Yeah.
went down and told everybody, well, I have the secret knowledge of the end point of the sky, and nobody believed him.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
Where are you going with that?
I'm saying they should believe him.
Why? Because one retarded guy who was hallucinating on shrooms and believed he did all those things, claimed he did those things. Why should we fucking believe him? That's called being naive and gullible, buddy.
Well,
You
relax.
need to actually test his
buddy.
claims. If he claims that you can go up there and you can do this in a hot air balloon and people go up there and they can't, then you know he is bullshitting you. Just like we go out and they claim the earth is curved and we go out and test it, we know they're bullshitting us.
Nothing that has been said up to this point has pointed me to think that you can't go and touch the container. What's stopping you from going higher?
Rockets push off things. So, like, if you take a rocket and make it push all of its exhaust into a completely vacuous chamber, the vacuous chamber will fill, and it's not until the gas hits the wall of the container that the rocket moves forward.
No, that's not true.
Oh, we have evidence of that.
No, you don't. That's wrong.
Oh, we have.
I'm sorry, but when you throw something, you're gonna get immediately pushed back before that thing hits any wall. You can try this with yourself now by throwing a bottle.
Are you in a medium?
Yes, I'm in air.
Yeah.
That doesn't disprove anything.
Oh, you're pushing against the air.
All right, and so is the rocket.
Yeah, you're claiming the rocket's in nowhere.
No, I never made that claim. I simply said that rockets can go up.
Yeah, and eventually the air gets so thin that they don't work very well. And so there's different types of nozzles and different things they do to try to make them work better and go higher. And that's why you have ballistic intercontinental missiles. However, there's a limit. You can't go pushing off nothing.
You can. It's Newton's third or first, I don't remember, law of motion. I can't prove it because I'm on Earth. To prove it, I would have to go to space.
Yeah, unfalsifiable nonsense.
No, it's not unfalsifiable by you. You're saying that it only happens because I'm in a medium.
You could not prove it. That means it's unfalsifiable. You cannot.
I can't prove it by your standards.
You have to go into Narnia through the magic closet to talk to the lion and tell me he's real.
Wait, what?
All right. Rockets have the same effectiveness no matter where they are because it doesn't matter that they're pushing against the air. As soon as you throw something, you get an equal and opposite reaction. That's one of Newton's laws of motion.
Yeah.
And that's true. It's measurable. It's detectable.
We've all heard this claim. However, we have not seen any evidence that this is true, that you can push off nothing. And so far, many people have tried to do this. Mythbuster tried to do this. Cody's Labs tried to do this.
Oh, Mythbusters.
Yeah, and the problem is...
you can actually do this. I forgot about vacuums. Put yourself in a vacuum and do it.
Yeah, every time they do this, we watched all these examples. Every time they do this, every time, the exhaust from the rocket repressurizes the chamber, and you don't get movement until you have pressure.
What do you want me to do? Build this now?
No, I don't want you to do anything. Like, I am not asking you to do anything. I'm just answering your questions. Like, if anything, I just want you to be critical of your own beliefs. Like, I don't care if you never turn into a flat earther. Like, you might realize that, well, they're not telling me the truth about the globe. Like, there's contradictions here. I don't want to accept that. Like, you might get to that point, and I'm perfectly fine with you even being a completely zealous glober. Like, I don't care what you become. Like, I don't care what you believe. I'm just here to help you if you want it.
Neither does science.
Yeah, and I love science.
Me too.
So how high has the highest rocket gone, just out of curiosity?
Well, the claim is it's gone to the moon.
All right.
That's
and
the highest.
What's your opinion?
Well, I don't have an opinion on that because I don't know. I don't have opinions on things I don't know.
So we don't know how high the highest rocket has gone. That's very convenient that we don't know how high they've gone.
Yeah, right.
Well, like I told you, I know how high they claimed it has gone. However, I don't actually know. There's a difference between belief and knowing. So I could believe that what they're telling me about how high they've gone with a rocket, or I could just be like, well, I don't know how high they've gone with a rocket. They've told me this high.
Why don't you believe them? Don't you have a reason to not believe them?
I don't have any reason to believe that.
How would you believe that? In what world? Like, what would you have to be there on the rocket?
Like I told you earlier, there's no reason to believe they've ever shot a rocket all the way to the moon. Because according to Werner von Braun and Elon Musk, Werner von Braun said they would need 3 of the rockets that they used to get to the moon. 1 to get into low Earth orbit, and 2 to ferry the fuel to refuel that first rocket so it could get to the moon. Elon Musk said he would need 15 starships just to refuel the spacecraft to get to the moon. So, logistically, they never could have gone to the moon. But then we take all of the supposed images and evidence that they've gone to the moon, and we look at the different perspective of the images, let me find the link. I'll find the link for you. This is a...
You said that it takes 1 rocket to get into low Earth orbit?
Yeah, essentially. It uses about 98%, 95% of the fuel to get to low Earth orbit.
And how high is that?
It's claimed to be about... how high is the ISS? Fuck, I need to look that up.
120 miles?
Yeah, roughly.
See, that's interesting because of like maybe 2 hours ago, that's how long I've been here. I don't know if it was you, but people told me that you can't go that high. No one's ever been above 60 miles.
Nobody's saying they went that high. This is what is alleged.
Yeah, the NASA crew and the ISS crew claim to have gone higher than that, but no commercial flight has gone higher than 60 miles, and that's Bezos and crew.
Flight? You mean like in an airplane or any?
No, like Bezos had his penis rocket. He shot Lady Gaga up there and William Shatner, and then William Shatner was like, well, it looks flat from that height. And then the old lady who was like, I'm super disappointed that I couldn't see the Earth curve.
Okay, so how high did they go? Or you don't believe them? You don't?
I'll give you Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about that just a second.
Very serious scholarly discussion going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you entered into it for itself.
Right. So we just don't believe anyone who says they've gone high. Not hot air balloon, not Bezos, not NASA.
Bro, it's not about like what you don't believe them. Like William Shatner and the lady who went on the flight said the Earth looked flat from that height. However, like Lady Gaga says something different, but like she's crazy. And here's hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson on Bezos going up.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.